Chapter 375. In the primordial world, there were many people who cared about the common people, but only the Hutu could sacrifice herself for countless people. How could such a person not be respected by generations of people? That was why Fengzichen could not tell the Hutu about his deduction. The Hutu turned into reincarnation. It was selfless. It was flawless. Therefore, the reincarnation that he created was perfect. If Fengzichen told the Hutu about his deduction, it would undoubtedly cause the originally sacred action to be tainted with benefits and become less great and pure. Moreover, when it was related to benefits, the Hutu's heart would inevitably have flaws and some selfish desires. Would such a reincarnation still be perfect and flawless? That would also become a stain on the Hutu's life. Reincarnation for the common people and reincarnation for selfish desires were two different concepts. The former was great, while the latter was admirable. The impact was completely different. Originally, the Hutu, who could truly be a saint of the primordial world, would lose the right because of Fengzichen's words. Her sin would be huge. Therefore, she could not say it. The Hutu turned into reincarnation. That was her own decision and also her greatness. It was the Hutu who used her selflessness to create reincarnation, not reincarnation. The Hutu, the most pangumagus in the primordial world. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. If it's yours, it's yours. No one can take it away. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Fengzichen smiled and said, that tone, that demeanor, could be described as an understatement. It was as if what was about to leave him was not the supreme treasure of the primordial world, the heaven-splitting merit, but some other worthless trinket. His carefree attitude made Hutu, who was standing at the side, admire him. Honestly speaking, if he were Fengzichen, knowing that the merit of splitting the sky would abandon him, he would never be able to be so calm and collected. Heartache, that was the least of it. With this comparison, Hutu felt that Fengzichen was more and more unfathomable. His mental state cultivation was truly high. You're right, fellow Taoist. Hutu nodded. The merit of creation would be obtained by him sooner or later, so why should he be in a hurry? That's right, fellow Taoist. Why have you come here? After a while, Fengzichen asked with some confusion. However, he took the initiative to change the topic and let the Lady of Earth remember the purpose of his visit and not dwell on the heaven-splitting merit. Reincarnation was his mission here. Compared to that, the heaven-opening merit points were just minor details. Alas! Upon hearing Fengzichen's words, Hutu recalled the situation of the true spirits in this place. She helplessly sighed and said to Fengzichen, fellow Taoist, you don't know. I've been thinking about traveling to the primordial world. However, on the way, I accidentally discovered that after the living beings of the primordial world died, their true spirits were summoned by an inexplicable force and headed to the same place together. I was curious, so I followed the traces of those true spirits and came to the netherworld blood sea. I didn't expect to see such a miserable scene here. It's really uncomfortable. At this point, the Lady of Earth pointed at the netherworld blood sea. The sadness on her face became even more intense, as if tears could fall at any time. Fengzichen looked in the direction that the Lady of Earth was pointing at. As he had expected, there were many true spirits inside that were being corroded by the evil aura and were about to sink. If they did not come to the netherworld blood sea, they would not know the misery of the people of the primordial world after their deaths. Everyone in the primordial world knew that most living beings would die. What they had cultivated when they were alive would be transformed into the Tao and completely returned to the world to repay the kindness of the world. However, the physical body and essence soul were formed by the Khanate Qi. After a person died, it would not be long before the Tao disintegrated in the world. However, the Khanate true spirit was different. It was the foundation of living beings. It carried the comprehension of a cultivator's life, as well as the Tao and principles that they had cultivated. If they did not take the initiative to transform into the Tao, it would take a long time for the world to wear them down. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level, the longer it would take. Therefore, after everyone died, their Khanate true spirits did not return to the world. Instead, they gathered in the netherworld blood sea and waited for everything they carried to be completely destroyed by the world. Only then could these true spirits return to the world. The heavenly Tao needed it. It was the purest connate true spirit. Only such a true spirit could strengthen its origin. The Tao comprehensions carried by those true spirits were naturally treasures to other cultivators. However, to the heavenly Tao, they were impurities that would pollute it and affect its perfection and purity. Therefore, it did not take them. However, what kind of place was the netherworld blood sea? Ordinary people would not be able to stand it if they stayed there, let alone true spirits that did not have any protection. Staying in the blood sea would definitely be extremely miserable. Unfortunately, as long as the true spirit did not return to its purity, it would have to stay in the blood sea and suffer for a day. It could be said that it would not be able to rest in peace even if it died. It was because of this scene that the Lady of Earth could not bear to see it. Speaking of which, it made sense. The blood sea was a filthy place. Who would come to a decent person? This also led to the situation of the netherworld blood sea being unknown to many powerful beings in the primordial world. Of course, Taoist Mingi understood. However, with his personality, it was already good enough that he did not have any designs on those true spirits. Why would he help them? Fellow Taoist. People have life and death. Flowers and plants have withered and flourished. The world has birth and death. Such things are all part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. They are the supreme principles of the universe. Outsiders cannot interfere. If you interfere slightly, it will cause a huge change and affect the normal operation of heaven and earth. The result will naturally be to be punished by the heavens. The price of this is not something that we can bear. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen advised. The matter of transforming reincarnation could not be said by him. It could only be thought of by the Lady of Earth herself. The most he could do was to guide the Lady of Earth's thoughts in this direction. Just like what he was saying now, at first glance, it seemed to make sense. However, once one studied it carefully, one would find that there were many loopholes. And these loopholes, the Lady of Earth could tell. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. Although life and death are the supreme principles of heaven and earth, if you die, you die. Can't you just return to heaven and earth? Why come to the netherworld blood sea and suffer the pain of corrosion? Frowning, the Lady of Earth retorted. The flowers and plants withered. They just returned to the earth. The world was destroyed. They just turned into chaos again. If a person died, they should return to heaven and earth. They should not come to the netherworld blood sea to be tortured before returning to heaven and earth. This matter, it was clearly a flaw in the heavenly Tao. As a result, all living beings were implicated. The countless living beings of the primordial world were innocent. Why did they have to pay the price for the lack of the heavenly Tao? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She could not help but curse at the heavens. The heavenly Tao is unfair. With its own mistakes, it implicated all living beings of the primordial world. It forced all the dead of the primordial world to suffer the pain of their true spirits being corroded. It's really detestable. The Lady of Earth was angry. She did not suppress her strength as she cursed, causing her voice to spread throughout the blood sea. The voice was so loud that it caused the void to tremble, forming layers of ripples. It carried the blood water and set off boundless waves in the blood sea. At the same time, a blood-red lightning bolt struck down from the sky, heading straight for the Lady of Earth. However, it seemed to be worried about something. The blood-red lightning's performance was a little hesitant. In the end, it did not strike the Lady of Earth. Instead, it struck the Lady of Earth. One after another, it was exceptionally horrifying. For a moment on the blood sea, huge waves surged into the sky, and thunder was endless. It was like the end of the world. Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words. As soon as the Lady of Earth finished cursing, Feng Zichen knew that it was not good and hurriedly advised. He was afraid that she would continue to curse and attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. At their level of cultivation, even if they were dissatisfied with the heavenly Tao, they could just curse in their hearts. However, if they cursed out loud, it would be disrespectful to the heavenly Tao and they would suffer retribution. This blood-red lightning bolt was the heavenly Tao's warning to the Lady of Earth. Originally, it was going to hit him, but considering that it was his first offense, or considering his identity, it was hit beside him as a warning. However, if the Lady of Earth continued to curse, the heavenly Tao would not care too much. It would strike her down first to teach her a lesson. The might of the heavens could not be offended. In the primordial world, it was not nonsense. Especially for cultivators of a high realm, it was a wise saying. Just like in the mortal world, a 3-year-old child scolded the emperor, and a prime minister scolded the emperor. Could they be the same? The former smiled and passed, but the latter was going to die. So, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the status, the more one had to be careful with their words and actions towards the heavenly Tao, in case he found a reason and specifically targeted him. After all, to the heavenly Tao, Daoyuo Jingxian had become a parasite of the world. The more there were, the more disadvantageous it was for the development of the world. Daoyuo Jingxian was the main target of the heavenly Tao's elimination. Every Daoyuo Jingxian's origin returned to the world after the fall of every Daoyuo Jingxian, which was greatly beneficial to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao would not let go of any opportunity to destroy them. The Lady of Earth's actions just now were equivalent to handing a knife to the heavenly Tao, afraid that he would not attack her. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about reincarnation, she would not have died based on what the Lady of Earth had said just now. However, the heavenly Tao would have to knock down some of her origin. Why? I've already raised you into a great divine ability, and you're still dissatisfied with me? What do you want? This was probably the thought of the heavenly Tao, right? Hee. This is the so-called heavenly Tao is fair. The treatment of the descendants of Pangu is different from others. On the other side of the sea of blood, Taoist Mingi, who saw this scene, was even more dissatisfied with the heavenly Tao. Of course, he did not dare to say it out loud. He only complained in his heart. In this aspect, he had suffered a great loss. Back then, when he established the Azura sect, he had shouted that the heavenly Tao was unfair. He was seriously injured by the heavenly Tao, and had to recuperate for a long time before he recovered. But now, the Lady of Earth scolded even more than him, but she was not injured at all. One could imagine how Taoist Mingi felt. I lost my composure. After venting, the Lady of Earth also calmed down. She knew that her reaction was a little too extreme. However, that was all. The Magi did not respect the world, the heavenly Tao, or Hongjun. They only worshipped Pangu. They had always regarded themselves as the masters of the primordial world. So how could they take a mere heavenly Tao seriously? This was also the reason why the Magi had no friends in the primordial world. Everyone was a Khanate godfiend born in the primordial world. However, the 12 ancestral Magi relied on their status as the descendants of Pangu, and insisted on suppressing everyone. Who could tolerate this? If they really wanted to talk about it, which of the Khanate saints in the primordial world could not be related to Pangu? Moreover, the heavenly courts only managed the primordial world on behalf of the heavenly Tao. The Magi, on the other hand, managed the primordial world in their own name. Being so domineering naturally angered everyone, causing no one to be on good terms with them. Otherwise, it would be easy for the Magi to gather a group of followers with their status as descendants of Pangu. It could be said that the conceit of the Magi was one of the reasons for their decline. They had a good hand but played it badly. It was referring to the Magi. Fellow Taoist, the moment all living beings were born, they had karma with the primordial world. In addition, everything they experienced in their lives involved countless love and hate entanglements, as well as karma. If all these things do not dissipate and directly return to the world, it will be a burden for the heavenly Tao. Therefore, after everyone dies, they have to come to the netherworld blood sea to dissipate their karma. Seeing that the Lady of Earth had calmed down, Feng Zichen defended the heavenly Tao. This matter. It was not entirely the heavenly Tao's fault. The many great mystical abilities of the primordial world also had a part of the responsibility. It was precisely because the world was imperfect that so many great mystical abilities appeared to help the heavenly Tao perfect the primordial world. Otherwise, how could there be so many opportunities for people to attain the Tao when the world was perfect? Under the suppression of the laws of the world, Tai Jingxian was the peak. As for Daoyuo Jingxian, it could not be achieved without a supreme opportunity. In the future, although the level of the primordial world had fallen, It was undeniable that the world had become perfect. Perhaps, that was also the reason why there were not many experts in the future. The perfection of the primordial world did not only rely on the heavenly Tao, but also the hard work of a group of great mystical abilities. Countless years had passed, but no great mystical abilities had sensed anything amiss with the Blood Sea, or had sensed it but did not want to care. This, therefore, the heavenly Tao could not be blamed for the Blood Sea. Fellow Taoist, you're being unreasonable again. According to you, the time these true spirits stay in the Blood Sea should be based on their negative karma. However, look at the current situation. It's obvious that the time they stay in the Blood Sea is determined by the level of their cultivation level. How can this reflect the fairness of the heavenly Tao? Shaking her head, the Lady of Earth did not agree with Feng Zichen. Ahem. Fellow Taoist, from the standpoint of the heavenly Tao, this is already very fair. After coughing twice, Feng Zichen said, when cultivators cultivate, they collect the qi of heaven and earth. This is called harming the world to nourish oneself. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, this is a sin. The stronger one's cultivation level, the more qi of heaven and earth they collect, and the greater their sin. After death, they will naturally stay in the Blood Sea for a longer time. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with that. The Lady of Earth was a human. She had her own views on right and wrong, as well as a heart of good and evil. However, the heavenly Tao was not. It did not have emotions, good or evil, or right or wrong. As long as it was beneficial to the world, it would support it. It would oppose anything that was harmful to the world. The heavenly Tao was that simple. Everything would end when one died. It referred to the relationship between humans. When one died, all the grudges and karma from when one was alive would naturally disappear. However, how could the karma with the heavenly Tao be erased by death? It had to be completely wiped out. After the living beings of the primordial world died, the true spirit came to the netherworld Blood Sea to slowly transform into the Tao there to end the karma of the heavenly Tao. However, the Blood Sea was ferocious. That was why these true spirits were tortured here. That was not the original intention of the heavenly Tao. Torturing these true spirits was meaningless to him. Although that's the case, it's an indisputable fact that these true spirits suffered a calamity because the heavenly Tao gathered them in the Blood Sea. The heavenly Tao has to bear the main responsibility for this matter. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the Lady of Earth understood. The human Tao and the heavenly Tao were ultimately different. However, this matter was created by the heavenly Tao. Of course, because of the mistake of the heavenly Tao, these true spirits have been tortured in the netherworld Blood Sea. They have long accumulated endless resentment. If the heavenly Tao doesn't want to be bitten by the resentment, it has to find a way to resolve this matter. Therefore, fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. The heavenly Tao will resolve it. This time, Feng Zichen did not refute the Lady of Earth, because what he said was the truth. How can I bear to turn a blind eye to the calamity that befell all living beings? Shaking her head, the Lady of Earth said sadly. However, suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked Feng Zichen. By the way, fellow Taoist, you are a person of great wisdom. Do you have a way to resolve this matter? The Lady of Earth admired Feng Zichen's wisdom. First it was the Tao of the God Fiend, then the Khanate Sword Tao, and now the Ghost Tao. All of these showed his wisdom. Such a wise person might be able to think of a solution to her problem. This is easy. From now on, if any cultivators die in the primordial world, their true spirits will be shattered. In this way, the speed at which they return to the world will definitely be greatly accelerated. Perhaps, before they reach the netherworld Blood Sea, they will have completed their Tao transformation. In this way, they won't have to suffer anymore. Feng Zichen said with a light smile. This method was the simplest and most effective, but no one was willing to do it. Fellow Taoist, you really know how to joke. After a long while, the Lady of Earth said helplessly. In the primordial world, countless living beings died every day. If they wanted to shatter their true spirits one by one, even the powerful ones would not be able to take care of it. Moreover, if the true spirit was not destroyed, there would be hope of resurrection. You have no enmity with them. Yet you shattered the true spirit of others and cut off their hope of resurrection. This was a great sin. Even the Lady of Earth was unwilling to do it, let alone the other powerful ones. Fellow Taoist, let's go. It's useless for you to worry. Why don't I accompany you to walk in the blood sea and look for an opportunity? The merit of creation asked me to wait for you here. It can be seen that the opportunity between you and him should be here. Fellow Taoist, you are not strong enough now. Thinking about this matter is of no use other than wasting your mind. Why don't you wait until you obtain the merit of creation, and become a Saint Karma rank, and your strength improves greatly? Then you can think of a way to solve this matter. At different heights, the way you look at problems is different. Chapter 376. That was enough. It was time to get things back on track. Therefore, Feng Zichen took the initiative to invite Hutu to the depths of the blood sea. This was only the edge of the blood sea. The situation of those true spirits was not too bad. Hutu felt that she could not accept it. If she went to the depths of the nether blood sea, and saw the situation there, her reaction would probably be even greater. In the future, Hutu went to the depths of the nether blood sea. When she saw the scene there, her heart was greatly impacted. Only then did she have the idea of turning her body into reincarnation. Now, Feng Zichen brought Hutu to the depths of the blood sea with such an idea. Fellow Taoist is right. With my current cultivation, I really can't think of any good methods. Let's wait until my cultivation is higher. It's just that these true spirits have suffered. With a sigh, Hutu followed Feng Zichen and walked forward. Oh right, fellow Taoist. The name of my incarnation is Fengdu. It's the ancestor of the ghost path, the emperor of all ghosts. You can call me Fengdu in the future. Don't call me a wizard. I have great use for this incarnation. I can't expose it. On the way, Feng Zichen seemed to have thought of something and reminded Hutu. If Hutu accidentally revealed his identity, then he would be in big trouble. Therefore, it was better to tell her in advance. Greetings, fellow Taoist Fengdu. Hutu took a deep look at Feng Zichen, smiled and said, hiding his identity, sneaking into the nether blood sea, and even opening up the ghost path. It was obvious that he had a big plan. However, Hutu did not ask what the plan was. If she wanted to say, Feng Zichen would have explained before she took the initiative to say it. And now, she only asked him to hide her identity for her. Obviously, she did not want outsiders to know about her plan. Since that was the case, why bother? Thank you, fellow Taoist. From Hutu's words, Feng Zichen understood what she meant and immediately thanked her. Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. We're family. Why are you being so polite? Seeing him being so polite, Hutu said unhappily. Yes, we are a family. Yes, we've been rude. Just like that, the two of them chatted as they walked deeper into the blood sea. As the two continued to go deeper into the blood sea, Hutu's expression was first shocked, and then she fell into silence. It was not until they reached the depths of the blood sea that Hutu's suppressed emotions finally exploded. This, how could this be? Hutu looked at the blood sea in a daze. Her face was full of disbelief, and there were even tears in her eyes. The true spirit in the depths of the blood sea had long been completely corroded by the brutal aura, turning into a blood-red monster that only knew how to kill. They didn't have any intelligence, and they didn't even have any signs of life. They survived by devouring each other. This was an extremely twisted monster. Killing was the only value of their existence. Of course, these were nothing. They were just some ant-like monsters that could be exterminated with a single thought. It wasn't worth it for Hutu to do this. What really moved him was the form of these monsters. They fed on blood and qi, and they could constantly absorb energy from the blood sea to strengthen their true spirit. However, the true spirit came to the blood sea to dissipate its strength and return to the world. In this way, the true spirit would completely return to the world, and it would become unreachable. Moreover, these true spirits had long been corroded by the brutal aura. If they could not return to the world, they would be tortured by the brutal aura day and night, and they would be in extreme pain. They would have to reincarnate forever. If these monsters did not die, the true spirit in their bodies would be imprisoned in the 18 levels of hell. They would be tortured forever, and would have to reincarnate forever. Miserable. How miserable. Hutu was lost and shed tears because of the suffering of these true spirits. What crimes did the common people commit? After muttering to herself, Hutu suddenly used her divine ability. Immediately, the power of creation of the earth surged from all directions and enveloped this place. Sizzle. One could see that as soon as the blood-red monsters came into contact with the power of creation of the earth, they turned into blood-red smoke as if they had met their natural enemy. As for the true spirit in their bodies, it was purified by Hutu's secret technique and turned into the purest innate spiritual light. Empress is merciful. The moment these true spirits were purified, they had a moment of clarity. They bowed to Hutu and turned into specks of light that returned to the world. Empress is merciful. Empress is merciful. Then every true spirit that was purified regained a moment of clarity just like before. After bowing to Hutu one by one, they explained everything and returned to the world. Rumble. As more and more true spirits were purified, the heavenly Tao sensed it and mysterious yellow merit descended. It was abnormally mystical. However, Hutu did not accept the merit. Instead, she used her divine ability and sent it into the depths of the blood sea to continue purifying the true spirits. For a time, the creation chi in the depths of the blood sea filled the air and suppressed the bloody aura, turning a peerless dangerous place into a creation holy land. Tut! At this moment, a white lotus suddenly floated in the void. It was emitting a clear holy light. There were 12 grades and it took root in the blood sea. That was the 12th grade world cleansing white lotus. It was Xianqing was here. The blood sea was not far from the west. After Xianqing left Mount Meru, he did not return to the East Sea. Instead, he found a place near the blood sea and cultivated, waiting for the birth of reincarnation. Hutu's reincarnation was the greatest opportunity in the primordial world after Pangu opened the sky. If he missed it, he would never be able to find a second one. Thus, how could Xianqing not come and interfere? One had to know that his goal was to become the great emperor of the East Pole. And the great emperor of the East Pole had another identity, the heavenly venerable of seeking sound and saving suffering. This identity was not only for the living but also for the dead. He could guide the suffering souls to reincarnation. For those who had accumulated virtue and done good deeds, understood the mysteries, and achieved great merit. The great emperor of the East Pole could also ride the immortal control of the 9 lions and scatter the auspicious light of 100 treasures, to guide them to ascend to the heavens and become immortals. He had the power to save all living beings, save the suffering, educate all living beings, and transcend life and death. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the representative of Buddhism in the underworld, then the great emperor of the East Pole was the representative of Tao in the underworld, corresponding to it. With such an identity, for the sake of his future Tao career, Xianqing had to make a trip no matter what. Boom! After the white lotus of purification took root in the sea of blood, it suddenly erupted with a shocking brilliance. Strands of divine brilliance bloomed, and the power of purification was vast and mighty, sweeping across everything. In an instant, it was unknown how many true spirits there were. They were purified by the white lotus of purification. In terms of purification, the 12th grade white lotus of purification was the best in the primordial world. Although the Hutu's creation li was strong, it was still a little inferior to him. Thank you, fellow Taoist. How should I address you? With the help of the white lotus of purification, the pressure on the Hutu was greatly reduced. She took the time to thank Xianqing, who had just appeared. The third-generation disciple of the celestial sect of wonders, Xianqing, greets ancestral witch Hutu. Appearing from the void, Xianqing first told his origin, and then praised, "You're right. It's been a long time since I heard the name of ancestral, witch Hutu's benevolence. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Unfortunately, at this time, the Hutu had no time to pay attention to Xianqing. It turned out that when she saw that someone was helping, the Hutu suddenly increased her strength. The power of creation surged out, wanting to envelop the entire netherworld blood sea. The Hutu actually planned to purify all the true spirits in the blood sea at once to help them be free. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xianqing's mouth twitched. The Hutu had the cultivation of a perfected quasi-saint. Of course she could do this. However, he was only Daoyuo Jingxian. Being able to purify the true spirits in this place was already his limit. He could not help much more. At the same time, he also understood the Hutu's plan. Purifying all the true spirits in the Blood Sea might not solve the root cause, but this was the only way the Hutu could think of. There was nothing more he could do. The Blood Sea was boundless. There were countless true spirits in it. Although the Hutu was strong, she also had a limit. It was a little difficult for her to purify all the true spirits in the Blood Sea by herself. After a while, the Hutu could not hold on any longer. However, she did not intend to give up just like that. She wanted to forcefully activate her origin and continue to purify the true spirits regardless of the risk of her strength falling. It's already so late. Why hasn't the Hutu comprehended the meaning of reincarnation? Could it be that it's really because of my appearance that things have changed and are heading towards the unknown? At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little anxious. If the Hutu really consumed her origin, would she still be able to create reincarnation? And if the Hutu could not create reincarnation, as the culprit, she would definitely not have a good ending. The more anxious he was, the faster Feng Zichen's mind spun. In the blink of an eye, he thought of a way. Ancestral wizard Hutu, let the poor way help you. Xianqing suddenly roared and activated the pure white lotus with all his strength. At the same time, Feng Zichen also secretly strengthened the power of the pure white lotus. Hua hua hua. A white light flashed, and a large number of lotus flowers suddenly bloomed in the Blood Sea. They almost covered the center of the Blood Sea and continued to spread out. After the lotus flowers appeared, they had been circulating between life and death. And with every birth and death of the lotus flowers, some of the hostility was dissipated. Seeing this scene, the Hutu seemed to have understood something and could not help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, her movements also stopped. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was good that she had comprehended something. When the Hutu figured it out, it would be time for her to incarnate into reincarnation. The cycle of birth and death was also a kind of reincarnation. Xianqing had already extinguished the lotus flowers and performed the reincarnation of the lotus flowers to remind the Hutu. At the same time, by doing so, he also ensured that he did not interfere too much with the Hutu. He did not tell the Hutu anything. He only used a supernatural power. The Hutu could comprehend the meaning of reincarnation from it. That was because her talent was amazing. What did it have to do with others? The flowers withered and flourished, the world was destroyed and reborn. This was reincarnation, it was the truth of heaven and earth, it was also the process of the cycle of the universe. Chapter 377. But why, when people died, was there nothing left? Where was the reincarnation that belonged to people? Because the world was incomplete, the reincarnation cycle was incomplete, and all living beings had no chance to turn the wheel of life and death. After death, they had to go to the netherworld Blood Sea and suffer endless pain. In a trance, the Lady of Earth understood and thought of a way to save the endless true spirits of the Blood Sea. As long as she set up reincarnation for all living beings, and let them have something to rely on after death, this matter could naturally be solved. So this is my destiny? After understanding the key points, the Lady of Earth felt that her spiritual platform was clear, and her thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even the secrets of heaven that she could not see through before were now revealed in front of her eyes. In an instant, she understood her purpose of coming to the netherworld Blood Sea, using her body to make up for reincarnation. The reincarnation cycle was incomplete, and all living beings had no reincarnation cycle. Therefore she, the descendant of Pangu, needed to use her body to make up for it. At this moment, the Lady of Earth's true spirit was operating crazily, and a bright spiritual light erupted. That was the spark of her thoughts. She was in contact with the myriad Tao of heaven and earth to collect information about the reincarnation cycle. Originally, the Magi did not have primordial spirits, and could not come into contact with the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. They did not have the ability to deduce the secrets of heaven, let alone collect information from the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. However, after Feng Zichen passed down the path of the God-Fiend, the only shortcoming of the Magi was made up for. In other words, the Magi also had the ability that normal cultivators should have. Deducing the secrets of heaven, it was not difficult for the current Magi. At this special moment, the Lady of Earth's spiritual perception reached an unprecedented peak. She had deduced all the consequences of the reincarnation cycle. Even she would die. All of them were deduced by the Lady of Earth. This death was the true meaning of death. She would completely cease to exist. She would use everything she had to make up for the reincarnation cycle and disappear forever in the primordial world. The price was not small. Die. I didn't expect that I would become the first great magician to truly die in the primordial world. I would completely disappear. With a self-deprecating smile, the Lady of Earth said with some melancholy. Obviously, even though she knew that she would die, she still did not intend to give up the reincarnation cycle. The Daoyuo Jingxian would not die if the primordial world was not destroyed. This was the truth that was recognized in the primordial world. However, if the Lady of Earth transformed into reincarnation, she would break this truth and become the first Daoyuo Jingxian to completely die since the creation of the primordial world. Reincarnation was the most powerful treasure in the untainted land. In order to make it be born, Huda had to sacrifice everything she had. Complete death. This was a state that countless great magicians feared. However, when he spoke of it, it was so casual, as if the one who was about to die was not him. His carefree attitude was admirable. If the death of a single person in the future of Earth can be exchanged for the peace of the primordial world after death, well then, Hutu is willing. No regrets, no resentment. With great love in her heart, the Lady of Earth had long ignored life and death. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the living beings of the primordial world. However, there was still a hint of hesitation in his heart that made him unable to make up his mind. This hesitation was not because he was worried about his own life, but because of the shaman tribe. He was the ancestor of sorcery. He was one of the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe. The ancestral shaman who should have led the shaman tribe to glory. If he died just like that, what would the members of the shaman tribe do? Especially now, the shaman tribe was about to have a decisive battle. If they lost their top-notch combat power, there would definitely be a flaw in the 12 divine wraith formation. In that case, in the war with the demons, the advantage that the shaman tribe had maintained for a long time would disappear. They might even fall into a disadvantage because of this. Then the shaman tribe would be in danger. It was because of this that the Lady of Earth had not made up her mind about whether to transform into reincarnation. If she transformed into reincarnation, she would be facing all living beings in the world, but she would be letting down the shaman tribe that she was born in. The common people were important. The shaman tribe was still important. The Lady of Earth had to weigh it herself. At the side, Feng Zichen also felt the Lady of Earth's dilemma. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. However, he did not know how to persuade her. This matter could only be decided by the Lady of Earth. For the sake of the primordial world, the Father God transformed his body into all living beings. As his successor, I should follow his will and prioritize the primordial world. I want to come. This is also what the Father God wants to see. Big Brother and the others will also understand me. After a moment, the Lady of Earth made a decision in her heart. For the primordial world, for all living beings, she could only let down the shaman tribe. Fellow Taoist, please bring this back to the shaman tribe for me. Tell them that I, the Lady of Earth, have let them down. The Lady of Earth forced out a drop of blood essence from her body and handed it to Feng Zichen with a determined expression. This, fellow Taoist, have you really decided? After accepting the Lady of Earth's blood essence, Feng Zichen asked in an inexplicable mood. The Lady of Earth's reincarnation was the greatest change in the primordial world. It was also a sign that the shaman tribulation was coming to an end. After this matter, it would not be long before the demons attacked the humans. As the descendant of the Father God, I will not shirk my duty if the world is lacking. Seeing that Feng Zichen had accepted her blood essence, The Lady of Earth nodded as a final farewell. Then, she took a step forward and walked towards the Netherworld. At this point, the location of the Netherworld could not be hidden from the Lady of Earth. Big Brother once said, "You can't be a good person in the primordial world. Good people have good karma. It's a joke in the primordial world. Because there is no absolute good thing in this world. If you help others, you will naturally harm their interests. In this way, karma will be formed. It will also plant the root of disaster for the future. In the primordial world, the outcome of being a good person is death. Only dead people can be called good people. Therefore, Big Brother often advises us not to be good people. Especially to me, he reminds me in all sorts of ways. But Big Brother didn't expect that today. I still failed to live up to his instructions. I had to be a good person, a great good person. But I don't regret it." As she walked, the Lady of Earth suddenly thought of the past, and could not help but cry. She was not crying for all living beings, but for herself. The brothers and sisters who had been together since they were born would never be able to see each other again from now on. And he, even his last farewell, did not do it. Thinking about it, it was really sad. This time he would lose everything. The primordial world would never hear of it again. Hope. After he left, the Witch Clan could be better. Witch Clan goodbye. After taking one last look in the direction of the Pangu Hall, the Lady of Earth said resolutely, "Father God, today, the Witch Clan's ancestral witch, Pangu, the Lady of Earth, saw that the world was incomplete, and the reincarnation was incomplete. As a result, all living beings could not rest in peace after they died. Therefore, the Lady of Earth is willing to incarnate into reincarnation, to mend the world." As her voice fell, a bright purple light suddenly erupted from the Lady of Earth's body. It was incomparably mysterious and dazzling. And in this purple light, his body was also slowly dissolving. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying majesty filled the air. A pair of purple eyes quietly crossed the void, and arrived above the netherworld blood sea. The Lady of Earth. That was the way of the heavens. At this moment, he had truly descended. It was not like before, when his will descended, nor was it with Tao ancestor Hongjun as a carrier. Instead, it had truly manifested in the world. Obviously, the birth of reincarnation was too important. Even the way of the heavens could not help but descend personally to prevent any accidents. Great! A cold voice came from the way of the heavens, driving an inexplicable power to gather at the Lady of Earth, helping her to evolve the reincarnation. At the same time, in the depths of the netherworld, the reincarnation disk suddenly shook violently, emitting a great suction force, sucking the light ball that the Lady of Earth had turned into. Rumble. After obtaining the origin of the Lady of Earth, the figure of the reincarnation disk became more and more real. Moreover, it seemed to have suddenly gained power. It began to rotate with a rumbling sound, emitting a terrifying suction force that swept across the entire untainted land. In the next moment, after Panga's body transformed into everything, the remaining power between heaven and earth was completely stimulated. It appeared from the void and surged toward the reincarnation disk. The Lady of Earth, the transformation of Panga's blood essence. Using her as a guide, the reincarnation disk summoned the remaining power of Pangu in the untainted land to complete the final evolution and be born perfectly. This was also the meaning of the Lady of Earth's reincarnation. Such a big change happened in the netherworld blood sea. Those great mediums of the untainted land. No, it should be said that the entire untainted land was alarmed. What? The Lady of Earth, this is... After waking up from seclusion, the great medium's heart stirred and they understood the cause and effect. Immediately, they were shocked. Was the Lady of Earth crazy? She wanted to sacrifice herself to perfect the untainted land. In this world, there was actually such a stupid person. At this moment, after learning of the Lady of Earth's actions, the hearts of the great mediums were filled with absurdity and disbelief. Wasn't it good to be alive? However, while they found it difficult to understand, they could not help but admire the Lady of Earth from the bottom of their hearts. Hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation had turned into flowing water in a day, just to perfect the untainted land. This kind of character could only be said to be worthy of the name of Panga's descendant. The Lady of Earth is merciful. After tidying up their robes, the great mediums bowed in the direction of the Lady of Earth with serious faces. In the heavenly court, the demons, including Dijun and Tai, were the same. Even the saints were no exception. This matter had nothing to do with their positions. The Lady of Earth had turned her body into reincarnation. This was a great thing for the entire world. As a member of the untainted land, they had all received her favor, so they naturally had to show her. Moreover, after this matter, the untainted land would no longer have the Lady of Earth. So what if they bowed? The Lady of Earth is merciful. After the great mediums, the living beings of the untainted land also bowed in unison. For a time, the untainted land was filled with praises for the Lady of Earth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Magi was unusually depressing, forming a sharp contrast with the other places in the untainted land. Sigh. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? In the Panga's hall, the 11 ancestral Magi gathered together. Looking at the Lady of Earth in the sea of blood, they did not know what to say. Unlike others, they, who were also descendants of Pangu, could naturally understand the Lady of Earth's actions. However, although they understood, who could accept that their sister, who had been with them for so many years, was suddenly going to be gone? Let's go. Let's go and see our sister for the last time. After a while, the emperor stood up and said. Chapter 378. Remember. See your sister. No one is allowed to cry. Before leaving, Dijiang warned sternly. It's the mission of the wizard tribe to protect the primordial world, created by the Father God. It's the honor of the wizard tribe to die for the primordial world. My sister got what she asked for. We should be happy for her, not sad for her. Dijiang suppressed the grief in his heart and said again. Huta's reincarnation was following in Panga's footsteps. It was the value of the wizard tribe's existence. They should be happy for Hutu. With Dijiang's help, the ancestral wizards arrived outside the Nether Blood Sea in the blink of an eye. However, the evolution of the reincarnation had reached a critical moment. The entire Nether Blood Sea was enveloped by the power of the Way of Heaven. Except for those who were here from the beginning, no one else could enter. Dijiang and the others were no exception. Sister, why do you have to do this? Outside the Blood Sea, Dijiang looked at Hutu, whose body had completely disappeared. His face was full of sadness. He said that he was happy for Hutu and was not allowed to be sad. But in the face of this scene, who could bear it? Even a heart of stone would melt, let alone the wizard tribe, who was known for their straightforward temperament. Seeing that Hutu was about to disappear, how could Dijiang hold it in? Brother, Hutu is not bitter. I'm willing to die for the primordial world. Seeing Dijiang and the others, Hutu could not help but smile. The last trace of her obsession disappeared, and she integrated into the reincarnation wholeheartedly. It could be seen that under the power of the reincarnation disc, Hutu's innate indestructible true spirit was constantly becoming illusory. When the true spirit completely disappeared, Hutu would completely disappear. Sister. With a loud roar, Dijiang's heart was filled with powerlessness. At this point he could not change anything. As Hutu's last obsession disappeared, the speed of the reincarnation disc's evolution accelerated. At the same time, there was a boundless momentum converging here, accelerating the process. The Way of Heaven could not wait any longer. It borrowed the power of the origin of heaven and earth to help Hutu. With the help of Feng Zichen, the reincarnation disc was stronger than before, and the difficulty of evolution naturally increased. Without the help of the origin of heaven and earth, it would take Hutu a long time to complete the cycle of reincarnation by herself. With the help of the heavenly Tao, in just a few years, the evolution of the samsara disc had reached the final juncture. It was only one step away from being born. 6 paths. This was the last step. Poor ones. It was the 6 paths. He only needed to open up the 6 paths. The reincarnation of the primordial world would be complete. Rumble. At this moment the heavenly Tao moved. A purple brilliance hung down from his body and merged into the reincarnation disc. was that the origin of the heavenly Tao. He wanted to use this to create the 6 paths. Unfortunately, the samsara had already changed. The person who controlled the 6 Tao was no longer the Tao of heaven, but the god of creation of the untainted land, Pengu. After the essence of the heavenly Tao fused with the wheel of samsara, before the heavenly Tao could do anything, the thought of Pengu, who had disappeared in the wheel of samsara, suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a majestic power filled the air as if it could twist everything. The origin of the heavenly way, which was known as the most powerful force in the untainted land, could not resist at all. It was distorted and changed, becoming part of Pengu's thoughts. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Pengu's thoughts devoured the origin of the heavenly Tao, they first circled around the wheel of samsara before suddenly rushing into the Lady of Earth's true spirit. The Lady of Earth was enlightened and knew what to do next. Today, I, Pengu, the Lady of Earth, will use my body to transform into reincarnation and perfect the primordial world. Reincarnation has been established. From now on, life and death will be separated. From now on in the primordial world, anyone whose cultivation level is lower than Daoyuo Jinxians can enter reincarnation if their true spirit does not dissipate after death. Judge whether they were good or evil when they were alive. According to their merit and negative karma, they will enter the path of reincarnation and undergo reincarnation again. The Lady of Earth's clear voice reached the ears of every living being in the primordial world. Immediately they were filled with respect. This was a matter of great mercy. It could relieve them of the pain after death. They could not help but kowtow. Goddess is merciful. Praise the goddess Hutu, the goddess Hutu, the goddess Hutu. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world were shocked. Previously, they only knew that the Lady of Earth had transformed into reincarnation to complete the world. Of course, it was a good thing to complete the world. However, they did not know what the benefits were. They only saw that even the saints had bowed to the Lady of Earth. That was naturally a great thing. Therefore, they also had to bow to the Lady of Earth. Now, after hearing the Lady of Earth's words, they came to a realization. It turned out that this was reincarnation. It could allow them to live another lifetime. How could this not be exciting? Who would be willing to die in one lifetime? Who would be willing to live forever after death? If they could live another lifetime, they would have more hope of attaining the Tao. A glimmer of hope of transcendence was of course excellent. If they could reincarnate again and again, they might be able to achieve a different kind of eternal life. As such, all living beings naturally respected the Lady of Earth, who had opened up the reincarnation for them. However, their thinking was wrong. Reincarnation could allow them to reincarnate, but it was not without a price. The reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth was to retrieve the true spirits of all living beings and make up for their own origins. It was not to increase the strength of all living beings. It was impossible to reincarnate without any price, and to reincarnate again and again. All living beings are divided into good and evil. There is a difference in merit, and there is a difference in karma. To show the fairness of reincarnation, I will use my true spirit to establish the 6 paths, to distinguish the reincarnation of all living beings. Just as all living beings were bowing to her, the Lady of Earth continued to speak. She wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation to determine the future of all living beings. At this moment, purple Tao runes flowed on the Lady of Earth's body, emitting a great majesty that suppressed the heavenly Tao until it kept retreating. It was abnormally terrifying. That was Pengu's power. He was deducing the future and rebuilding the 6 paths. If the world was incomplete, the heavenly Tao would naturally be incomplete. The 6 paths that he had arranged would naturally be imperfect. Therefore, Pengu had to correct it. This was a situation that had never happened in his previous life. It was the result of Feng Zichen's risk. The future of the primordial world would change here. Not long after, 6 mysterious runes appeared from the darkness and fell into the Lady of Earth's heart. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without hesitation, the Lady of Earth ignited her remaining connate indestructible true spirit and used the secret technique passed down by Pengu to shake the vast chaos outside the realm. She swore to the Great Tao. The Great Tao is above. Today Pengu, the Lady of Earth, wants to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation for the primordial world. I hope the Great Tao will bear witness to it. That's right, it was the Great Tao. How could the 6 paths of reincarnation led by Pangu be witnessed by the heavenly Tao? Was he worthy? In this world, stronger and nobler than Pangu, there was only the Great Tao. Moreover, the 6 paths of reincarnation was a treasure of chaos. Without the baptism of chaos and the blessing of the origin of the Great Tao, how could it be truly accomplished? Chapter 379. Therefore, the Great Tao had to bear witness to the formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The first path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the heavenly Tao. Anyone who has contributed greatly to the world in life can enter this path after death. As soon as Huda finished speaking, the Great Tao sensed something in the depths of the chaos. A beam of purple gold light wrapped around the origin of chaos emerged from the depths of the chaos. It broke through the barriers of heaven and earth, turning into Great Tao runes and landing on the reincarnation disc. The violet gold radiance was a strand of the quintessence of the Grand Tao, and it possessed supreme profundity. It was a true supreme treasure that was even more precious than primordial violet qi. So long as he could refine it, then the chaos Tao fruit would be within reach. Treasures of the chaos were treasures of the chaos because of the origin of Great Tao. That was why they were superior to all spirit treasures. This was the source of their supremacy. If the 6 paths of reincarnation wanted to become a treasure of the chaos, the origin of Great Tao was indispensable. That was why Pangu had directed Hutu to swear an oath to the Great Tao instead of the heavenly Tao. After all, no matter how strong Pangu was, he couldn't conjure the origin of Great Tao. That was something only the Great Tao had. The origin of chaos was also a top treasure in the world. Although it couldn't help one become a saint, it could help one reach the origin Tao. It was as precious as Hongming's purple qi. The Great Tao runes formed by the two were mysterious and simple, like an ancient Tian character that exuded a boundless aura. As soon as it landed on the reincarnation disc, it underwent a drastic change. Countless runes were born for it, covering the entire void in an extraordinarily dazzling manner. The runes bloomed, vast and unfathomable, surpassing the stars in the heavens. Even the great universe was as weak as a firefly compared to it. Whoosh! A mysterious aura permeated and blended with the heavenly Tao. Then the runes converged like flowing water into a ball with a whoosh. They transformed into a great Tao rune again, and merged perfectly with the reincarnation disc. From simplification to complexity, then from complexity to simplicity. This was a cycle that symbolized the simplicity of the Great Tao. In an instant, the reincarnation disc suddenly became more solid, and 1/6 of its body appeared. Rumble. A terrifying aura swept out, suppressing the entire untainted land. Imph. So strong, as the pressure swept over, many powerful cultivators couldn't help but feel the urge to test it out. They secretly mobilized their magic power to resist the pressure of reincarnation. Unexpectedly, the pressure was enhanced by the Grand Tao, so its might had long since attained an unimaginable level. All of them were momentarily unable to resist it, and they were shaken to the point of letting out muffled groans and suffering a slight loss. The great mystical abilities might be able to resist, but the living beings of the primordial world could not withstand the pressure of reincarnation. He was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to stand up. At the same time, as that oppressive might swept out, an indescribable message appeared in the minds of the living beings, allowing them to understand what the heavenly way was. This heavenly Tao was not the desolate era's heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao of man. Upon entering this Tao, one would be a Xiantian life form upon birth. Moreover, one would be a top-tier Xiantian life form, second only to Xiantian fiend gods. It was the birth of pre-celestial qi, the birth of the essence of heaven and earth. Such creatures all belonged to the Tao of celestials. Their Taoist physiques were naturally formed, they had all 9 orifices opened, and they even had heavenly luck. As long as he did not die, he was destined to become a Tai Jinxian. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a celestial being. Is this reincarnation? It's really unbelievable. It can actually change our fate. After learning the function of the heavenly Tao reincarnation, The living beings were first stunned, then ecstatic. In this world, there were many Xiantian fiend gods and countless top-tier Xiantian life forms. However, that was in the past. In the current primordial world, there were more ordinary Xiantian life forms. Top-tier Xiantian life forms. Heaven and earth rarely gave birth to them. The existing Xiantian fiend gods and the top-tier Xiantian life forms that were still alive were like dust compared to the sea of stars when compared to all the living beings in the primordial world. The ratio was too small. The appearance of the heavenly Tao reincarnation gave these ordinary Xiantian life forms hope to change their fate. As long as they accumulated enough merit, they could go through reincarnation and change their birth. The more noble their background was, the greater the hope of becoming Daoyuo Jingxian. On the other side, no matter what the living beings of the primordial world thought, the Hutu continued. The second path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Tao. Anyone who has contributed greatly to all living beings when they were alive can enter this Tao reincarnation after they die. As soon as she finished speaking, in the depths of the chaos, the great Tao once again lowered a wisp of essence, enveloping the essence of chaos and fusing into the reincarnation disk. Immediately, on the reincarnation disk, another great Tao rune appeared. Another 6th of its body had manifested. Tao, the Tao of earth creation. The essence of the mountains and rivers took form. The essence of the earth condensed and was born. Such natural spirits of the world could all belong to the Tao. All such living beings were born with spirit bodies. Their appearances were different, but they were all people who had opened 9 orifices. They had great luck. If there were no disasters or tribulations, they would definitely cultivate a golden immortal Tao fruit. From then on, they would bid farewell to death and live forever. They would live as long as the world. If the divine Tao were to prosper in the future, they would be natural mountain gods, water gods. They would be able to control a divine realm. This was a Xiantian life form of the upper level, a spiritual seed nurtured by the world. It was a great creation and it was ominous to kill. The third path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, human Tao. Those who did not do anything in their lives and did not commit any mistakes can enter this Tao reincarnation. With that, another purple light flew over from the chaos and fused into the reincarnation disk, causing its power to increase exponentially. Its body was already half corporeal. Human Tao, the Tao of all living beings, the Tao of life. In the primordial world, regardless of whether they were Xiantian or postnatal, they were emotionless or not. As long as there was a true spirit and a life mark, they belonged to the human Tao. In other words, in the primordial world, all living beings under Daoyuo Jingxian belonged to the human Tao. Even the flowers and trees were no exception. The living beings of the human Tao did not have the enhancement of their previous lives. The future depended on their own efforts. Hard work might not succeed. However, if they did not work hard, they would definitely not succeed. Of course, the environment of the world was here. Even if the living beings of the human Tao did not work hard, they could still cultivate to become heaven immortals. However, if they wanted to become stronger, it would depend on their own efforts and fate. This was also the last benefit of the primordial world. After the Magi and demon tribulation, the environment of the world would change drastically. It would be difficult for the living beings of the human Tao to cultivate the immortal Tao. The fourth Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the karma Tao. Those who have sinned against the world and all living beings in their lives and bear negative karma will enter this Tao reincarnation. The origin of the great Tao transformed into Tao runes and flew over. The power of the reincarnation disk increased by a step, revealing 2/3 of it. What? Karma Tao. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Feng Zichen was first shocked, then overjoyed. The 6 paths had really changed. His plan to change the primordial world had succeeded. In Feng Zichen's memory, the original 6 paths of reincarnation were divided into heaven, earth, human, livestock, Azura, hungry ghost. These 6 paths did not have karma Tao. Chapter 380. Karma Tao. Karma Tao. Those with karma would sink into this Tao and suffer. Those with merit naturally had to be rewarded. Those with karma naturally had to be punished. Only then could it show that the heavenly Tao and reincarnation were fair. If good people and bad people were treated the same, then who would be willing to do good in the primordial world? And if one lost their kindness, the primordial world would not be far from sinking. In this world, there was a difference between high and low. To put it bluntly, in the primordial world, Khanate godfiends were nobler than Khanate life forms. Khanate life forms were nobler than postnatal life forms. Speaking further, even if they were in the same clan, there were differences between clansmen. Those with good talent were nobler than those with weak talent. Those with high statuses were nobler than those with low statuses. The difference between people was already destined at birth. And when there was a difference between people, levels would naturally occur. The noblest high and mighty, the lowest of them all was as low as the soil. Just like slaves, they enjoyed the worst treatment, but they did the most bitter, tiring and dirty work. They were also despised, beaten and scolded by others. They could be said to be tortured. It was as if they had come to the world to be tortured. No, it was not like that was clearly the case. They had come to the human world to suffer, because they had come on their own. They were plagued by negative karma when they were alive. They still wanted to write it off after they died. How was that possible? After those with negative karma died, they had to go to hell and suffer all kinds of torture to offset their negative karma. After that, they could go to reincarnation. This reincarnation was, of course, the karma Tao. Just because the negative karma was gone did not mean that the sins were gone. The suffering of the death realm was over. The suffering of the life realm was still waiting for them. Otherwise, who would be the lowest? They could not let those who had not done anything, right? They did not make any mistakes, so why should they? Moreover, this way, how could they show the fairness of the heavenly Tao and reincarnation? Therefore, it was better to let these people with negative karma go. This way, not only could it show the fairness of reincarnation, but it could also teach them a lesson so that they would not dare to do evil in the future. It could also warn all living beings in the primordial world to take this as a warning. It could be said to be killing several birds with one stone. What? Path of karma. Once the karmic Tao was established, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if a sharp sword was hanging above their heads, constantly warning them so that they wouldn't dare to do evil. Believe, with the path of karma, the living beings of the primordial world would be much more restrained. In the future, the primordial world would be much more stable. They thought that the appearance of the 6 paths of reincarnation would only bring them benefits and no harm. The birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation was to complete the untainted world, not to help all living beings in the world benefit. The 5th Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Tao of Asura. Those who are tainted with the murderous fate can enter this reincarnation cycle after death. After the path of karma was the path of Asura. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised by the appearance of the realm of Asura. The 6 paths of reincarnation was established in the Nether Blood Sea. His appearance had invaded an unknown amount of the Nether Blood Sea's origin. Daoist Mingi had been staying at home, but disaster had come to him out of nowhere. How could he not be angry? How could the Asura tribe not be resentful when their homeland was destroyed? Therefore, in order to compensate Daoist Mingi, the Asura Tao was going to be established. Moreover, the Asura Tao represented. It wasn't just the Asura tribe. The Asura Tao was also the killing Tao. In the primordial world, there were countless living beings. Among these living beings, either for their natural enemies or for their own interests, wars often broke out, causing the primordial world to be in chaos. At this moment, someone needed to be born with the luck of killing, kill to stop killing, violence to curb violence, kill until the primordial world was peaceful. Moreover, there were too many cultivators in the primordial world. It was also a burden for the heaven and earth. It was also very good for some people who were born with the luck of killing to clean up some cultivators for the heavenly Tao to maintain the stability of the primordial world. These people had committed endless sins of killing when they were alive. After death, they naturally had to go to the 18 levels of hell and never be reincarnated. However, as they massacred cultivators wantonly, the pressure of heaven and earth was reduced, and the world was developing in a good direction. According to this calculation, this was meritorious to heaven and earth, and should enter the heavenly Tao. However, massacring cultivators was a great sin to all living beings, and was now in the 18 levels of hell. For these people, the heavenly Tao did not reward. They had lost their hearts of fairness and justice. The human Tao did not punish. They had lost their hearts of protecting all living beings. These two were the foundation of the heavenly Tao and the human Tao in the primordial world. They could not be lost. Therefore, in order not to damage the harmony between the heavenly Tao and the human Tao, the Asura Tao was born to settle these living beings. This, I'm sitting at home and fortune comes from the sky. At this moment, Taoist Mingi, who was originally unhappy because the Buddha did not greet him and established the 6 paths of reincarnation in the blood sea, suddenly smiled. The way he looked at the Hutu was no longer filled with hostility, but with surprise. The Hutu had given him a big gift for free. At this moment, if there was a word to describe Taoist Mingi's mood, it would be surprise, an incomparable surprise. In this mood, his good impression of the Hutu in his heart could be said to have reached the extreme. Even his good impression of the Magi had reached the max. With the Asura Tao, the Asura clan's prosperity was just around the corner. As the Asura ancestor, he might be able to use this to glimpse the secrets of the primordial chaos Tao realm. Moreover, these were only the benefits that could be seen. Those benefits that could not be seen might be even greater. The birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation had caused such a huge commotion that even Pangu and the great Tao were alarmed. One could imagine how extraordinary it was. It was not that Taoist Mingi could not recognize the origin of the great Tao and the origin of chaos. He also knew a thing or two about their mysteries. Becoming the Taoist master of the Asura was not far from the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Setting up 5 paths in a row almost reached the limit of the Hutu. Setting up 6 paths consumed her true spirit. The damage caused to the Hutu by setting up 5 paths could be imagined. Her innate indestructible true spirit had completely become illusory, leaving only a thin shadow that was almost invisible. It was obvious that if she set up another path, the Hutu's true spirit would completely disappear. Enough. 5 paths of reincarnation are enough. Sister, stop. Outside the blood sea, the candle dragon suddenly shouted at the Hutu. As the ruler of time and the number 1 sage of the Magi, his wisdom was definitely not to be underestimated. Just now, the moment the Asura Tao was set up, the candle dragon had a feeling and used the path of time to deduce. He suddenly realized that the 5 paths of reincarnation were already very perfect. The good and evil of the primordial world, life and death, retribution, and the endless living beings, everything that he could think of was already included. In this way, this 6th path seemed a little redundant. The 5 paths were already perfect. What was the point of the 6th path? Therefore, the candle dragon came back to his senses and hurriedly said to the Hutu. He persuaded her to give up on opening the 6th path, so that he could save her life. Chapter 381. To Daoyuo Jingxian, as long as his connate indestructible true spirit was still around, no matter how serious his injuries were, it would be a piece of cake. As time passed, he would eventually recover. Although the current Hutu's situation was not optimistic, her true spirit still existed. Even if her true spirit was so weak that it was about to disappear, it still existed. That was hope. As long as she stopped the cycle of reincarnation in time, with the help of the Magi, it would not be long before she could return to the peak, and even go further. Sister, stop. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for this. As soon as the candle dragon finished speaking, the group of ancestral Magi reacted and tried to persuade her. Fellow Taoist, the battle of the witch-demon technique is about to begin. For the future of the Magi, you have to prioritize yourself. On the other side, Taoist Mingi thought for a while and tried to persuade her. After receiving such a huge favor from the Hutu, he could not sit back and watch her die. Fellow Taoist, you have made great contributions to the primordial world, but you should not die. Please think twice. At the same time, many great mystical abilities of the primordial world, regardless of whether they were familiar with the Hutu or not, also tried to persuade her. Just as they had said, the Hutu had great merit. If she died just like that, wouldn't it mean that her merit was useless? When it was time to die, even if you had immeasurable merit, you would still die. How could everyone not be disappointed? All along, everyone knew that merit was the greatest protection of the primordial world. As long as one had enough merit, even the saints would not dare to attack them. Even the great divines believed this without a doubt. However, if the Hutu died just like that, it would be enough to overturn everything. Merit was not omnipotent. If the calamity of death really came, it did not matter if one had merit or not. They would all die. Therefore, in order to maintain the importance of merit, the Hutu could not die. Moreover, since the creation of the primordial world, countless battles had erupted. Many Daoyuo Jingxian had died, and there were even some who had fallen into eternal sleep. However, those who had truly died were all dead. If the Hutu died, it could be said that the Daoyuo Jingxian would not die. They had agreed that the Daoyuo Jingxian would not die. Therefore, when everyone did things, they had fewer scruples. But now they were suddenly told that Daoyuo Jingxian would also die. This caused the group of powerful experts to be shocked, and they all felt fear. Yes, they were afraid. Hutu will die. Then they would also die. Being immortal and indestructible was not truly immortal and indestructible. How could this not be terrifying? With the first one, there would be a second one, a third one. And who could guarantee that he wouldn't be the next one to die? Even those who didn't know Hutu well, or had grudges against her, spoke out to persuade her, hoping that she wouldn't die. 5. Is it really enough? In the face of everyone's persuasion, Hutu couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. The 5 Dao indeed contained everything in the primordial world. But what about the sorcerer tribe? As living beings born from Penga's bloodline, the true spirits of the sorcerer tribe were all created by nature. Once they were born, they were all top-notch innate living beings. They were not weaker than the living beings reincarnated by the heavenly Dao, or even stronger. The sorcerer tribe was too strong. They were so strong that even the 5 paths of reincarnation could not shake the life and death of the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe had a murderous aura. That murderous aura was the heavenly divine murderous aura that came from Penga's body. It was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the murderous aura on the innate ferocious beasts. Once the murderous aura on the sorcerer tribe's body rose, those with lower cultivation levels than them would not even have the ability to resist. They would sink and die. The true spirits that were reincarnated would probably be blasted into pieces by the murderous aura on their bodies before they could even get close to the sorcerer tribe. In this way, if they couldn't even get close, how could they reincarnate? The 5 paths of reincarnation were useless to the sorcerer tribe. Therefore, Hutu could not stop. She had to continue opening up the reincarnation cycle. Even if she died for it, it did not matter. Because, she knew, the next reincarnation cycle was related to the sorcerer tribe. That was the gift of the Father God. In the reincarnation cycle that originally did not have the sorcerer tribe, he forcefully opened up a reincarnation cycle related to the sorcerer tribe. The heavenly Tao could sit by and watch Hutu's sacrifice. It could even take over the fruits of her sacrifice after her death, without giving the sorcerer tribe any benefits. But Penga would not. He would not let Hutu's sacrifice be in vain. The reincarnation cycle was born. No matter what, he could not lose the benefits of the sorcerer tribe. Hutu has gone. Nodding at Dijiang and the others, Hutu's face revealed a determined expression. She owed the sorcerer tribe enough. This time, she would use everything she had left to repay the sorcerer tribe. This was also the only thing she could do when she was alive. Unlike the other great mediums, Hutu, who had completely merged with the reincarnation disc, could clearly sense her strength. At this time, she knew that her death was destined. No matter what, the heavenly Tao would not let her live. The heavenly Tao would not allow a powerful treasure like the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to be controlled by outsiders. It had to be controlled by her personally. Therefore, Hutu had to die. The 6th path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Sorcerer Path. After Penga's blood descendants die, they can enter this path of reincarnation. As soon as Huda finished speaking, the origin of the great Tao flew over with the origin of the chaos. At the same time, in Panga's hall, Panga's heart also moved and flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Boom! As soon as the origin of the great Tao merged with the reincarnation disc, Panga's heart broke through the air and turned into a ball of purple light that fell into the nascent sorcerer Tao. Immediately, a violent change happened. The entire sorcerer Tao was twisting and undergoing a strange change. The runes that represented the sorcerer Tao were also changing. They became more complicated and profound. This change did not last long. In just a few days it stopped. A huge purple whirlpool appeared in the sorcerer path, and there were specks of purple light floating in it. The purple vortex was unbelievably huge. It emitted a majestic aura that was no different from Panga's aura. This was Panga's heart. He connected to the boundless chaos, to absorb the aura of chaos. He connected to the primordial world, to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The 2 powers gathered in the purple vortex and turned into purple water droplets. They fell to the bottom of the vortex and gradually formed a purple spirit spring. Panga's blood. That purple spirit spring was not a spirit spring. It was clearly Panga's blood. The aura of chaos gave birth to Pangu, and the essence of heaven and earth was formed by Pangu. These 2 powers that were closely related to Pangu were transformed by Panga's heart with the support of the origin of the great Tao. They produced a shocking transformation and evolved into the foundation of the sorcerer race, Panga's blood. In the future, as long as the sorcerer Tao was not destroyed, new sorcerer race could be born endlessly with Panga's blood. From then on, the sorcerer race would have nothing to worry about. Even if they were defeated, they would not be in danger of being exterminated. There was even hope of revival. Moreover, the changes in the sorcerer Tao were not limited to that. Through the power of heaven and earth, the power of chaos, Panga's heart, the origin of the great Tao, all kinds of supreme powers combined and evolved. The power of the sorcerer Tao could be said to be the number 1 in the 6 paths. Of course, its power was not limited to that. In the deepest part of the purple vortex, where Panga's blood gathered, a few purple embryos could be seen forming. Khanate Godfiends. Khanate Godfiend level sorcerer race. Panga's blood was highly condensed. Its status in the sorcerer race was second only to top Khanate grand sorcerers like Xing Tian and Ho Yi. Apart from the 12 grand sorcerers born from Panga's blood essence and the Khanate grand sorcerers born from Panga's heart, there were 3 ways for the remaining sorcerer race to be born. The first way was for Panga's heart to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and produce Panga's blood again to give birth to a new sorcerer race. The sorcerer race born in this way could be compared to Khanate Godfiends. However, ever since the war between the liches and demons broke out, the sorcerer race had repeatedly used the power of Panga's heart, causing their strength to be insufficient. Such a Khanate sorcerer race could not be born. The second way was for the 12 grand sorcerers to inject their blood essence into Panga's heart, and combine it with Panga's blood to give birth to the sorcerer race. This was the first generation of the sorcerer race and the top Khanate life forms. The third way was for the sorcerer race to be born from the combination of a man and a woman. The sorcerer race that was born in this way was affected by the cultivation level of their parents. Their aptitude was different, and each generation was weaker than the previous. The strong ones were even comparable to Khanate Godfiends. The weak ones were only the most ordinary Khanate life forms. However, the sorcerer race was different from the human race. Giving birth was not as simple as the human race. Even the human race needed 10 months to give birth, let alone the sorcerer race. Having a child every 10,000 years was already considered fast. Moreover, after giving birth, the mother's vitality would be greatly damaged and her cultivation level would regress. The price could be said to be huge. That was also the reason why the sorcerer race was rare and inferior to the demon race. If the sorcerer race's population was 1,000th of the demon races, the primordial world would have long been theirs. After the birth of the sorcerer path, the mysteries about it automatically appeared in the minds of the sorcerer race. After the death of the sorcerer race, their true spirits would enter the sorcerer path and bathe in Panga's blood to obtain a new life. However, their cultivation level was gone. they had to cultivate from the beginning. At the same time, the sorcerer path could also spontaneously draw power from the chaos to create the innate true spirits and give birth to a new sorcerer race. Believe, in the future, every once in a while there would be a new sorcerer race that would walk out of the sorcerer path to strengthen the sorcerer race. Why bother? Looking at the sorcerer path, Dijiang was a little stunned. Logically speaking, he should be happy about the appearance of the sorcerer path. But when he thought about how the Lady of Earth had exchanged her life for it, his heart was empty and abnormally uncomfortable. He could not be happy at all. There was only a thick sense of sorrow. Compared to Dijiang's complicated emotions, Dijun's emotions were much simpler. Happy. Abnormally happy. Although Dijun felt that it was a pity that the Lady of Earth was about to die, he was more excited. Without an ancestral sorcerer, the sorcerer race's greatest trump card, the 12 divine beings killing formation that was said to be invincible in the primordial world, was broken just like that. This was definitely a heavy blow to the sorcerer race. It was not an exaggeration to say that their strength had been reduced by half. So what if they had the sorcerer path? He could only provide fresh blood for the sorcerer race, but he could not strengthen the sorcerer race during this period of time. No matter how talented one was, it would take time to grow. Chapter 382. By the time the shamans born from the shaman Dao fully matured, the demons would have long defeated the shamans and unified the primordial world. In fact, in front of the powerful demons, the newborn shamans didn't even have the chance to grow. Rumble. With the establishment of the 6 paths, the evolution of the reincarnation disc was completed. Its form completely turned from illusion to reality and truly manifested. At this moment, the sky of the primordial world suddenly split open. A huge crack appeared, revealing the boundless great chaos of the outer realm. There was an indescribable ball of light there. Endless laws lingered, emitting an aura of perfection. Boundless greatness, incomparably vastness, unknown mysteriousness. He was the source of everything, the true essence of everything, and the meaning of everything's existence. He was flawless. Not the most perfect, but truly flawless without the slightest flaw. That was the great Tao, the only perfect existence, and also the most powerful existence. The ruler of everything had descended into the primordial world. Boom. An incredible power spread out and swept across the entire primordial world in an instant. Immediately, the world stopped operating and completely returned to its original state. The consciousness of all living beings also fell into a blank state. Only Daoyuo Jingxian and the living beings above him could remain conscious. However, he could not move his body. Even the saints were the same. Under the majesty of the great Tao, all the powerful beings of the primordial world experienced the feeling of not being able to control their own lives. They could not help but feel a great sense of terror. Powerful. Too powerful. Not to mention them. Even the entire primordial world could not withstand the attack of the great Tao. Just as everyone was immersed in the power of the great Tao moved. Boundless laws hung down from his body and flowed toward the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, completing the final baptism for it. Whoosh, the laws came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, they flowed through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and returned to the great Tao. Thus, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Only then was it considered complete. The 4th Chaos Supreme Treasure was born. Purple Tao flowers suddenly bloomed in the world. As the petals opened and closed, the truths of the great Tao were hidden within. An intoxicating fragrance spread out, attracting people into the Tao. There were also billions of wisps of chaos chi hanging down, turning into connate origins and fusing into the primordial world, strengthening the origins of the primordial world. This was a phenomenon that the Grand Tao had created to celebrate the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it possessed boundless profundity. Unfortunately, the creation of the great Tao, not everyone was qualified to see it. Except for Daoyuo Jingxian, all living creatures in the untainted land had lost their consciousness. They had no chance to witness this great fortune. On the other hand, the heavenly Tao was constantly flickering. It recorded the miracle of the Great Tao and waited for it to appear as a top phenomenon of the primordial world in the future. Finally, a wisp of the origin drooped down, and the figure of the Great Tao disappeared in the untainted land. The sky also slowly closed. At this moment, no chaos demon gods came to make trouble while the sky was cracked. Obviously, as for the Great Tao, the chaos demon god did not dare to act rashly. Not long after the Great Tao left, the primordial world returned to normal. Wang. As soon as the world returned to normal, Feng Zichen's merit of creation suddenly flew out of his body and went straight to Hutu on the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, Hutu's true spirit was already extremely weak and had begun to collapse. In a few breaths, she would completely disappear from the primordial world. Looking at the merit of creation flying over, Hutu was a little puzzled. She did not know what he was doing here. She had thought that she could become a saint with the merit of creation. She could achieve the Tao fruit that everyone dreamed of. But fate made a fool of people. She had yet to get the merit of creation. She was about to die. Now, what was the use of this merit? Thinking about it, it was really ridiculous. Opening her mouth, Hutu wanted to say something, but her extreme weakness made her unable to speak. She could only watch helplessly as the merit of creation flew towards her. What an incredible thing! An expert of the great perfection of the sage-to-be was so weak that she could not even speak. From this, it could be seen that Hutu was indeed a lamp that had run out of oil. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, at the last moment when Hutu was about to completely collapse, the merit of creation finally arrived and wrapped around her remaining true spirit, preventing it from continuing to collapse. At this moment, the remaining Tao runes of the Great Tao had not completely dissipated. Everything that happened here was covered up by this force. Except for Feng Zichen, no one noticed it. The heavenly Tao was the same. Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of thunder, a rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. It was incomparably scarlet, and carried a strong sense of sadness. Rumble! The earth seemed to have lost something important, and began to shake. The entire ground was undulating, and smoke and dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Another wave of sadness gushed out from the depths of the earth and filled the mountains and rivers. For a moment, all the flowers withered and the plants withered, showing signs of decline. The earth seemed to have lost all its vitality all of a sudden. At the same time, a strange figure appeared between heaven and earth, letting out a mournful wail, as if it was crying and cursing something. It was abnormally horrifying. The changes between heaven and earth appeared in the eyes of all living beings so suddenly, causing them to be a little confused. They had no idea what was going on. Why would the heavens and earth suddenly mourn for no reason? It was as if some powerful being had fallen. But then, they understood what had happened. Under the shroud of sadness, all living beings seemed to have lost something in their hearts. They felt empty and could not help but shed tears. Goddess Hutu has fallen? How is that possible? A message appeared in the unseen world, allowing all living beings to know the cause and effect. In order to transform the cycle of reincarnation, the Hutu had sacrificed herself. After a short period of silence, there was a huge commotion. All living beings did not believe that the benevolent goddess Hutu would fall, so they shouted in disbelief. Send fellow Taoist Hutu off. Just as everyone was in disbelief, a loud voice suddenly sounded in the world. It was the great divine ability users sending Hutu off. Send goddess Hutu off. Shocked, everyone hurriedly knelt down to send her off. There was also a loud cry that shook the heavens and the earth. Hutu was really dead. The heavens cried for her, the earth mourned for her. The great divine ability users sent her off. The common people prostrated themselves in worship. In the netherworld, Hutu's figure had long disappeared. Only a huge will was left on the spot. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Staring at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Feng Zichen suddenly frowned. Where did Hutu go? Others might not know, but he saw it clearly. When Hutu was about to completely disappear, the merit of creation had protected a little of her true spirit from being destroyed. Although it was only a little of her true spirit, to a cultivator at Hutu's level, A little of her true spirit was not much different from all of her true spirit. They both represented existence. Chapter 383. Therefore the Lady of Earth did not die. However, Feng Zichen looked again and again, but he did not find the true spirit of the Lady of Earth that had been saved by the heaven-splitting merit. In the blink of an eye, the Lady of Earth and the heaven-splitting merit seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They had completely disappeared. It was really strange. What does the heaven-splitting merit mean? Why didn't you revive the Lady of Earth properly? Why did you disappear with her? Feng Zichen, who was waiting for the Lady of Earth to revive and take over the 6 paths of reincarnation, was surprised when he saw that. He was about to receive the results when the main character suddenly disappeared. Wouldn't he be anxious to death? Rumble. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling puzzled, thunder suddenly sounded in the 9 heavens and resounded throughout the primordial world. Auspicious clouds shrouded the area, auspicious aura descended, and resplendent golden light filled the air. The heaven and earth merit had arrived. The 6 paths of reincarnation had made a great contribution to the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao appeared in the world and bestowed boundless merit. Boundless amounts of merit gathered, seemingly covering the entire sky. Even the radiance of the sun and moon was not as bright as it, being completely overshadowed. The golden light shone down, and seemed to have coated the primordial world with a layer of golden light. It was exceptionally dazzling and warm. Merit. So much merit. Oh my God. That's too much. At that moment, everyone in the primordial world was attracted by the merit in the sky. They were in disbelief. Even the great mystical abilities were the same. They looked as if they had never seen the world. It was not their fault for being so shocked. It was just that there was too much merit. It was even more merit than when the 5 saints attained the Tao. Even the merit of Niwa creating humans, and the merit of Tao ancestor Hongjun's 3 sermons were not as much as the merit of the Lady of Earth's reincarnation. It was no exaggeration to say that the merit obtained from the Lady of Earth's reincarnation was the greatest merit since the creation of the primordial world. It was second only to the merit obtained by Pangu when he opened the sky. No matter who obtained so much merit, they would instantly become a saint. Even if there wasn't any Hongmeng purple aura, it didn't matter. Boundless virtue would naturally gather, and the river of fate would change. The will of heaven would descend, and everything would change. Even if one was not destined to be a saint, under the push of merit, Hongmeng's purple clouds would automatically fly over and change all the destinies, turning the impossible into the possible, and helping one become a saint. Therefore, the merit of the 9 heavens was no merit in the eyes of the great mediums. It was clearly a shining sage Tao fruit. If he could get it, then in an instant, everyone was tempted. He really wanted to step forward and take the merit into his arms. Unfortunately, as long as one has merit, they all had owners. It was not something that outsiders could covet. Even if its master died, it would be the same. This merit belonged to Hutu. Without Huta's permission, no matter how extraordinary these great masters were, they couldn't take it. However, Hutu was already dead. It was impossible to get him to speak. Furthermore, if Hutu were still alive, it would be even more impossible for him to give the merit to others. Hutu wasn't a fool. If he didn't keep the merit that could make someone a saint for himself, how could he give it to others? Now looking at the merit above the 9 heavens, although the great masters were drooling, they had no way to take it. They could only watch helplessly. It was really uncomfortable. F***ck. This merit of splitting the heavens is really unreliable. It had been a long time since Feng Zichen was anxious. He even cursed out loud that he hadn't cursed for a long time. The merit of Hutu's reincarnation was about to fall. However, Hutu didn't appear for a long time. He didn't know where she was taken to by the merit of splitting the heavens. What should he do? If the merit fell but he couldn't find any trace of Hutu, then the only result was, with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, he could collect Hutu's remaining aura and use it as a foundation to create a new Hutu, to carry the reincarnation merit. But was a Hutu born in this way still Hutu? Did it really have anything to do with Hutu? Therefore, How could Feng Zichen not be anxious when he thought of this? However, it was useless for him to be anxious. It couldn't affect the merit of splitting the heavens at all, nor could it affect the reincarnation merit that was about to fall from the sky. Rumble. The reincarnation merit had been gathering above the 9 heavens for decades. Today there was finally a result. As it rolled, strands of merit drooped down and fell towards the netherworld blood sea. That was not all of the virtue. Instead, it was only a very small portion, about 10%. In the blink of an eye, it crossed layers of void and arrived above the netherworld blood sea. Whoosh! At this moment, the merit suddenly split into 3 and turned into 3 balls of light. They flew towards Feng Zichen, Xianqing, and Daoist Mingyi respectively. This was a reward for the 3 of them. Feng Zichen and Xianqing had once guided Huta's reincarnation and contributed to the primordial world. Naturally, there was merit to be obtained. A thin trace of merit could be divided from the reincarnation merit. As for Daoist Mingyi, he was the master of the netherworld blood sea. The reincarnation was established here. No matter what, he could not be bypassed. Naturally, he had to share some merit with him. The merit obtained by Feng Zichen and the other 2 was nothing compared to the reincarnation merit. However, in the eyes of the living beings of the primordial world, it was still a lot. It could create a sage to be. From this, it could be seen that the reincarnation merit was huge. After creating a saint, there would still be some left. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be happy with so much merit. However, at this moment, Huta still did not appear. He was really not happy. He was not even in the mood to check the merit that he had just obtained. Under his influence, Xianqing was also not happy. On the other hand, Daoist Mingyi was smiling from ear to ear. This time he had benefited greatly. He had sat at home and done nothing, but good things had fallen on his head one after another, directly paving his future path. It could be said that he could look forward to the great path. After laughing for a while, Daoist Mingyi seemed to have realized something and hurriedly stopped laughing. No matter how happy he was in his heart, he quickly put on a serious expression. If Hutu had just died, he had received such a great favor from her. It was more or less inappropriate for him to laugh out loud without caring about the atmosphere. He would be despised. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. He would talk about happy things in the future. No matter how anxious Feng Zichen was, what should have happened still happened as usual. The merit of reincarnation fell like a canopy, covering the nether blood sea and gathering towards the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. Rumble. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated. A terrifying power erupted and swept through the entire primordial world. It collected endless dimensions and captured all the remaining aura of Hutu. One could see that, in the center of the 6 paths of reincarnation, an illusory shadow was slowly forming. This figure had a beautiful face and was dressed in a purple palace robe. At a glance, one could tell that she was a peerless goddess. Hutu no, it could be said to be Ping Xian. Although her figure and appearance were identical to Hutu's, her temperament was worlds apart. Hutu's body was filled with a benevolent aura and love for all living beings in the world. That was a character similar to Pengu. Although Ping Xian's body was also filled with a benevolent aura, in her eyes, there was only the world and no living beings. Ping Xian was more indifferent than Hutu. This indifference was like the heavenly Tao. It was this point that made Feng Zichen certain that this person was definitely not Hutu. Ping Xian was Ping Xian, and Hutu was Hutu. Although they were similar, they were 2 different flowers. Once the cycle of reincarnation was opened, Hutu could no longer restore the witch. This already explained everything. After the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened, the witch of Hutu was gone. The so-called Ping Xian was just a life created by the heavenly Tao using the remaining aura of Hutu. Although she had inherited Hutu's memories, she had nothing to do with Hutu. Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood everything. He had figured out everything that he could not figure out in the past. Why did the witch clan, backed by the master of reincarnation, Hutu, slowly decline after the great Magi Demon War? It turned out that Ping Xian was not Hutu at all. How could she care about the life and death of the witch clan? She was just a life created by the heavenly Tao to control the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her actions were all affected by the heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao's hatred for the witch clan, Ping Xian did not attack the witch clan because of the influence of Huta's memories. The moment Ping Xian's figure condensed, the reincarnation merit seemed to have found its owner and immediately swarmed into her body. It was as if Ping Xian would disappear if it was too late. With the help of merit, Ping Xian's figure turned from illusion to reality in a breath. After another breath, Ping Xian grew flesh and blood. She truly had a body. After another breath, Ping Xian was born with a primordial spirit. However, at this moment, Ping Xian was still not a complete living being, because she had not given birth to a true spirit. However, it would be soon. With the mystery of merit, it would not be long before she could create a true spirit for Ping Xian. At the side, Feng Zichen quietly watched the unforeseen event happen, his heart filled with coldness. As expected, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, there were only benefits. As long as it was beneficial to the world, so what if it was a great merit? When it was time to sacrifice, he would not hesitate. Perhaps the saint had discovered this, so he did not hesitate to break free from his control. He was really afraid. He was afraid that one day, he would be sacrificed by the heavenly Tao. Huta's body had turned into reincarnation, and she had contributed greatly to the world. But look at what the heavenly Tao had done. After Huta's death, he did not even let go of the merit that she had exchanged her life for. He had created a Hutu for himself to receive the reincarnation merit. He did not leave any for the witch clan. TSK. His left hand turned to his right hand. The heavenly Tao had played beautifully. The merit was his, and so was Ping Xian. Giving the merit to Ping Xian was equivalent to obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, a chaos treasure, without paying any price. It also weakened the strength of the witch clan, and sowed the root of the decline of the witch clan. This method was really good. The heavenly Tao was unreliable. If he wanted to obtain good things in the primordial world, he still had to rely on himself. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart. He had some enlightenment. His desire to become stronger became even more resolute. Chapter 384. Only by becoming the strongest could he control everything about himself. Looking at the actions of the heavenly Tao, no matter how dissatisfied Feng Zichen was, he did not go forward to interfere. Of course, he could not interfere. With Feng Zichen's current strength, even if he did everything he could, he would not be able to shake the heavenly Tao in the slightest. If he interfered, other than embarrassing himself, there was no point. However, Feng Zichen believed that even if he did not make a move, the heavenly Tao's plan would not succeed. Hutu was not dead. As long as Hutu appeared, the heavenly Tao's plan would collapse. What he should have gotten, and what he did not lack would all return to his hands. Now he was waiting for the merit of splitting the sky to appear with Huta's remaining true spirit. Feng Zichen did not believe that the merit of splitting the sky would do nothing after saving Huta's true spirit. The evolution of Ping Xian continued. As time passed, she became more and more perfect, and the difference between her and Hutu became smaller and smaller. That wisp of indifferent aura had completely disappeared. If Feng Zichen had not witnessed the entire process of Ping Xian's birth with his own eyes, he would have thought that she was Hutu when he first saw her. In terms of forgery, the heavenly Tao was the true expert. Is that my sister? Outside the Blood Sea, Dijiang and the other ancestral magi suddenly had a glimmer of hope after seeing Ping Xian appear. This person. Could it be Hutu? Unfortunately, Ping Xian's figure was completely enveloped by the chi of merit and the power of samsara. Everyone used all their divine abilities, but they could only see a blurry shadow, and their aura could not be felt at all. Therefore, they could not confirm her identity. As the merit continued to pour in, Ping Xian's figure became clearer and clearer, and her strength became stronger and stronger. She kept breaking through her limits and advancing towards the saint realm. When she broke through a certain limit, the chi of merit and the power of samsara could no longer hide her strength. causing a trace of her aura to leak out and be sensed by everyone. Is it Hutu? She's not dead? When the familiar strength came, everyone immediately confirmed her identity, Hutu. This familiar strength was definitely Hutu. There was no mistake. Dijiang and the others immediately wore smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the faces of Diju and Tai and the others turned gloomy. He thought that the strength of the wizard tribe would be weakened, but he didn't expect that the world was unpredictable. Not only did Hutu not die, she even had a great chance of improving. This was very unbearable. The other great divines had complicated expressions on their faces. If the Lady of Earth was not dead, it meant that it would not be long before another saint appeared in the primordial world, the seventh sage, because of Tao ancestor Hongjuan's Tao unification. From then on, the heavenly Tao was Hongjun, and Hongjun was not the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Hongjun was no longer a saint. It was also because of this that if the Lady of Earth became a saint, she would be the seventh saint of the primordial world. Hutu became a saint. This was definitely a major event that would affect the primordial world. A saint who completely belonged to the sorcerer tribe. The impact on the primordial world could be imagined. The demon clan, which was already inferior to the sorcerer clan, would have a harder time in the future. With a saint overseeing the grand formation of heavenly divine fiends, how strong would its might be? It would definitely shock the world. Moreover, the 12 ancestral sorcerers had the same roots. If one of them became a saint and their origins were connected, it wouldn't be long before the second, the third, ancestral sorcerer broke through. If one of them attained the Tao, the remaining 11 would not be far away. Even if Dijiang and the others could not become saints, just stepping into the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was enough to make people tremble. The wizard tribe was really going to become the peak of the primordial world. Unfortunately, they did not know that the person inside was not Hutu, but her substitute, the puppet of the heavenly Tao, Ping Xian. No one could interfere with what Ping Xian was thinking. In the depths of her sea of consciousness, a bit of innate spiritual light was born. Then it became brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. Gradually, it took on a human shape and had 7 orifices. Ping Xian's innate indestructible true spirit was born. She was waiting for the heavenly Tao to open her spiritual wisdom and stuff it into Hutu's memories. Then, the fake Hutu would be completely born. In the void, ripples suddenly appeared. Endless laws hung down and swept towards Ping Xian. That was the heavenly Tao's move. It wanted to open Ping Xian's wisdom and complete the last step of its plan. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A majestic force suddenly surged out of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, shattering the laws that surged over and enveloping Ping Xian. At the same time, a ball of purple light appeared and surged into Ping Xian's body. That power came from Panga's thoughts. That purple light was naturally the heaven-splitting merit that protected Hutu's last true spirit. Originally, Panga's thoughts had already exhausted its strength after helping Hutu evolve the 6 paths. It was about to disappear with Hutu. However, when the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was born, the great Tao manifested a miracle and gave off boundless strength. With this help, the strength of Panga's thoughts was replenished. At the last moment, he hid Hutu's true spirit along with the heaven-splitting merit, creating the illusion that Hutu was dead. In this way, even the heavenly Tao could not see through it, let alone Feng Zichen. Pangu, after all, it was not his true body that descended. It was just an insignificant thought with limited power. Changing the 6 paths had already consumed all his strength. If he wanted to distort the will of the heavenly Tao, he would not be able to do so. That was why he schemed against the heavenly Tao. Even Pangu could not interfere too much with the evolution of the primordial world. Otherwise, what was the point of him opening up the primordial world? He opened up the primordial world to verify the great Tao. Only by letting it develop on its own could he get what he wanted. If everything followed his will, what was the point of opening up the primordial world? It was just a waste of energy. Therefore, Pangu rarely interfered with the development of the primordial world. He let it evolve on its own. At most, when the primordial world went down the wrong path, he would correct it. Just like now. In the heaven-splitting merit, Hutu's remaining innate true spirit slowly floated out and merged with Ping Xian's true spirit. The innate indestructible true spirit that was created using Hutu as a template was most compatible with him. Therefore, Hutu quickly merged with the true spirit and easily took over Ping Xian's body. At the same time, on the 6 paths of reincarnation, in the Magus Tao, the purple vortex that Panga's heart had turned into suddenly spun crazily. Streams of chaos energy were pulled in and transformed into the purest power. Then, a wisp of purple light appeared. Endless laws surrounded it, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was swallowed by the vortex. The origin of the Great Tao. That was the reward given to Hutu by the Great Tao. Hutu swore to the Great Tao that he wanted to open up the 6 paths to fill the primordial world. Now that he had done it, the Great Tao naturally had to express itself. Therefore, the Great Tao gave Hutu a wisp of the origin of the Great Tao. Chapter 385. First, it devoured a large amount of chaos chi. Then, it devoured a wisp of the origin of the Great Tao. The purple vortex spun even faster. A powerful suction force came and pulled out wisps of the origin of heaven and earth from the void. It was also at this moment that Panga's remaining thought suddenly threw itself into the purple vortex with the last of his strength. Boom, boom, boom. A huge force erupted, and even the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was trembling. The purple vortex suddenly condensed into a ball and turned back into Panga's heart. A drop of purple blood, as bright as the sun, with a misty color and wisps of the aura of the Great Tao, dripped from Panga's heart and flew toward Hutu. That was Panga's blood essence. The Panga's blood essence that had long been extinct in the primordial world. After devouring all kinds of mysterious powers, coupled with the help of Panga's thought, Panga's heart actually gave birth to a drop of Panga's blood essence today. This was the supreme treasure of the primordial world. A drop could create a top connate saint of the primordial world with the potential of the primordial world. Whoosh! After Panga's blood essence entered Hutu's body, it directly melted and integrated into her limbs and bones. Previously, in order to incarnate into reincarnation, Hutu's body had completely melted and disappeared completely. Even the imprints of her past existence had been melted away, leaving nothing behind. Even if one went back to the past, they would not be able to find the existence of Hutu's body. It was truly untraceable and untraceable. In other words, Hutu's ancestral witch body that dominated the primordial world could no longer be restored. Even if she became a saint, her body was only a body of merit. It was not the body of an ancestral witch. But now everything was different. In order to compensate Hutu, before Panga's thought disappeared, he used the last of his strength to recreate a drop of Panga's blood essence to rebuild Hutu's body. What a great fortune! This drop of Panga's blood essence was not stained with the heaven-opening tribulation aura. It was truly perfect and flawless. It could be said that Hutu's body was a blessing in disguise. Not only had he resolved the hidden dangers in his body, but he had also refined his bloodline. At this moment, what flowed in his body was the purest Panga bloodline. Walala! It was the sound of blood flowing from Hutu's body like a tsunami. His body was undergoing intense changes. His body, which was originally formed entirely from virtuous chi, was twisting and breaking apart. Everything was repeating itself. New runes were born, devouring the old runes. The purple Panga's blood essence flowed and merged into Hutu's bone marrow, transforming her to give birth to new blood. If anyone saw Hutu's current appearance, they would be extremely shocked. This was because his body was constantly spurting out blood like a fountain. It couldn't be stopped, and it looked extremely horrifying. Moreover, the blood that flowed out was golden, carrying a faint divine light. It was exceptionally shocking. This was the blood of merit, which was completely condensed from black and yellow merit. It was the most original power of heaven and earth and had great fortune. If a mortal obtained a drop, he could directly become a celestial immortal. Looking at the amount of blood flowing out, if it was obtained and refined by someone, it wouldn't be difficult to attain the Daoyuo Dao fruit. However, Hutu ignored such precious blood and allowed it to flow out. This was because compared to the new Panga's bloodline in his body, the blood of merit was nothing. It was too inferior. While Penga's blood essence was rebuilding Huta's body, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was not idle. It constantly absorbed the chaotic aura from the chaos and poured it into Huta's body, helping him to further transform. At the same time, the aura of merit was still gathering towards Hutu, constantly improving his realm, and continuing to lead him to the saint realm. Not long after, the blood in Huta's body was completely transformed into Penga's bloodline. It was purple and exceptionally beautiful. It formed a sharp contrast with the dark purple blood of the shamans. This was the color that Penga's blood should have. Pengu was an existence that was infinitely close to the great Tao. His blood would naturally transform toward the purple color that symbolized the great Tao. Therefore, Penga's blood was purple. The blood of the shamans who had inherited Penga's bloodline should also be purple. However, unfortunately, when the shamans were born, they were accidentally contaminated with the heaven-opening tribulation aura, causing their bloodline to turn dark purple. This was a sign that the bloodline did not exist, and it was also a sign that the shamans were imperfect. Now, Hutu had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity and used Penga's blood essence to form a physical body. Of course, he had to pursue perfection. In order to maintain the purity of his bloodline, he even forced the blood of merit out of his body. It was obvious that he was determined. If there was a sacrifice, there would be a gain. Hutu gave up the blood of merit and naturally obtained the purest Penga's bloodline, becoming the first perfect shaman in the primordial world. Buzz! The moment Penga's bloodline was completed, Hutu had some kind of enlightenment. Her true spirit and physical body resonated at this moment, giving birth to a magical power. An illusory shadow gradually formed outside Huta's true spirit. Essence Soul. At this moment, Hutu gave birth to an essence soul, and broke the curse that the shamans could not give birth to an essence soul. Due to the influence of the heaven-opening tribulation aura, the shamans could not give birth to an essence soul. However, Hutu went from death to life and completely broke free from the influence of the tribulation aura. Naturally, she could give birth to an essence soul. The birth of an essence soul brought the same experience to Hutu. Looking at the rules of heaven and earth, what she saw and heard was a different kind of scenery. Especially with the appearance of the essence soul, the true spirit, the essence soul, and the physical body brought Hutu a sense of perfection. It made her feel an unprecedented joy from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she had achieved the Tao. Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple airflow rushed over from an unknown place and entered Huta's body. Hongming purple chi. That purple airflow was the supreme treasure that all the great magicians of the untainted land dreamed of. The foundation of becoming a saint. Hongming purple chi. Moreover, this purple chi was not the one left behind by Red Cloud Taoist after his death. It was the one that had slipped away from Hongjun Taoist back then. This was the Hongming purple chi that was independent of the celestial sect of wonders. It was said that at the beginning of the world, a total of 9 Hongming purple chi were born in the world. 7 of them were obtained by Hongjun Taoist ancestor, which gave birth to the celestial sect of wonders, and created its supreme reputation. Of the remaining 2 Hongming purple chi, one took advantage of Hongjun Taoist ancestors' carelessness, and plunged into the void and disappeared into the untainted land. The last Hongming purple chi, as soon as it was born, scattered into the untainted land and merged with it. It became a part of heaven and earth and could no longer be seen. It was because there were numbers in heaven and earth, and 9 was the extreme number. If the 9th saint was born in the untainted land, the immeasurable calamity would arrive, and the untainted land would be destroyed. Therefore, the heavenly Tao did not allow the existence of the 9th Hongming purple chi. His destruction was a matter of course. The Hongming purple chi entered his body, and the feeling that Hutu gave people suddenly changed. The smooth and flawless Tao runes that were mixed into one rose from his body. His aura also began to become stronger, and it suddenly increased by a large margin. A terrifying aura surged around him, shaking the past, present, and future, all living beings in the untainted land. This feeling is, Hutu. He's going to become a saint. A familiar feeling came, and everyone immediately understood that Hutu was going to become a saint. They had only felt this feeling of being mixed into one when the 6 saints were born. In this way, The result of what Hutu was experiencing was self-evident. Hutu's mind was emptying. He felt that his consciousness was leaving his body and forming a connection with the great existence in the unseen world. Majestic, vast, and heavy. It was not as majestic and cold as the heavenly Tao. Instead, it was as heavy as the earth, silently bearing everything. Tunnel. At this moment, Hutu understood that the thing that was connected to him was the tunnel that had never appeared in the primordial world. The heavenly Tao controlled all the order of the primordial world. The human Tao represented all the living beings of the primordial world. The tunnel silently gave and carried everything. It created mountains, rivers, and all the living beings of the primordial world. That's right. The heavenly Tao controlled order. The human Tao controlled all living beings. The tunnel gave birth to all living beings. What all living beings saw was formed by the tunnel. Even they themselves were the same. Although the tunnel had never appeared, it had always been there. It silently gave and carried everything. It did not say a word, as if it had never existed. The birth and death of all living beings were in the tunnel. Hutu used the 6 paths of reincarnation to form the Tao, so she naturally could not bypass the tunnel. Therefore, the moment she formed the Tao, the tunnel's summoning came and led her consciousness to an unknown place. In a trance, Hutu saw that there were 2 paths in front of her. One of the paths was completely created by rules. It was abnormally luxurious and majestic. The path of the heavenly Tao. At the end of this path, there was a dazzling ball of light. It was enveloped by order and emitted a high and mighty aura. Without a doubt, this was the Saint Tao fruit, the Saint Tao fruit that belonged to the heavenly Tao. As long as Hutu went forward, she could take it in her hands and become an immortal heavenly Tao saint. The other path was paved by all living beings of the primordial world. It was not luxurious or majestic at all. It was simple and heavy, emitting an aura that carried everything. The path of the tunnel. At the end of this path, there was also a Saint Tao fruit. However, this Tao fruit was not the heavenly Tao Saint Tao fruit, but the Tao fruit of the earth Tao saint. On his body, there was the light of creation flickering, and there was the aura of destruction circulating. Creation and destruction coexisted, and it was abnormally magical. Especially inside him, there were the shadows of all living beings that appeared endlessly. After obtaining him, one could become an earth Tao saint and control all living beings. Now, these 2 supreme Saint Tao fruits were placed in front of Hutu, allowing her to choose. Whether she became a heavenly Tao saint or an earth Tao saint, it was all up to her. This scene, if outsiders saw, wouldn't they be envious to death? Unfortunately, other than Hutu, no one had come to the tunnel, and no one could spy on it. This moment that was enough to change history, but no one had witnessed it. What a great fortune! Looking at the 2 Saint Tao fruits in front of her, even though Hutu had just experienced life and death and her mental state had improved a lot, she could not help but be a little shocked. Chapter 386. One Saint Tao fruit was something that all living beings dreamed of, let alone 2. The shock that it brought was definitely strong. However, Hutu was someone who had just experienced a life and death situation, so her mental state had improved greatly. Not long after, she came back to her senses and regained her calmness. Sigh. Although the heavenly Tao is good, but in the end it's not fated with me. After hesitating for a moment, Hutu made a decision in her heart. She stepped onto the path of the earth Tao and walked towards the Tao fruit of the earth Tao saint. Hutu had seen the actions of the heavenly Tao just now. In this way, how would she dare to become a heavenly Tao saint? Perhaps one day, she would be sacrificed by the heavenly Tao. One had to know that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was still in her hands. In order to obtain this treasure, who knew what kind of schemes the heavenly Tao would make? If she became a heavenly Tao saint, wouldn't she be walking into a trap? At that time, she wouldn't be able to run even if she wanted to. Therefore, a heavenly Tao saint couldn't be. Besides becoming an earth Tao saint, there was nothing bad about it. It was even better than becoming a heavenly Tao saint. If she became an earth Tao saint, she would be the first. She would definitely have great luck. Tao ancestor Hongjun became the first heavenly Tao saint and obtained unimaginable achievements. Hutu became the first Earth Tao saint. Even if she was not as good as Tao ancestor Hongjun, she would still be stronger than the other 6 saints. The difference between a heavenly Tao saint and an Earth Tao saint was obvious at a glance. Hutu was not a fool. Of course, she would make the right choice. The path of the tunnel seemed to be extremely long, but the moment Hutu stepped on it, it quickly shrank. After taking a few steps, Hutu reached the end. At the same time, seeing that Hutu had made her choice, the path of the heavenly Tao slowly dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Hutu stretched out her hand and grabbed the Saint Tao fruit. Boom! Everything in the primordial world. At this moment, it shook. Then the primordial world, which had lost its color because of Hutu's fall, was revitalized. In an instant, thousands of flowers bloomed, and plants stood tall again. The ground turned green. Then a throbbing. It spread throughout the primordial world. It shocked people's hearts. At the same time, the rivers, lakes, mountains, and earth all released a feeling of joy, as if they were celebrating the birth of a great figure. Hutu had become a saint. There were no flowers falling from the sky, no golden lotuses growing from the ground, no manifestation of the myriad Tao, and no pressure sweeping across the primordial world. He did not have any of the visions that other saints had when they attained Tao. Yes, there is. However, all living beings in the primordial world celebrated. The tunnel was silent. Therefore, when the Hutu became a saint, there was no other phenomenon except for the related untainted land beings. However, at the moment when all living beings became saints in the Hutu, naturally, he knew that he had become a saint. This was a saint. The peak of the primordial world. There was no need to do anything. Heaven and earth would naturally proclaim it. So strong. So this is a saint? Or is this the power of the tunnel? On the plate of 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutu was meditating on the changes in her body. He felt that. The current him. Incomparably powerful. With a wave of his hand, he could erase his past self. But how was this possible? With this power, no one in the primordial world could defeat him. If the sage was really so capable, how could he tolerate the sorcerer and demon clan to dominate the untainted land? It was not normal. It was extremely abnormal. Could it be such a powerful force? Only he had it, and no one else had it? For a moment, Hutu's heart was filled with doubts. Is it him? After a while, Hutu completely familiarized herself with her power and her new body. Only then did she realize that the incomparably powerful power did not belong to her. Nor did it belong to the tunnel. It belonged to the plate of 6 paths of reincarnation. The treasure of chaos was so powerful. When its power fully erupted, it was enough to destroy the primordial world, and even kill a saint. At this moment, Hutu also understood her state. She was the first saint of the tunnel, and possibly the only one. Her strength was naturally incomparably powerful. As soon as she advanced to the saint realm, she had a cultivation level comparable to the 4th level of primordial chaos. However, compared to the other saints, she did not have much of an advantage. After all, she had just attained the Tao. The other 6 saints had already attained the Tao for many years. Their realms had already increased, and most of them were at this stage. It was already a great opportunity for her to be able to be on par with them as soon as she broke through. Like the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, they were either endlessly blessed or had boundless merit. When they first reached the saint realm, they were only at the 3rd level of primordial chaos, which was far inferior to Hutu. And a person like Juranti, who was unlucky, was only at the 2nd level of primordial chaos when he first broke through. He was at the bottom of the saints. Even now, it was unknown if he had cultivated to the 4th level of primordial chaos. Once he broke through, he had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of primordial chaos. That was the treatment of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Hutu could be like him. It could be seen that she was extraordinary. However, unlike other saints, Hutu had the treasure of chaos, the 6 paths of reincarnation. With this treasure in hand, other than the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, Hutu could be said to be invincible in the primordial world. Even if the 6 saints attacked together, they might not be her match. However, it was a pity that although this treasure was powerful, it had many restrictions. The 6 paths of reincarnation was related to the reincarnation of heaven and earth. It was of great importance and could not be used easily, let alone leave the netherworld. In addition, Huta's cultivation level was limited, so she could not fully activate her power. Therefore, this treasure could only be in the netherworld. It could unleash its greatest power. In other words, Huta's invincibility was only limited to the netherworld. There, with the 6 paths of reincarnation, she was an invincible existence. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun came, he would not be her match. However, if she left the netherworld, she would only be a saint. Although she was still powerful, she was far from being invincible. The gap between her and the other saints was not big. What was lacking was that one used the power of the heavenly path, and the other used the power of the earth. Of course, this did not mean that the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation could not interfere with the world of the living. Instead, once she left the netherworld, her power would fall, and she could only unleash the power of a connate cardinal treasure. As for whether Hutu could leave the netherworld, of course she could. She was a true saint, not a puppet of the later generations. Naturally, there were no restrictions. However, now that the reincarnation had just opened, it was not too stable. She needed to suppress it here to prevent the reincarnation from being unbalanced. She could not leave the netherworld easily. She could only wait for heaven and earth to operate spontaneously. Only then would it slowly get better. Perhaps. Huta's cultivation level was stronger. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation, they could be used in the outside world. Strength was everything. After stabilizing her cultivation level, Huta tidied up her clothes and walked out. It was time to meet the people outside. Boom. As Huta took a step forward, a heavy force suddenly hung down from the void, transforming into the shadows of all things in the primordial world. Hanging behind Hutu, it was a tunnel. At this moment, a tunnel that had never appeared in the primordial world. It had appeared. Chapter 387. No matter how low-key the tunnel was, the Hutu became a saint and the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened. It was enough to change the ancient, present, and future of the primordial world. He had to appear and show his presence. After all, from now on, the Hutu would be his spokesperson in the primordial world. She would be his face and could not be underestimated. Rumble. The power of the tunnel spread out and swept through the sky and earth, causing everything to tremble. It was as if a huge rock was covering everyone's hearts. It was abnormally heavy, making it difficult for them to breathe. A moment later, the tunnel finished showing its presence. Its power slowly receded. Only then did everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Facing the tunnel, and facing the heavenly Tao, were 2 different experiences. The former was dignified, while the latter was heavy. Although they were both high and far, they gave people a completely different feeling. The heavenly Tao made people feel small and insignificant. The tunnel made people feel that life and death were not in their own control. These were the 2 manifestations of the will of the primordial world. After experiencing this, the great divine abilities had a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. As the closest existence of the primordial world, the great divine abilities could comprehend supreme mysteries from the changes of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation. And this change, whether it was good or bad, could be of help to them. Therefore, every time the great calamity of heaven and earth erupted, what these people were thinking was not how to solve the great calamity, but how to obtain the greatest benefits from it. In fact, some great divine abilities would take the initiative to provoke the great calamity to trigger the changes of heaven and earth. After all, it was too difficult to advance when one's strength reached their level. It was useless to rely on oneself. They could only rely on external forces. And destruction was often simpler than creation. If one could not think of a good thing that could change the primordial world, they could only use their brains to use the dense and tangled karma in the world to trigger a great calamity and push the changes in the primordial world. In the later generations, apart from the calamity, there would be great chaos in the world from time to time. It might not be that there were no great divine abilities behind it. In order to go further, some people's madness was something that outsiders could not understand. The taste of becoming stronger was addictive. In short, the Hutu became a saint. While bringing pressure to the great divine abilities of the primordial world, it also brought them many benefits. It was also a great opportunity to be able to observe the heaven and earth Tao, and comprehend the difference between them. After the tunnel retracted its power, Hutu's power gushed out and swept across the untainted land. Hiss! Fourth-level primordial chaos. How could this be? He just broke through. At this moment he sensed Hutu's aura. Kunlun Mountain's Jade Mirage Palace, Shoyang Mountain's Eight Visions Palace, East Sea's Golden Turtle Island, Splendid Goddess Nviwa's Palace, and Mount Meru's Great Strength Hall. The 6 sages opened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. His demeanor. They were filled with doubt and shock. He had completely lost the calmness that a saint should have. From this, one could see the astonishment in his heart. Hutu could become a saint. They were not surprised. After all, the amount of reincarnation merit was simply too great. It was more than enough to help Hutu become a saint. What the 6 sages didn't expect was Hutu's cultivation level. She was too strong. When they became saints, they were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of primordial chaos. After many years of hard work, they had barely reached the 4th level of primordial chaos. However, as soon as Hutu broke through, she had a 4th level primordial chaos cultivation base, and was on par with them. How could they, who were proud and arrogant, accept this? Didn't this mean that they were inferior to Hutu? Among the 6 sages, Saint Xuanti felt the most uncomfortable. He and Jie Yin were born poor and did not have a rich family background. They were far from being as well off as the 3 pure ones, Niwa, and the others. Apart from their own efforts, they were able to achieve their current achievements mainly because of the karma between Tao ancestor Hongjun and the Western sect. Therefore, when they became saints, they were only at the 2nd level of primordial chaos cultivation base. They were not as good as the 3 pure ones, Niwa, nor were they as good as Hutu. Even now, Jie Yin had just broken through to the 4th level of primordial chaos cultivation base. Taoist Xuanti was even at the 3rd level of primordial chaos cultivation base. They could be said to be at the bottom of the saints. As such, when he saw that Hutu had a cultivation base that far exceeded his as soon as she broke through, Taoist Xuanti naturally felt uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look at Hutu with a hint of envy and jealousy. He thought that after Hutu broke through, he would be able to get rid of the awkward situation of being the weakest saint. However, he didn't expect that reality and imagination were always 2 different things. A powerful force swept across, suppressing all living beings to the ground, unable to raise their heads. However, there was no fear on the faces of all living beings. Instead, they were filled with joy. That was because they knew that this aura belonged to Goddess Hutu. Goddess Hutu. Goddess Hutu. The merciful Goddess Hutu had returned. Not only did she not die, but her cultivation base had also improved. She had become an indestructible and limitless saint. Everyone respected Hutu to begin with. Among the tyrannical magi, Hutu's benevolence was particularly eye-catching. In the primordial world, many races had received her grace. Just now, Hutu had willingly transformed into reincarnation for the sake of all living beings in the world. The countless living beings in the world had all received her grace, so they were naturally grateful to her. Now that Hutu had revived and returned, her strength had improved again. Seeing this, all living beings were grateful for her kindness, and could not help but feel happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the hearts of all living beings, they had reached a resonance. Suddenly, a change occurred. Specks of light flew out from the heads of all living beings like fireflies. They swayed and gathered towards Hutu. Above her head, they formed a resplendent halo. Above it, the phantom of all living beings appeared. The mighty power of the human Tao surged endlessly. That was the halo of the human Tao. It was condensed from the power of all living beings, and had supreme magic. With the protection of all living beings, all spells would be invincible. An inexplicable throbbing came, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. They did not dare to look directly at Hutu. It was as if she was the most noble existence in the world, making people want to submit to her. That was the greatness of the human Tao, to dominate all living beings. The human Tao was all living beings. Those who were blessed by the mighty power of the human Tao. Naturally, they could be called the most noble. They should be the model of all living beings. Hutu's reincarnation benefited not only the primordial world, but also countless living beings. Therefore, after the tunnel, only then would the human Tao descend, to bless Hutu and bless her. Hiss! That's the human Tao halo. How enviable! At the side, Feng Zichen could not help but say with envy when he saw the human Tao halo suddenly appear on Hutu's head. That was the treasure that he had dreamed of. To him, the ability of the human Tao halo to avoid all spells was incidental. It was not important at all. In fact, it did not matter if it did not have the slightest ability. What Feng Zichen really cared about was the meaning of the human Tao halo. That was the recognition of all living beings. Only by obtaining the recognition of all living beings could one obtain the blessing of the human Tao halo. If this item fell into his hands, in an instant, it could restore the 10,000 spirit crown to a Khanate cardinal treasure. This item was one of the characteristics of the human emperor. It complemented the crown of all living beings. With the human Tao halo, if Hutu wanted to, she could fight for the position of the human emperor. Of course, that was just a thought. Hutu, she had no chance of becoming the human emperor in this lifetime. Because the demon race would not recognize her as the human emperor. It would never happen. There was an irreconcilable blood feud between them. If the demon race was destroyed, perhaps Hutu would still have a chance to fight for the position of the human emperor. Unfortunately, the demon race would not be destroyed. Even if they declined to the extreme, they would not be destroyed. Demons. All living beings with spirits were demons. How could such a race be destroyed? Moreover, the demon race had more than 3,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. That was the immortal and indestructible Daoyuo Jingxian. With such a foundation, the decline of the demon race was only temporary. When these demon gods recovered, the demon race could become the top force of the primordial world at any time. Therefore, Hutu had no hope of becoming the human emperor. Her birth determined this. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Isn't the best way to gain the recognition of all living beings to make them feel grateful? Suddenly, Feng Zichen's mind stirred. From Hutu's actions, he thought of a way to quickly gain the recognition of all living beings. That was to save all living beings from fire and water. In this world, the three greatest benefactors were the greatest benefactors. They were the grace of giving birth, the grace of achieving the Tao, and the grace of saving lives. The grace of giving birth. That was the merit of heaven and earth. Feng Zichen could not do it. The grace of achieving the Tao. That was the merit of Tao ancestor Hongjun. The three sermons in the Purple Cloud Palace not only set the quasi-saint realm and the six saints, but also spread the great Tao of the celestial sect of wonders throughout the primordial world, setting the supreme status of the celestial sect of wonders in one fell swoop. This merit, although Feng Zichen was also doing it, the effect was not very good. The celestial sect of wonders was currently in the limelight, and was the mainstream cultivation of the primordial world. It was extremely difficult for the Tao of the God Fiend to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and occupy a place in the primordial world. Ever since the Tao was preached to the Magi, so many years had passed. The Tao of the God Fiend had also affected the few races around the human race, and the Magi. It was completely unpresentable. This was the result of Hutu's efforts. The effect was better than nothing. In other words, it was not of much use. Even the three races that were on good terms with Feng Zichen did not think much of the Tao of the God Fiend. There were very few people who cultivated this Tao, and only some of the water race with impure bloodlines cultivated it. If the three races were like this, how could they be in the primordial world? Other than the East Sea and the Magi, not many people in the primordial world had heard of the Tao of the God Fiend. In the end, it was not the right time for the Tao of the God Fiend to appear, so it could not prosper. In the current primordial world, the Khanate Chi was extremely abundant. The descendants of the 10,000 races were born, and there was no need to worry about the deterioration of their bloodlines. The preciousness of the Tao of the God Fiend could not be reflected at all. Wait a minute. When the postnatal era arrived, the Khanate Qi in the world would be replaced by the postnatal Qi. The descendants of the 10,000 races would no longer be Khanate life forms. At this time, the advantage of the Tao of the God Fiend was completely reflected. Its heaven-defying effect was simply a life-saving straw for the 10,000 races. It was their hope of transforming into Khanate life forms. In this way, it would be difficult for the Tao of the God Fiend not to prosper. It would definitely lead an era of the primordial world. However, that was all in the future. Now the Tao of the God Fiend, it was not of much use. On the other hand, the Khanate Sword Tao gave Feng Zichen a pleasant surprise. Ever since he established the Khanate Sword Tao, he had not cared about it, and allowed it to develop on its own. Over the years, the Khanate Sword Tao had developed quite well. It far surpassed the Tao of the God Fiend that Feng Zichen had tried his best to promote. It had obtained the recognition of many races. It was also thanks to the Khanate Sword Tao that the 10,000 Spirit Crown could be restored from a high-grade Khanate Spirit Treasure to a supreme-grade Khanate Spirit Treasure. That was true. The power of the Khanate Sword Tao was extremely strong. It was indeed a top-notch way of killing. Naturally, there were many people who cultivated in the primordial world. In addition, there were many experts who used swords in the primordial world. There were even more Khanate divine swords born in the world. With this natural advantage, even if Feng Zichen did not promote the Khanate Sword Tao, he would slowly prosper in the primordial world. In the future, there would definitely be a day when the Sword Tao would prosper. This was the general trend, unstoppable. According to Feng Zichen's original plan, he planned to rely on promoting the Tao of the God Fiend and the Khanate Sword Tao to obtain the recognition of the 10,000 races. In this way, the 10,000 Spirit Crown would be restored to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure. If the Tao of the God Fiend did not work, he would use the Khanate Sword Tao. At the very least, there was the Tao of Currency, the Tao of Qi Pills, and even the Tao of Talismans in the future. As long as one of them flourished, the Khanate Cardinal Treasure 10,000 Spirit Crown would be completed. Of course, this was Feng Zichen's plan in the past. Now, after being inspired by the Hutu, he had a new plan. Life-saving grace. In this world, other than the grace of giving birth and the grace of attaining the Tao, only the grace of saving one's life could make people feel grateful. That was what the Hutu did. She transformed into reincarnation and saved the future of all living beings. She made the 10,000 spirits cry and condensed the halo of the human path. Feng Zichen planned to follow suit, transforming into reincarnation. He could not do it. It was also impossible. Therefore, he did not plan to use this method. Instead, he looked elsewhere. Mount Buzhou collapsed. That was the method that Feng Zichen thought of. It was also the only chance for him to save all living beings in the primordial world in recent years. After the Great Magi Demon War ended, the Grand Magus Gonggong angrily touched Mount Buzhou, causing the heavenly pillar to break and the sky to collapse. A huge hole appeared in the sky. Immediately, the water of the heavenly river poured down and drowned the primordial world. Heavenly fire descended and burned 1,000 people in the world. All living beings in the primordial world. Immediately, they fell into an abyss of suffering. Feng Zichen's goal was to save them. Of course, he was not going to mend the sky. That was Nua's destiny. Outsiders could not snatch it away. In this world, only the cauldron of heaven and earth in Nua's hand. Only then could he turn the acquired object into an innate object, and refine the 5-colored stone into a heaven-mending treasure. His plan was to block the gap in the sky and stop the flood and the heavenly fire from spreading while Nua collected the 5-colored stone, and refined the heaven-mending stone. In this way, all living beings would be grateful. In addition to his previous accumulation, it would not be difficult to condense the halo of the human path. Perhaps, he would save all living beings from the fire and water. That was how this story came about. The Hutu is here. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, the Hutu had already arrived in front of him. He bowed slightly to him and thanked him. If Feng Zichen had not brought him the merit of opening the sky, How could he have survived today and obtained such a supreme fortune to become the #1 saint of the earth Tao? He would have probably been schemed to death by the heavenly Tao. Even after his death, his identity would be impersonated. Chapter 388. Therefore, after settling everything, she did not bother to greet the ancestral magi first. She hurriedly ran to Feng Zichen's side and thanked him. What was the grace of achieving the Tao? That was it. This karma could be said to be huge. Just like the karma between Taoist Red Cloud and Zhuan Ti, it was the grace of becoming a saint. It was not easy to repay. In order to avoid karma, Zhuan Ti allowed Taoist Red Cloud to die. However, the Lady of Earth obviously would not do that. That was because the relationship between the two parties was different. The Lady of Earth and Feng Zichen were family. Taoist Red Cloud and the two Western saints were not. No, fellow Taoist, you can't do that. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen hurriedly dodged to the side when he saw that. He did not dare to accept the Lady of Earth's bow. Not to mention that the Lady of Earth was now a saint, with her #1 merit in the primordial world and her identity as the Lord of Samsara. Feng Zichen would lose many blessings if he accepted her bow. He would probably be plagued by bad luck for the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. He would be struck by lightning when he went out, step on feces when he walked, and suffer from qi deviation and seclusion. He would be extremely unlucky and would not be able to rest in peace. Even if a saint accepted the Lady of Earth's bow, his situation would not be any better. Seeing Feng Zichen's anxious look, the Lady of Earth could not help but laugh. All along, Feng Zichen had given her the feeling that everything was under control. She had never seen Feng Zichen so flustered. Now that she suddenly saw it, she naturally lost her composure. However, immediately, the Lady of Earth realized that what she had done was a little inappropriate. She quickly straightened her expression and put on an apologetic expression. I was rude. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. If Feng Zichen had not heard her laughter, she might have been fooled by the Lady of Earth. It's fine. Feng Zichen waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Such a small matter was like a joke between friends. Of course, he would not take it to heart. I have yet to congratulate you on attaining the Tao. From now on, I won't be worn down by any tribulations, and I won't be tainted by any karma. I'm boundless and limitless. How enviable. Feng Zichen cupped his fist and congratulated Hutu. Once he became a saint, everything would naturally be different. It was perfection, primordial chaos, and supreme. It's all thanks to you that Hutu is able to achieve what she has today. Fellow Taoist, you have done me a great favor. Besides, with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you reach the Chaos Tao realm. At that time, fellow Taoist, how carefree will you be when you roam the primordial Chaos Tao fruit? You have much more freedom than us saints. Why do you have to envy us? Huta shook her head and sighed. After becoming a sage, he naturally understood the difference between a sage and primordial Chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian. The former could borrow the power of the underground tunnel to cultivate faster than primordial Chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian, but he also lost part of his freedom. The latter, although his cultivation progress was slower than that of the saints, he was relatively free and didn't have so many restrictions. It could be said that they each had their own advantages and disadvantages. However, it was obvious that the saints had more advantages than primordial Chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian. That was because the saints could mobilize the power of the heavenly path. In the primordial chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian was definitely no match for the saints. Only after leaving the primordial chaos could they have a fair battle. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Everything you have now is what you deserve. Of course, there is the help of Father God, but Father God wouldn't help you for no reason, right? Naturally, you are worthy of him doing that. So, this has nothing to do with me. I just happened to be there. Feng Zichen didn't agree with Huta's words. It was his credit, and he would never deny it. He wasn't that stupid. If it wasn't his, he couldn't simply recognize it. This was about the principles of being a person. From the beginning to the end, he had only given a heaven-splitting merit. The rest was Pengu's effort. It really had nothing to do with him. And Pengu had made a move because Hutu had transformed into reincarnation. This was something that Hutu had exchanged her life for, so it had nothing to do with him. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to refuse. Hutu knows what to do with this matter. Hutu didn't care much about Feng Zichen's words. What he thought was his business, and it had nothing to do with her. She felt that Feng Zichen had helped her a lot, and that was enough. If it weren't for the heaven-splitting merit on him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. By the way, fellow Taoist, this thing is for you. It might be of great use to you. As if thinking of something, Hutu suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void. Immediately, the world changed, and the tunnel that had disappeared appeared again. Rumble. Hutu's right hand suddenly emitted a light, and boundless power erupted. She grabbed at the tunnel fiercely and took a wisp of Origin from his body. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the people outside who were waiting for Hutu to appear. What happened? For a moment, everyone used their supernatural powers and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc in confusion. They didn't know if Hutu did it on purpose. She could have taken the source of the tunnel without any fluctuations, but she caused such a huge commotion and attracted everyone's attention. Schwa. Just as everyone's gaze was about to be cast over, Hutu suddenly activated the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and completely hid Feng Zichen's figure, so that no one could discover him. Then everyone's gaze pierced through the layers of fog and happened to see Hutu putting away the source of the tunnel. That's the source of the tunnel. He's already a saint of the Tao. What's the use of this thing? Could it be? Seeing Hutu's strange actions, everyone was puzzled at first, but then they seemed to understand something. It was reported that the Sword Ancestor was a wizard of the wizard race, and had an extremely close relationship with the wizard race. It was also reported that the Sword Ancestor had already opened the flower of the heavenly path, and the flower of the human path. He was still short of a flower of the Tao to become the great Taoist priests. It could be said to be the most powerful in the primordial world. In this way, Hutu's purpose of grabbing the source of the tunnel, it was self-evident. She was going for the Sword Ancestor to help him become the great Taoist priests. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze could not help but become complicated. If this was true, then the primordial world would soon welcome a supreme expert who was invincible in the Daluo Jingxian realm. The great Taoist priests, the title of the god of creation, Pengu, had boundless power. He not only represented the invincibility of the Daluo, but also represented the future of the primordial chaos. In other words, after becoming the great Taoist priests, he was destined to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It could not be changed, and it would not change. That was why the Tao seat of a great Tao sovereign was so precious. The primordial chaos Tao realm. This was what the great divines yearned for. To be honest, they really did not care about the title of Daluo being invincible. Even if Daluo was invincible, so what? Could he defeat a saint? Could he defeat Tai? Wasn't he just like them, struggling under the primordial chaos, and bitterly searching for the path of transcendence? Now, seeing that someone was about to become the great Taoist priests and step onto the path of primordial chaos, everyone's hearts were naturally complicated. Chapter 389. After taking the source of the tunnel, the Lady of Earth waved her hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated with a loud bang. A thick fog appeared and covered everything here, making it impossible for outsiders to peek into this place. I'll give this to you, fellow Taoist, to help you. At this moment, the Lady of Earth finally had the time to hand the source of the tunnel to Feng Zichen. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After taking the source of the tunnel, Feng Zichen's hands were trembling with excitement. He really had no reason to refuse the Lady of Earth's gift. After all, this item was too important to him. It was related to his future path. Moreover, the purpose of his visit. Wasn't it just for this? Of course he couldn't refuse. At this moment, Feng Zichen was sure. His future was stable. Primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was right in front of him. All that was needed was a long period of precipitation. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so polite. Compared to the help you have given me, this bit of source of the tunnel is really nothing. Compared to the karma of becoming a saint, although the source of the tunnel was precious, it was indeed incomparable. Feng Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. Since the Lady of Earth had said so, he didn't know how to respond. It was better to smile. There were some things that were good to remember in his heart. Today the Lady of Earth could be considered a great help to him. Not only did she not expose his incarnation, but she also took the source of the tunnel for him and solved one of his problems. Originally, even without the help of the Lady of Earth, Feng Zichen had a way to get the source of the tunnel. However, there was a problem that gave him a headache. That was, how could he send the source of the tunnel to his main body without exposing his identity? This was simply impossible. With such a treasure in hand, who wouldn't use it for themselves? Wasn't it obvious that there was a problem with giving it away? At this moment, the Lady of Earth deliberately collected the source of the tunnel in front of everyone. She was telling them that this was obtained for Feng Zichen and perfectly solved his problem. It was really a great help. Besides, did he really think that it was a simple matter for the Lady of Earth to capture the source of the tunnel? Don't be fooled by his relaxed and casual look just now. That was because it was his first time grabbing the source of the tunnel. In the future, it would not be so easy. This was the only time Hutu had the privilege of being the first saint of the Earth Tao. Next, if he wanted to obtain the origin source of the Earth Tunnel, he would have to pay a steep price. From the perspective of Tao ancestor Hong Jun, if there were no restrictions with his personality, wouldn't he steal a large amount of the heavenly Tao's origin? Obviously he did not. This meant that there was a limit to the power of the Tao of theft. Fellow Taoist, I'm going out to meet my brothers. Do you want to come with me? After a while, Hutu asked Feng Zichen. He had been here long enough, and the people outside should be getting impatient. It was time to go out. No. I can't expose this incarnation of mine, so I won't meet with people I know, lest I give myself away. Feng Zichen shook his head and refused. At the same time, he looked at the nether realm in front of him and spoke in a low voice. Furthermore, I have a premonition. My opportunity is about to arrive. Following Feng Zichen's gaze, Hutu looked into the depths of the nether realm. What entered her eyes were endless black flames. That was the location of hell. Feng Zichen's opportunity should be there. With the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the nether realm also welcomed the opportunity to appear. Now he was accumulating strength. It wouldn't be long before he completely manifested in the world and became the same as the heaven realm. At that time, it would be the time for Feng Zichen to become the Lord of Hell. Hell. I see. Thinking of Feng Zichen's current identity, Hutu's heart skipped a beat, and she understood the reason. The ghost path was born from the path of death, and it was fated with the nether realm. As the ancestor of the ghost path, Fengdu was one of the natural rulers of the nether realm. When the nether realm appeared, he would naturally be able to obtain endless benefits. Fellow Taoist, you have good fortune. It seems that I will be neighbors with fellow Taoist in the future. With a smile, Hutu said. She was the Lord of Reincarnation, and Fengdu was the Lord of Hell. He might even be the Lord of the nether realm. The two of them lived in the nether realm together. Weren't they neighbors? Then, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Fengdu from now on. Feng Zichen also smiled and replied. Even if he really became the Lord of the nether realm, he would definitely not be a match for Hutu in the nether realm. Therefore, with Hutu's support, he could gain a foothold in the nether realm at the fastest speed. After leaving the nether realm, my strength has indeed weakened a lot. After bidding farewell to Feng Zichen, Hutu walked straight out of the Sea of Blood, intending to meet Dijiang and the others. However, as soon as she left the nether realm, she felt that her strength was rapidly weakening. At the same time, the connection between her and the 6 paths of reincarnation had also fallen to a freezing point. Although she could still sense everything about the 6 paths of reincarnation, it had become extremely difficult to activate her ability. The price she had to pay was far beyond her imagination. Sigh, is it a restriction of the heavenly Tao? Sighing, Hutu continued to walk forward. Even though she was the first Tao saint, the power of the heavenly Tao was still something she could not contend with. She was not as strong as others, so there was nothing she could do. Sister. Seeing Hutu walk out, Dijiang could not help but shout in surprise. I've made you worry. It's Hutu's fault. Coming in front of the ancestral magi, Hutu said apologetically, It's good that you're fine. From now on, don't do such a stupid thing anymore. Even if you want to do it, you have to discuss it with us first. Don't do stupid things alone. Could it be that the intelligence of the 12 of us is not as good as yours? After confirming that Hutu was not only fine, but also a blessing in disguise. While Dijiang let out a long sigh, he did not forget to put on a serious expression and reprimand him. Dijiang was the eldest son of Pangu. Even saints were not as noble as him. Moreover, Hutu was his sister, so she naturally had the right to reprimand him. Yes, Big Brother is right. This time it's Hutu's recklessness. Knowing that she had made a mistake, Hutu did not refute Dijiang's reprimand. At this moment, her heart was filled with lingering fear. She had long been prepared for death. However, after her death, the heavenly Tao created Ping Xian to replace her. This was something that Hutu had never expected. If the Magi really treated Ping Xian as her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, she was still alive. Congratulations to Goddess Hutu for becoming a saint. After a while, seeing that Hutu and the ancestral Magi had finished catching up, the great Magi stepped forward to congratulate her. This call of Goddess Hutu was sincere and came from the bottom of her heart. It represented their respect for the Hutu's reincarnation. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Hutu hurriedly returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Hutu, now that reincarnation has appeared, what about the demon race? Suddenly, Dijun took a step forward and asked Hutu. Liches and demons could not coexist. Reincarnation was in the hands of Hutu. If she targeted the demon race, then the demon race would be in big trouble. That was why Dijun asked this question. He wanted to know Hutu's attitude. If Hutu had the intention to target the demon race, then reincarnation was important. Dijun would not let the demon race enter reincarnation after death. At most, he would use the starlight of the heavenly cycle to enlighten the demons. This way, although the price was high, it was better than being tampered with during reincarnation. The heavenly Tao is fair, and so is reincarnation. Those who enter reincarnation only look at the amount of merit and the amount of negative karma, not the body. When it came to reincarnation, Hutu could not help but become serious and said as if she was making an oath. The reincarnation of heaven and earth was a matter of great importance. If it could not be fair and just, then the karma involved would be great. Even saints would not end well. Those who were involved in this matter would end up even more miserable. They would probably sink into oblivion forever. Okay. Fellow Taoist, if you say so. This penniless priest is relieved. Nodding, Dijun expressed his understanding. After that, he turned around and left this place. The purpose of his stay here was to get a guarantee from Hutu. Now that his goal had been achieved, what was the point of staying here? To congratulate Hutu on becoming a saint? Stop joking. Dijun was afraid that the primordial world, the person who did not want to see Hutu become a saint the most. As for whether Hutu would lie to him, Dijun was not worried at all. When one's cultivation reached their level, their every move was in harmony with the Tao. Every word they said would be recorded by heaven and earth and witnessed by the heavenly Tao. It was like an oath that could not be easily violated. Moreover, Hutu was still in front of him. In front of so many great magicians in the primordial world. If he violated what he said today, then the one who would settle the score with him would be the heavenly Tao. However, even with Hutu's guarantee, Dijun did not dare to let all the demons go through reincarnation after they died. At the very least, after the death of the Tai Jingxian level demons, he would not let them go through reincarnation. After going to the land of reincarnation, Dijun would completely lose control. Who knew what would happen? Hutu was his enemy after all. And the enemy's guarantee, no matter how firm it was, could not be trusted. In addition, after witnessing Hutu's creation of reincarnation, Dijun also received a lot of inspiration. He gradually had a big plan in his heart. The Demon Summoning Banner. A supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. It contained a trace of the true spirit of all the demons except Daoyuo Jingxian. It was one of the most precious treasures of the demons. If the principle of reincarnation was injected into the Demon Summoning Banner, coupled with the power of Zhouxing, it might be possible to revive the dead. In this way, the demons would be able to escape the restrictions of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and Di Jun would be completely at ease. However, this plan was just Di Jun's idea. Whether it could really be realized or not, he still had to study it carefully. Di Jun returned to the heavenly court in a hurry. He might have the thought of gathering everyone to discuss this matter. Fellow Taoist Hutu, are all the creatures in the primordial world in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Not long after Di Jun left, another powerful figure asked the Hutu. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was all inferred by them. It was far less detailed than the Hutu, the master of reincarnation. Now that the main character was in front of them, they naturally had to ask clearly. That's right. Other than the innate god-fiends born from the great Tao of heaven and earth, all the creatures in the primordial world are in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The innate god-fiends were the incarnations of the Tao. They were destined to become Daoyuo Jingxian. They were born from the origin of heaven and earth and had great creation. They were existences that the power of reincarnation could not reach. Only heaven and earth could create them, so they were not in the 6 paths of reincarnation. And all the creatures in the primordial world did not have such treatment. As long as they had enough merit, except for the innate god-fiends, they could choose any race or origin. Will Daoyuo Jingxian also enter the 6 paths of reincarnation after he dies? Another powerful figure asked. As soon as this person finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly changed. It instantly quieted down. Everyone stared at the Hutu, waiting for her answer. That was the real purpose of everyone present. All the previous questions were to pave the way for this. Because they were Daoyuo Jingxian, this matter was closely related to them. They naturally had to ask clearly. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Daoyuo Jingxian is the appearance of the Tao, the carrier of the Tao. He exists with the heavens and the Tao. There is no time for him to die. How can he enter reincarnation? Fellow Taoists, don't worry. The 6 paths of reincarnation have nothing to do with Daoyuo Jingxian. How could the Hutu not understand everyone's purpose? She hurriedly explained. If this matter was not explained clearly and caused misunderstandings among the people present, then it would be troublesome. Phew. Thank you for explaining, fellow Taoist Hutu. That person let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had put down a huge stone in his heart, and thanked the Hutu. That was true. Reincarnation was for the dead. Daoyuo Jingxian did not have the concept of death, so he naturally would not be involved in it. When the other powerful beings heard this, the expressions on their faces also relaxed. If Daoyuo Jingxian had to go to reincarnation after his death, then the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation should be carefully considered. That's right. If the 6 paths of reincarnation could really affect Daoyuo Jingxian, then the powerful beings present would not mind destroying him, who did not have some trump cards and secrets. But under reincarnation, could these secrets and trump cards still be hidden? It was equivalent to exposing everything about himself. In this way, how could the powerful beings be willing? Moreover, after entering reincarnation, whether he lived or died would be completely up to the Hutu. In this way, the powerful beings would be even more unwilling. Moreover, reincarnation was not a good thing. When the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, all living beings saw the hope of living a new life. However, the powerful beings had a high realm, so what they saw was naturally different from all living beings. The appearance of reincarnation was to reduce the burden of heaven and earth, not to increase the burden of heaven and earth. So, how could he let all living beings reincarnate again and again? In the eyes of the powerful beings, the 6 paths of reincarnation were a tool for heaven and earth to recover the origin. Anyone, every time they reincarnated, A wisp of their true spirit would be extracted and returned to heaven and earth. The more reincarnations, the more true spirit would be lost. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the true spirit would be extracted by reincarnation every time. Unless you could be stronger than the previous life. Otherwise, even if the innate god fiends experience reincarnation many times, they would slowly degenerate into postnatal living beings. Seeing this, the powerful beings did not dare to enter reincarnation. The true spirit was the foundation of the great Tao. It was even more important than the innate origin. Every time he lost a wisp, even Daoyuo Jingxian would feel heartache for a long time, and spend a lot of time to recover. After all, no one's cultivation base was raised by the wind. How could they take the initiative to enter reincarnation to be worn down? Chapter 390. The Tao of Reincarnation is extremely mysterious. Even as the owner of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I don't dare to say that I have grasped all of its mysteries. As for this Tao, I only know a little, and don't have a deep understanding of it. Therefore, fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry about me tampering with the reincarnation. After a while, in order to dispel everyone's doubts, the Lady of Earth explained further. That was the truth. The Tao of reincarnation was vast and profound. It could be said to be all-encompassing. All Tao and principles could be found in it. The Lady of Earth had never cultivated such a supreme great Tao before. How could she easily comprehend it now? She could use the power of reincarnation if she wanted, but it was impossible for her to control it as she pleased and reach a detailed level. That was because the Lady of Earth did not understand the Tao of reincarnation at all. The power of reincarnation that she could use belonged to the 6 paths of reincarnation, not her own. Now the Lady of Earth only controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, not the Tao of reincarnation. There was still a difference. However, with the 6 paths of reincarnation, if the Lady of Earth cultivated the Tao of reincarnation, it would be like the heavens were helping her. It would not be long before she could completely grasp the Tao of reincarnation. That was an opportunity that others could not envy. Fellow Taoist Lady of Earth, you must be joking. Your character. Everyone in the primordial world knows. Why would we suspect that you would tamper with the reincarnation? Someone smiled and said. Some things were easy to say. Of course, they would not say that they were suspecting the Lady of Earth's character. That would offend her. Fellow Taoists, is there anything else you want to ask? It's rare for everyone to gather together. Let's raise it together so that I can answer your questions. The Lady of Earth scanned everyone present and said, ever since the Purple Cloud Palace's Tao lecture ended, the great divine abilities of the primordial world rarely gathered together. Now the Lady of Earth had transformed into reincarnation. The commotion was too huge, alarming the past, present, and future. Many great masters were awakened and hurriedly rushed to the Blood Sea from their training grounds. Even some great masters who had been hiding from the world for a long time came out. It could be said that almost all the great divine abilities of the primordial world had gathered in the netherworld Blood Sea. This was a grand occasion, second only to Tao ancestor Hongjuan's Tao preaching. Fellow cultivator Earth Hutu, are there any restrictions if we split a part of our consciousness into reincarnation? As soon as Hutu finished speaking, someone asked. This was the Great Void Taoist, the manifestation of the Khanate Great Void origin. He was a top-notch Khanate god fiend. Even in the Purple Cloud Palace, his potential was considered top-notch. His strength was even more terrifying. He had reached the Great Circle of Sage to be, and was not weaker than Zhen Yuanzi, Kuanping, and the others. Such a person should be famous in the primordial world, and be worshipped by all living beings. However, the Great Void Taoist was indifferent by nature. He did not like fame and fortune, nor did he like fighting. He only had the great Tao in his heart. Therefore, after Tao ancestor Hongjun finished his 3 sermons, he escaped into the primordial world and lived in seclusion, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao of primordial chaos. Today, if he had not been alarmed by the reincarnation of Hutu, he would not have come into being and stepped into the mortal world again. The primordial wilderness was vast and boundless. The number of innate fiend gods that were born was innumerable. There were many people who lived in seclusion like the Great Void Taoist. Not to mention the people who lived in seclusion in the primordial era and the ancient era. Even in the current era, there were many great divine abilities hidden in the primordial world. One had to know that, back then, when they were listening to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, there were 3,000 innate fiend gods. These people were all Daoyuo Jingxian. They were all outstanding figures among the countless innate fiend gods of the primordial world. They could pass through the Chaos Sea and come to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to Tao ancestor Hong Jun preach the supreme great Tao. They had already proved that they had great opportunities and great wisdom. Such figures, all of them had the potential of primordial chaos. They would not die easily. Countless years ago, they had already cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. However, in the primordial world, have you ever heard of them? No. There were less than 100 great divine abilities that roamed the primordial world. Compared to the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, it was only a few tenths. Where did the rest go? Could it be that they had all died? Obviously, that was impossible. Thousands of quasi-saints had died. Not to mention whether anyone in the primordial world had the strength to do so. Even the commotion when these people died was difficult to hide. They would definitely be discovered. They were all like the Great Void Taoist, living in seclusion in a corner of the primordial world. Those who cultivated the Tao naturally prioritized cultivation. Most innate fiend gods were indifferent by nature. The chaos of the primordial world had nothing to do with them. In their hearts, there was only the Tao. People like Di Jun and Tai Yi, who relied on the power of providence to cultivate, were ultimately the minority. As long as the innate fiend gods born by heaven and earth did not form a faction, they would be free and alone. It was too easy for them to live in seclusion. With a thought, they could do it. If these people appeared in the primordial world, it would not be so easy for the two demon races to rule the primordial world. The primordial world would be much more exciting than it was now. That would be the true era of great competition. At that moment, the Great Void Taoist was not the only one who had rushed to the netherworld Bloodsea, because of the Lady of Earth. Many of them were hiding in the dark, and did not show themselves. Fellow Taoist Lady of Earth, please tell us. If we enter the cycle of reincarnation with our spiritual will, is there a limit? Will we be crushed by the 6 paths of reincarnation? After hearing the Great Void Taoist's words, many people were tempted and asked, fellow Taoists, if you want to enter the cycle of reincarnation, you can just tell the Lady of Earth. There are no restrictions. Moreover, Daoyuo Jingxian is a transcendent. He can travel freely in the 6 paths. He can choose which Tao he wants to enter in his next life, and which race he wants to incarnate into. After everyone finished asking, the Lady of Earth said, Daoyuo Jingxian was already the incarnation of the Tao. Naturally, he was different from the living beings of the primordial world. He had special privileges wherever he went. It was the same for entering the cycle of reincarnation. The 6 paths of Tao were free to come and go. They could enter whichever path they wanted to enter and reincarnate into whatever they wanted to be. That's great. Hearing that, the Great Void Taoists could not help but smile. Even the Great Void Taoists were the same. At the end of cultivation, one had to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao of heaven and earth was in everything and the nature of the universe. In order to better understand the world, some Great Void Taoists had to condense some incarnations to walk in the primordial world for them to understand the various states of the world. However, this method was ultimately inconvenient. It was far less convenient than reincarnation. Condensing an incarnation not only required a lot of materials, but it also took time. If something happened to them accidentally, they would lose face but lose a lot of money. And the appearance of the 6 paths of reincarnation perfectly solved this problem for them. The incarnations obtained through reincarnation were not only varied, but they could also allow them to understand the differences between different races and different lives. They could also feel the process of going from weak to strong, from mortal to immortal. This was an experience that the Great Void Taoists had never had before. When they were born, the weakest among them had the cultivation level of Tai Jingxian. They were the top-notch experts of their era. They rarely experienced the feeling of being weak. As for how mortals felt, or even how ordinary immortals felt, they had never experienced it before. Now, with the help of the power of reincarnation, they might gain something unexpected by experiencing it. Besides, even if something happened to the incarnations obtained through reincarnation, they would only lose a thought. To the great void Taoists, it was really nothing. And if this incarnation grew up, they would make a lot of money. No matter what, they would not lose out. Today we owe you a favor, fellow Taoist Hutu. In the future, please take care of us, fellow Taoist. They bowed to Hutu and said, for these great void Taoists who lived in seclusion, there was nothing more important than seeking the Tao in the primordial world. Reincarnation could help them cultivate, so they naturally became close to Hutu. Hihi. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time since you set foot in the primordial world. You should stay in the primordial world for a while, and see the changes in the primordial world in recent years. With a chuckle, Hutu said, these people would not join any faction. But it was precisely because of this that they appeared terrifying. If anyone offended them and caused them to join an enemy faction in a fit of anger, that would be terrible. Therefore, even if they could not rope these people in, they should try their best not to offend them. That's true. Primordial world. We haven't been back for a long time. In order not to be disturbed, these great void Taoists chose to live in seclusion in an extremely hidden place. Like the chaos outside the heavens, the deepest part of the boundless void, the mysterious and unknown place, in short, the more mysterious the better. Especially after the liches and demons went against each other. It was not enough to be mysterious. They had to stay away from the primordial world, if not for the fact that they could not cultivate in the great chaos outside the realm. They would have run over long ago. Yes, if you can take a look at this primordial world, then take a look. I'll think about it in the future. But I might not be able to see it. Looking at the primordial world, Hutu said in an inexplicable tone. After becoming a saint, Hutu's horizons had been greatly improved. What he thought and saw were vastly different from what he had seen before. The fate of the decline of the liches and demons naturally could not be hidden from her. But she saw. So what? She could not change anything. Hutu's heart was filled with powerlessness about what would happen in the future. Because in the primordial world, other than her, there were also 6 saints and a Tao ancestor. With them around, they would not allow her to help the witch clan and reverse the destiny. Out of the netherworld, she was an ordinary saint. She could not use the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. How could she be a match for the 6 of them? But if she did not leave the netherworld, how could she help the witch clan? It was difficult. In the end, she was still too weak. At this moment, Hutu suddenly realized that saints were not omnipotent. In the past, she thought that becoming a saint would solve all the problems of the witch clan. Now, it seemed that it was a little laughable. In the primordial world, just having the power of a saint was far from enough. She had to be stronger. Stronger. She had to become stronger. Ever since Hutu was born, she had never yearned for power as much as she did now. The stronger she was, the more she could sense her weakness and powerlessness. Actually, at this time, the future of the witch clan was no longer a secret. Any great divine ability, who pried into the long river of fate, could deduce it. Even the experts of the witch clan and the demon clan had vaguely sensed it. But it was too late. The battle between the witch clan and the demon clan involved all aspects. The karma of the world, the karma with all living beings, the schemes of the saints, the battle to attain the Tao. There were too many such things. This was no longer a matter between the witch clan and the demon clan, but a matter that concerned the entire primordial world. The witch clan and the demon clan could no longer turn back. This battle was not up to them. Even if they did not want to fight, someone would force them to fight. The great war between the witch clan and the demon clan. They had to fight whether they wanted to or not. It was like a war between the 3 clans. Did the ancestral dragon really want to fight? No, he did not want to. However, at this point he had no choice but to fight. Di Jun understood this point, and knew that he could not stop the war from coming. He could only try his best to increase the strength of himself and the demon clan, hoping to defeat the witch clan in one fell swoop in the war, and establish the supreme position of the heavenly court. At that time, the destiny of the world would be enhanced. No matter who planned, they would fail. Everything would return to Dijun's control. He was the supreme ruler of the primordial world. Dijun admitted that he was gambling. As long as he won against the witch clan, he would be the ruler of the primordial world, the true world. All the problems he was facing now would not be a problem. If he failed, he would have nothing. However, this was his only chance and the only way for him to break out of the situation. He had to gamble. Moreover, this gamble was formed under the competition of many forces. Dijun was not the only one gambling. Dijiang was also gambling. Even the saints were gambling. Dijun was betting that the demons would win, and the witch clan would lose. Dijiang was betting that the witch clan would win, and the demons would be destroyed. The saints were betting that both the witch clan and the witch clan would suffer. In this gamble that concerned the future of the primordial world, any party that won could suppress the other two parties until they could not breathe. Winning or losing was very important. In this chaotic situation, the final victory would depend on who was more skilled. In Feng Zichen's previous life, the saints obtained the final victory. From then on, they dominated the primordial world, and the witch and demon clan completely declined. But now, with the arrival of Feng Zichen, the future of the primordial world had changed. From then on, it was unknown. It was unknown whether the sage would be able to achieve the final victory like in his previous life. That was because the strength of the witch clan was much stronger than before. In order to balance the strength gap between the liches and demons, the heavenly Tao had no choice but to cheat the demons and increase the strength of Dijun, Tai Yi, and the others. This was the origin of the variables. When the sage realm no longer had an advantage, the outcome of the battle would become unknown. That's true. The primordial world is really full of disasters. Perfected Taishi was powerful, so he naturally understood what Huta meant. Alright, let's not talk about these depressing things. The past is constant, and the future is changeable. We just need to grasp the present. Huta shook her head and said softly, the past was constant and could not be changed. However, the future had yet to happen. It was full of variables, and there was room for change. Grasping the present might not be impossible to change the future. Chapter 391. The Lady of Earth was now the Lord of Samsara and controlled the chaos treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if she could not save the Magi, she could still protect the Magi in the great calamity. In the netherworld, unless the 3 paths of heaven, earth and man personally took action, otherwise, the Lady of Earth would be an invincible existence. Therefore, the netherworld would be the last pure land of the Magi. It was also the escape route that the Lady of Earth had prepared for the Magi. She hoped that the day when she used the netherworld would never come. Fellow Taoist Lady of Earth, we have left the primordial world for some time. It's time for us to return to our birthplace to take a look. Let's part ways here. After sorting out his emotions, the great void Taoist bid farewell to the Lady of Earth. Then I won't send you off. Speaking of which, it's time for me to go back. The 6 paths of reincarnation had just been born and was still unstable. The Lady of Earth could not leave him for too long to prevent him from losing control and causing a disaster. So, after bidding farewell to everyone, he was about to return to the netherworld to suppress the 6 paths of reincarnation. Alright, we'll take our leave first. Just as the great void Taoist bid farewell to the Lady of Earth, a sudden change occurred in the depths of the netherworld blood sea. A power that was not inferior to that of a saint erupted and swept over, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Huh, what happened? What a powerful power. It's not weaker than a saint. It's even stronger. For a moment, those who were about to leave, as well as those who had already left, stopped in their tracks and used their supernatural powers to look into the depths of the netherworld blood sea. Even the Taoist Mingi looked over in surprise and bewilderment. Logically speaking, he should know best what was in the blood sea. However, he did not notice the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation at all. Now, another power that was not inferior to a saint appeared. He did not know what was going on. This. Was he the Lord of the Blood Sea, fake? He had been in the Blood Sea for so long. Why hadn't he discovered such a powerful treasure in the Blood Sea? At this moment, the Taoist Mingyi could not help but doubt his identity. Even the joy of the benefits from the heavens had been diluted by a lot. These things were all treasures in the Blood Sea. Logically speaking, they should belong to him. Now they were all taken by outsiders. In the end, he was still at a disadvantage. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Everyone looked over and saw that in the depths of the Nether Blood Sea, a vast world was slowly spreading out. In an instant, it covered the entire Blood Sea and continued to expand. However, this world was not expanding towards the untainted land. Instead, it was expanding underground. It could be seen that a large amount of 9 nether chi underground was being devoured by this world, becoming nutrients for its growth. The netherworld realm had come into being. Just as everyone was talking, the nether realm finally accumulated enough power to manifest itself from the Nether Blood Sea and completely appear in the untainted land. This was the world that corresponded to the heaven realm. It belonged to the world of the dead. At this moment, it welcomed the opportunity to be born. Rumble. A violent tremor could be felt. The supposedly boundless Nether Blood Sea was completely swallowed up by the Nether realm, becoming a part of it and completely merging with it. At the same time, the ancestral grounds of the ghost Tao that Feng Zichen had paid an enormous price to establish, the Fengdu Azura Mountain, had also been devoured by the Netherworld and became a member of the Netherworld mountain range. However, Fengdu Azura Mountain was the ancestral grounds of the ghost Tao after all. With the blessing of the ghost Tao and the favor of the path of death, it was obviously different from other places. As soon as it fell into the Netherworld, it was connected to the ancestral veins of the Netherworld and became the head of the Netherworld mountain range. The origin expanded infinitely. In the blink of an eye, it became the top famous mountain. Its size increased countless times. It was as high as the sky of the Netherworld, and one could not see the end of it. Yin Mountain. The first mountain of the Netherworld, the top grotto heaven of the untainted land, which was the current Fengdu Azura Mountain. As the saying went, at the foot of Yin Mountain was where the underworld was located. From this, one could see the status of Yin Mountain. The Netherworld had just appeared. Before Feng Zichen could make a move, this opportunity had come first. He was really fated to be with the Netherworld. Phew. The expansion of the Netherworld continued, and it was getting faster and faster. The 9 nether chi deep underground was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, being devoured by the Netherworld. At the same time, all the grotto heavens and blessed lands in the untainted land suddenly shook. Then, an inexplicable force erupted, causing the innate origins of the grotto heavens and blessed lands to ignore the array restrictions set up by their masters. A wisp of it was forcefully separated and poured into the Netherworld. This was great. Such a big thing had happened. The powerful beings who did not want to pay attention to the Netherworld had no choice but to look at the Netherworld to see what had happened. It had caused the grotto heavens and blessed lands to riot for no reason. The grotto heavens and blessed lands were not like cultivators. If they lost their innate origins, they could make up for it by cultivating hard for a period of time. They had to pay the price of releasing less innate chi. They had to accumulate for countless years before they could completely recover. If they did not want to wait for it to recover on its own, they could only use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With this calculation, the powerful beings would suffer a huge loss. Of course, this alone was not enough to shock the powerful beings. What really attracted their attention was what was absorbing the origin of the grotto heavens and blessed lands, and could completely set up their means. If they could not figure it out and came from time to time in the future, even the powerful beings with deep foundations would not be able to withstand such consumption. On the other side, after the Netherworld devoured the innate origins of the grotto heavens and blessed lands, the changes became even more intense. The rules of heaven and earth interweaved and floated in the void. A realm wall was formed, isolating the inside and outside, separating the netherworld from the untainted land and forming a whole. Inside, the lands of creation were born. It was eerie, as if there was ghost chi flowing, death chi filling the air, or the aura of the nine nether. It was very magical. This was a special product of the netherworld. The innate origins of the grotto heavens and blessed lands had undergone a miraculous change after being transformed by the netherworld. With the characteristics of the netherworld as the foundation, it gave birth to the creation that belonged to the netherworld. It was the creation that belonged to the dead. It was different from the things of the living. It was abnormally mysterious and mysterious. The innate origins of these grotto heavens and blessed lands were the nutrients that heaven and earth had prepared for the birth of the netherworld. Therefore, he did not have the slightest obstruction when he fused. When he collected these powers, he did not encounter the slightest obstruction. Let's ask, no matter how strong those powerful beings were, how could they compare to heaven and earth? Heaven and earth wanted to collect the innate origins of the grotto heavens and blessed lands to help the netherworld be born. Even if their methods were 10 times stronger, it would be useless. They could not resist at all. When a person's strength was exhausted, the power of heaven and earth was vast and boundless. It could not be compared at all. This was the difference. The netherworld was originally a great world that corresponded to the heaven realm. It should have been born together, separated by life and death, and divided by yin and yang. However, because of reincarnation, the birth of the netherworld was delayed again and again. It was not until today that it welcomed the opportunity to be born. However, the timing of its birth was still too late. It missed the high-speed development period of the primordial world. As a result, the current it was far less powerful than the heaven realm. However, it was also because of this that in the great battle between the liches and demons in the future, the heaven realm was shattered, but the netherworld could be intact. This could be considered as a gain and a loss. There were 9 heavens in the sky. There was the 9 nether in that land, corresponding to it. When the heaven realm was born, it was supported by the starlight of Zhoshing. When the netherworld was born, it was naturally supported by the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the primordial world. Only then would it be fair. What a dense aura of death. Is this the legendary death realm? The strange world born from the earth is different from the living. It completely belongs to the dead and corresponds to the heaven realm. In the eyes of everyone, a great world filled with the aura of death slowly spread out. Its aura was strange and demonic, and it was incomparably cold. It made people feel uncomfortable, especially when the gates of hell, the 3 life stone, the karma mirror, the bridge of helplessness, these strange treasures that were unique to the netherworld appeared. It made the discomfort reach its peak. These great divine abilities were no longer the young boys when they first saw the heaven realm. They had already become giants, the peak of the primordial world. Their experience and knowledge had been greatly improved. When they saw the netherworld, they would no longer make a fuss as they did when they saw the heaven realm. They did not know its origin at all. At this moment, even if they did not know the name of the netherworld, they could still deduce its origin. Good boy. These connate spirit treasures are so magical. They actually involve the path of karma and the path of fate. Seeing the treasures of the netherworld, everyone felt their hearts tighten, as if they were being stared at by something. It was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone understood that it was the power of karma and fate. Such power was the most terrifying and magical. It could ignore one's realm and defense and directly carry out a rule attack. It was impossible to guard against. Even with their current realm, if they were hit by these treasures of the netherworld for a moment, they would suffer a small loss. They would not be injured, but they would definitely lose their skin. As the netherworld continued to spread out, more mysteries appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. They could not help but have some enlightenment, and their realm actually improved slightly. There was great terror between life and death, but there was also great opportunity. Now that the death realm had appeared, everyone felt the Tao runes of death and corroborated with the Tao runes of life. They understood the principles of life and death, so it was normal for their cultivation to improve. Fellow Taoists, this world is called the netherworld. It is a place enveloped by the path of death. It is a place of fortune like the heaven realm. It should have appeared together with the heaven realm to split yin and yang and determine life and death. However, it was affected by the cycle of reincarnation, and its birth was delayed again and again. It has only appeared today and appeared in the world. After a while, seeing that everyone had woken up from their enlightenment, Hutu introduced. She was also one of the rulers of the netherworld. Naturally, everything about the netherworld could not be hidden from her. I see. On the other side, the powerful beings who had rushed over because of the incident at the dojo could not help but reveal a look of realization when they heard this. They understood the reason. It turned out that the true master of the blessed grotto heaven had made a move. The huge rock in their hearts was also relieved. It was good that it was not an outsider who made a move. The blessed grotto heaven was said to be theirs, but it was actually the primordial world. This was its true master. They were just in charge. Since the original master had taken action to collect the origin, they naturally could not stop him. There is the heaven realm in the sky and the netherworld realm underground. One yin and one yang, life and death. This is in line with the principle of the cycle of yin and yang. In the early years, not long after the heaven realm had appeared, the poor Wei had suspected that there should be a world underground that corresponded to the heaven realm. For this reason, after the master's lecture, the poor Wei had gone deep into the primordial world to try her luck and see if she could find the netherworld realm. Unfortunately, she did not have enough luck. The poor Wei had searched underground for 1,000,000 years, but she still did not find any traces of the netherworld realm. She had no choice but to leave the primordial world and choose to live in seclusion. However, I did not expect that the world nurtured by this land would only appear today. Fate really makes fools of people. At this moment, an old man in a yellow robe suddenly sighed. He was Taoist Huang Ling, an innate earth spirit. He was a top-level innate god-fiend. His cultivation was not weaker than the great void Taoist. He was also an expert in the great perfection of sage-to-be. His killing techniques were not strong, but his defense was the best in the primordial world, and could be ranked in the top 3. Even if Tai attacked, he would not be able to break through his defense without using the Donghuang Bell. As an innate earth spirit, he was most sensitive to the primordial world. When the heaven realm was born, he had vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a secret in the depths of the earth. Unfortunately, due to the cycle of reincarnation, the netherworld realm could not appear. Although Taoist Huang Ling sensed it, he could not find it. He was not the only one. In the primordial world, there were many people who could sense the existence of the netherworld realm, or guess the existence of the netherworld realm. Those great divine masters who had attained their Tao with the Tao of Yin and the Tao of Earth all had some guesses about the netherworld realm. They had also gone underground to search. However, as expected, they did not find anything. The birth of the netherworld realm allowed the 3 realms to exist side by side. They played the cycle of life and death together. The primordial world became much more complete because of this. It's a good thing. Someone stood outside of time and space and looked at the primordial world with his Dharma eyes. He discovered that the primordial world now had the heaven realm above, the primordial world in the middle, and the netherworld realm below. The 3 realms were separated and each had their own duties. It was unusually complete. The heaven realm was like the yang pole. The netherworld was like the yin pole. The primordial world was a dividing line. It perfectly separated the heaven realm and the netherworld. From a macroscopic point of view, the primordial world was like a huge yin-yang taiji diagram. It floated in the chaos and was still rotating. As it rotated, the principles of yin and yang were deduced. It emitted a huge suction force and sucked in all the surrounding chaos energy. It refined it into the purest source of heaven and earth to strengthen the primordial world. Yin-yang taiji diagram of heaven and earth. At this moment, the primordial world was even more perfect than before. The speed at which it absorbed power from the chaos outside was also faster than before. If the chaos outside was compared to heaven and earth, then the primordial world would be the cultivators who lived in this world. As the 3 realms were perfected, the primordial world's cultivation level improved. The speed at which it absorbed power from heaven and earth naturally became faster. Believe it, if the three realms rotated, if it could be maintained as time passed, the primordial world's source would become more and more vigorous, and the rules would become more and more perfect. It would continue to advance until it became an eternal and indestructible world. Chapter 392. However, cultivators had tribulations, and so did the world. Moreover, the tribulation was even greater than that of cultivators. The slightest carelessness would lead to destruction. Perhaps, before the primordial world could advance to an eternal world, the immeasurable tribulation would erupt and drag the entire primordial world into the ruins, causing everything to return to chaos. The immeasurable tribulation was the most terrifying tribulation. It was the tribulation that destroyed the world. Its appearance signaled the end of the world. Every world that was born from the chaos had its fate preordained long ago. It was bound to be destroyed. It was born in the chaos and returned to the chaos. This was reincarnation, and also fate. Other than the eternal world, no world could escape. And these were all tribulations that one had to go through on the path of cultivation. As long as one did not attain the great Tao and prove eternity, they had to go through it. There was no avoiding it. Even someone as strong as Pangu had a tribulation, let alone others. Only after the primordial world advanced to an eternal world could one escape the tribulation of heaven and earth. Therefore, if the primordial world wanted to break free from the fate of destruction, it could only continue to advance, so that the immeasurable tribulation could not catch up with its advancement, and would be left behind forever. And the advancement of the primordial world was not enough to rely on the world itself. At this time, it needed the help of the saints and the great divine powers. Let them use their own Tao and Dharma to verify with the primordial world, so as to perfect the rules of heaven and earth, and make the world more perfect. This was also the meaning of the existence of saints and great divine powers, to find the flaws of heaven and earth and make up for them. Otherwise, why were there so many great divine powers in heaven and earth? They were all the vermin of heaven and earth. If not for the fact that the evolution of heaven and earth needed them, the heavenly Tao would be willing to let them exist. One had to know. The birth of every great divine power represented that he had made a great contribution to heaven and earth, perfecting the rules of the primordial world, and making a great contribution to heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not have become a great divine power. The prerequisite for Daluo Jingxian to advance to a quasi-saint was to make a contribution to heaven and earth. If not, no matter how strong he was, Daluo Jingxian would be the end. It would be impossible for him to take another step forward. Even with such harsh conditions, the number of great divine powers and quasi-saints in the primordial world was still not small. From this, one could deduce what the primordial world was like back then. There must be loopholes everywhere. The great mystical abilities had contributed greatly to the prosperity of the primordial world. Therefore, they were able to stand high above and enjoy the worship of all living beings. To the primordial world, great mystical abilities were a double-edged sword. If used well, it would benefit the world. If he didn't use it well, he would hurt himself as well as others. After that, during the Great Lich Demon War, he just didn't use a good example. It directly shattered the primordial world into pieces. Even the advantage that he had accumulated with great difficulty was completely destroyed. The primordial world had suffered heavy losses. The current primordial world is not too perfect. If from now on, the demon lords will rule the heaven realm, and the sorcerer race will rule the netherworld, those who become golden immortals will ascend to the heavenly realm, and be under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. The soul of the deceased has entered the nether realm, and is under the jurisdiction of the shaman race. Those below the golden immortal realm reside in the wilderness. In this way, the three realms will be in balance, life and death will be in order, and the primordial world will be completely stabilized. The disturbance of eternity. Looking at the primordial three realms, everyone spoke one after another, imagining a beautiful future of the primordial world. To be honest, what the great void Taoist and the others thought was completely feasible in theory. In the later generations, The process of the primordial world was roughly like this. The only difference was that the person who ruled the world had changed. However, theory was theory, practice was practice. The situation of the primordial world had already reached the point where the shaman and demon race had to fight. It was completely impossible for them to coexist peacefully and control the two realms respectively. Moreover, even if they wanted to, the heavenly Tao would not agree. Therefore, although the thoughts of these great mystical abilities were good, they were a little ahead of their time. Just as everyone wanted to continue discussing, a will appeared in the dark. It was incomparably vast, casting a shadow over their hearts. That was the heavenly Tao. Their words involved too much. The heavenly Tao did not want them to continue talking, so it sent down a will to warn everyone. Sigh. It's very boring. Since the heavenly Tao had appeared, everyone naturally could not continue talking. They could only sigh helplessly and continue to observe the evolution of the nether realm. From ancient times until now, anyone who went against the heavenly Tao had died. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed in a hurry. The evolution of the nether realm was finally completed. The original location of the nether blood sea was completely replaced by a pitch-black world. That was the nether realm. It did not look big, only the same size as the original nether blood sea. However, in reality, its area was far beyond everyone's imagination. It was comparable to the largest world in the primordial world, the heaven realm. Compared to it, the nether blood sea, which was known to be boundless, was still a little small. Therefore, after the nether realm appeared, the blood sea became a part of it, occupying a quarter of its area. Haha! My opportunity has arrived. Seeing that the nether realm had completely appeared, Feng Zichen laughed out loud and walked out of the darkness, arriving in the sky above the nether realm. Who is he? Why are there other living beings in the nether realm? Seeing Feng Zichen, everyone could not help but exclaim in surprise. Among the people present, the lowest cultivation level was at the late stage of the sage-to-be realm. Those below this level could not come here. As for Feng Zichen, he was only at the cultivation level of Daoyuo Jingxian, so he was naturally not taken seriously by everyone. However, he, a mere Daoyuo Jingxian, was able to hide from everyone's perception and quietly appear under their noses. This was shocking. When did Daoyuo Jingxian become so strong that he could hide from the perception of the powerful beings? Daoyuo Jingxian was a big realm. Therefore, the gap between Daoyuo Jingxian, who were both Daoyuo Jingxian, could be very big. Just like the gap between the innate realm and the Tai Jingxian realm. This was the gap between Daoyuo Jingxian and the powerful beings. No wonder the powerful beings were shocked. If it were anyone else, they would be the same. That fellow Taoist's name is Fengdu. Because he opened up the ghost path and enlightened all ghosts, he is also known as the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu. Previously, he had been staying in the Blood Sea, so he appeared in the Netherworld. Before Hutu could say anything, Mingyi Taoist walked out of the Blood Sea with a gloomy face and told them about Feng Zichen's background. Taoist Mingyi's current mood was extremely complicated. He did not know whether he should be happy or sad. The primordial sea of blood had become the Netherworld Blood Sea. Not only was its momentum weaker, but its luck had also merged with the Netherworld Blood Sea and was almost weakened by half. This almost angered Taoist Mingyi. He had thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation would occupy a part of the Blood Sea's territory. When the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, he had planned to endure and give half of the Blood Sea to Hutu. After all, he had owed her such a big favor. He would treat it as paying off his debt. But he did not expect. Well, she did not care about the Blood Sea at all. She did not want any territory at all, and left it to him completely. But, Hutu directly moved his home. In the blink of an eye, his nether blood sea left the primordial land and merged into the netherworld. This was Taoist Mingyi. Something that he could not even dream of. The blood sea was so big. Who would have thought that he would be swallowed by a world? The actions of the netherworld directly stunned Taoist Mingyi. It took him a long time to react. But by then, it was already too late. Everything had become settled. He could not change anything. Of course, even if he reacted in advance, he could not change anything. The Blood Sea merged into the netherworld to strengthen his origin. That was the will of heaven. It could not be reversed or changed. So it's fellow Taoist Mingi. Fellow Taoist Mingi, long time no see. Seeing that the person who came was Taoist Mingi, everyone greeted him. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Taoist Mingi returned the greetings one by one. However, during this process, he did not even look at Hutu. If it were not for the fact that the identity of the Taoist master of the Azura was obtained by Hutu, he would have long raised his sword and slashed Hutu, regardless of whether he could defeat her or not. Hutu was not surprised by Taoist Mingi's attitude. If he greeted her nicely, it would be troublesome. Putting herself in his shoes, if she were Taoist Mingi, after experiencing those things just now, she was afraid that he would not be nice to her. Moreover, she was happy to have someone explain Feng Zichen's origin. According to fellow Taoist, this person is in existence who opened his own path. That's really shocking. At this time, the great divine power was interested. He was curious about Feng Zichen. Anyone who could open his own path was a talented person. His talent would not lose to them. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely become a great divine power in the future. This was someone who could stand at the same height as them in the future. He was qualified to stand side by side with them and receive their attention. However, why did he go to the depths of the netherworld? Just as everyone was talking, Feng Zichen rushed toward the fire of hell without looking back. He was almost there. Ghost path. Ghost path. Ghost. Hiss. Poor Wei understands. That fellow Taoist Fengdu has a great fate with the netherworld. Suddenly, the great Void Sect's heart skipped a beat. A thought flashed through his mind as he suddenly understood something. What is a ghost? A person becomes a ghost after death. What is the ghost path? The path of death. What is the netherworld? The death realm. These clues were linked together, and the performance was already very obvious. The ghost path was a path born for the netherworld. Then, as the ancestor of the ghost path, Fengdu naturally had a great fate with the netherworld. He was one of the rulers of the netherworld. As soon as the great Void Taoist finished speaking, the other great divine powers also reacted. They were all powerful people. With clues and a little deduction, it was easy for them to pry into the secrets of heaven. Naturally, they could calculate what had happened. This was clearly Taoist Fengdu. He had been summoned by the will of the netherworld to collect the opportunity. This was the benefit of being the ruler of the netherworld. It was a destined opportunity. Other than being envious, they could only watch. Snatching another person's opportunity was equivalent to taking on a death feud. Moreover, it was a destined opportunity. Chapter 393. If they really snatched it, there would definitely be a calamity. Whoever the heavenly Tao gave it to, it belonged to. If others snatched it, there would definitely be retribution waiting ahead. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the opportunity set by the heavens must not be touched. If they touched it, there would be a lot of trouble, and it would easily anger the heavenly Tao. It could be said that the gains did not make up for the losses. Everyone looked at Feng Zichen in the netherworld, and thought of the timing of the appearance of the ghost path. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in their hearts. Is this really a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? The timing of the ghost path's appearance was too coincidental. As soon as the front foot appeared, Huta transformed into reincarnation, and caused the netherworld to appear. It was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that it was hard to believe. It made everyone's thoughts inevitably run wild. Was it really premeditated? If it was the former, it could only be said that Taoist Fengdu's luck was heaven-defying. If it was the latter, it meant that Taoist Fengdu was far from being as simple as he seemed. On the eve of the netherworld's appearance, he opened up the ghost path and set up the netherworld. Such methods were truly admirable and far beyond everyone else. Is it a coincidence or not? Also, who is he? For a moment, everyone was very curious about Feng Zichen's identity. Even Daoyuo Jingxian should have a background. However, in everyone's calculations, he seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He was untraceable and abnormally mysterious. At the same time, this also proved that Feng Zichen was not simple. How could a person who even they could not see through be a simple person? As for luck? That was impossible. If he was really lucky, how could he be so mysterious that they could not see through his origin? This Taoist Feng Du was most likely the incarnation of some supreme expert who had come to plot against the netherworld. Unfortunately, they could not see through his origin. On the other hand, Taoist Mingyi and Hutu were extremely calm, forming a sharp contrast to everyone's curiosity. Why were they calm? It was not because of him. It was because of the two of them. He thought that he knew Feng Zichen very well. In Taoist Mingyi's heart, Feng Zichen was the incarnation of an ancient supreme expert, and his strength was far beyond imagination. Coming all the way to the Blood Sea to establish the Ghost Tao, there must be a deep meaning behind it. It was a pity that Styx was inexperienced and could not see the deeper meaning of the senior. He was also too embarrassed to ask, so he could only keep it in his heart and figure it out secretly. Now, with the appearance of the netherworld, everything suddenly became clear. Senior had opened up the Ghost Tao in order to set up the netherworld. His foresight was truly admirable. If the nether realm had not appeared, who would have thought that a small Ghost Tao would have such a huge effect? It directly made its master one of the rulers of the nether realm. What was a great opportunity? This was it. Senior is indeed a senior. You are indeed powerful. With a wave of his hand, the nether realm was sucked into his bag. His ability is far beyond what we can achieve. After figuring this out, Mingyi Taoist admired Feng Zichen even more. His position as the strongest in his heart had also become more and more stable. It was estimated that even if someone told him about Feng Zichen's true identity, he would not believe it. Instead, he would think that someone was fooling him. On the other hand, Huta did not think as much as Mingyi Taoist. From the beginning to the end, she knew Feng Zichen's true identity and the purpose of his visit. Under the orders of the Father God, to send him the merit of splitting the heavens, to form the 6 paths of reincarnation. The so-called opening of the Ghost Tao and becoming the Ghost Ancestor was completely the result of the help of the merit of splitting the heavens. After all, if he did not want to transform into reincarnation, he would never have come to the Nether Blood Sea. In that case, how could he set up the Nether Realm in advance? This was all Feng Zichen's opportunity. It had nothing to do with anything else. Perhaps, this was also the Father God's compensation to him to make up for the merit of splitting the heavens that he had lost. The position of the Lord of the Nether Realm was almost equivalent to 10% of the merit of splitting the heavens. Hutu imagined a reasonable explanation based on the information she had. It was well organized and reasonable. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, she believed it herself. What everyone thought did not affect Feng Zichen at all. Without anyone's interference, he soon arrived at the depths of the Nether Realm, where the original hell was located, the endless fiery territory. Rumble. In the fiery territory, the fire of hell burned fiercely. Terrifying power overflowed. It was bone-chilling and froze the void. What a powerful power. This is the power that hell should have. It makes Daoyuo Jingxian and Sage to be tremble in fear. Standing outside hell, and feeling the aura of the fire of hell, Feng Zichen said with some intoxication, ever since he became the Lord of Hell, the terrifying power of hell no longer made him feel dangerous. Instead, it made him a little addicted. Wandering in the fire of hell, he was the only master here. He could control everything here. He was the Lord of Hell, the destination of evil. Boom. Feng Zichen gently raised his hand, and the entire hell immediately rioted. In the depths, white fire of hell appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. One after another, they flew toward Feng Zichen and gathered around him, forming a white imperial robe. At the same time, 9 origins of sin suddenly appeared in the void. Like ink, they dripped on Feng Zichen's white robe and turned into 9 dark evil dragons. The black dragon shadows were lifelike, as if they were living creatures. As they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, their ferocious aura was unmistakable. There was also an unconcealable evil in their eyes, which made people tremble in fear. These were the dragons of sin. They were the shadows of evil dragons formed by the origins of sin and the emperor's qi. Any one of them had the cultivation of the Tai Jingxian. The 9 evil dragons were 9 Tai Jingxian. If the 9 dragons worked together, they might not be able to defeat Daluo Jingxian, but they could still defeat the Tai Jingxian. The 9 dragons' imperial robe. Feng Zichen's white imperial robe was called the 9 dragons' imperial robe. It was a connate spiritual treasure specially bred by the origins of hell, for the Lord of Hell. It was a symbol of his identity. It combined both attack and defense and was extremely powerful. This treasure was very strange. Although it was a connate spiritual treasure, it did not have a fixed grade. It could be an inferior connate spiritual treasure, or a supreme connate spiritual treasure. Its strength was related to hell. If hell was full of extremely evil people, those who caused chaos in heaven and earth, and those who had committed great sins in heaven and earth, the white dragon imperial robe was the top connate spiritual treasure. Even a powerful person would find it difficult to break its defense. The power of the 9 evil dragons was the same. At its peak, its strength could even rival that of a sage-to-be. This connate spiritual treasure did not rely on the power of merit to advance, but on the power of karma. That was why it was said to be miraculous. What a treasure! This is the first time I've seen a treasure that relies on karma to advance. The untainted land is so vast and full of strange things. Treasure, you'll be lucky in the future. In the untainted land, there's no lack of karma. Feng Zichen shook his robe and could not hide the joy on his face. Merit was rare, but karma was not difficult to obtain. After all, it was always difficult to do good things and easy to do bad things. It was too easy to obtain karma to advance the 9 dragons' imperial robe. Feng Zichen dared to guarantee that at least 5 of the 10 people he casually caught from the untainted land were tainted with karma. Among them, there were probably none with merit. In the untainted land, there were only a few people with merit. It was considered good if there was 1 in 10,000 cultivators. Most of them had karma. Even ordinary people were rarely seen. This is forcing me to catch people. Thinking of the situation in the untainted land, Feng Zichen muttered. The untainted land was not peaceful. If one wanted to live, one had to kill. Killing would result in karma. The aftermath of the battle damaged flowers, grass, mountains, rocks, and rivers. There was also karma. If one was not careful and shattered or injured the earth veins, the karma would be even greater. Who could guarantee that they had not killed anyone in the untainted land? Or had they used martial arts? Therefore, there were no good people in the untainted land. The environment was like this. What could others do? In fact, after Feng Zichen became the Lord of Hell, he received some enlightenment from the unseen world, allowing him to have a better understanding of karma and sin. Doing good to all living beings was doing evil to heaven and earth. In the eyes of heaven and earth, people should be like plants that withered and flourished. There should be life and death. Only then would it conform to the cycle of heaven and earth. However, people were greedy. Who would want to die if they could live? Therefore, driven by desire, they comprehended the cultivation method from heaven and earth. First, they were immortal, then they were immortal. This was naturally excellent for all living beings. However, it was not good for heaven and earth. To heaven and earth, the so-called immortals, the undying and indestructible, were vermin and thieves. To be honest, after a cultivator became a golden immortal, even breathing was wrong in the eyes of heaven and earth. Every breath of connate chi was a sin and karma would be added to one's body. According to this, there were very few people who did not have karma in the untainted land. The heavenly Tao hated cultivators. Other than the connate god fiends that it favored, the cultivation of the other living beings was against the heavens. There were countless tribulations in the future. Reducing the number of cultivators in heaven and earth was the essence of the calamity. The heavenly Tao really did not care about the life and death of cultivators. In fact, the more cultivators died, the happier it would be. However, in the untainted land, there was not only the heavenly Tao, but also the human Tao. It was to appease the human Tao that the heavenly Tao would punish those who slaughtered the common people. Otherwise, it would not care. If the heavenly Tao really cared about all living beings, how could there be the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of Azura? Forget it. The battle between heaven and man has nothing to do with me. What's the point of thinking so much? It's better to hurry up and refine the 18 levels of hell and perfect hell. Retracting his thoughts, Feng Zichen looked at the origin of hell. There were 18 upper-class worlds there. They were the 18 levels of hell. At this time, the pagoda had been completely integrated into the origin of hell. It was only waiting for Feng Zichen to give the order, and the 18 levels of hell could be evolved. This was the purpose of Feng Zichen's visit. Since he could not control the netherworld now, he would first control hell, and then slowly plan. When the 18 levels of hell were born, his incarnation would have completely gained a foothold in the untainted land. With a legitimate identity, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Chapter 394. What an evil aura. Is that a connate spirit treasure? There's actually such an evil connate spirit treasure in the primordial world? It's really unheard of. Across the world, everyone could feel the thick evil aura from Feng Zichen's 9 Dragons Emperor's robe. They could not help but exclaim. As everyone knew, there was no difference between good and bad connate spirit treasures. Whether it was good or bad depended on its owner's temperament. It had nothing to do with the function of the connate spirit treasure. However, the connate spirit treasure on Feng Zichen's body completely broke common sense. The aura it emitted was all showing its evil to the world. Interesting, very interesting. The world of the dead is really different from the world of the living. The laws are strange, the universe is upside down, and cognition is distorted. Everything is reversed. Even an evil connate spirit treasure can be born. It seems that this nether realm has great fortune and great opportunities. If there's a chance in the future, we should investigate carefully. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the nether realm. No one knew what they were thinking. The rules of the nether realm were different from the rules of the primordial world. Most of them were the opposite. After all, the rules of the nether realm were born from the dead. This was its foundation. Naturally, it was different from the primordial world that was dominated by the living. A world that was completely different from the primordial world. Even if they could not find opportunities in it, just comprehending the rules of heaven and earth in it could benefit the powerful. Therefore, after learning about the magic of the nether realm, these powerful people who had not appeared for a long time developed a strong interest in it. They would not let go of any opportunity that could help them cultivate. In the depths of hell, Feng Zichen stepped forward and came to the origin of hell, merging with it. Then he used the power of the origin of hell to connect with the will of the nether realm. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen felt a vast will descend upon him, raising his power to an unimaginable level. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, with the support of the will of the nether realm, Feng Zichen's strength reached its current peak. With just a thought, he could distort the rules, change the world, and reverse all concepts from the very foundation. Almost omnipotent. This feeling. This was something that Feng Zichen had never experienced before. He did not know how strong primordial Daluo Jinxian was. However, he knew that even the power of a great perfection demi-saint that he once possessed for a short period of time was far too insignificant compared to his current power. At this moment, even if the power he possessed was not that of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, it was not far from it. Go. After adapting to his sudden increase in strength, Feng Zichen did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized all his strength and extended it into the depths of spacetime, establishing a connection with the mysterious tunnel. Then he sent all the information about the 18 levels of hell into the tunnel, hoping that the 18 levels of hell would be recognized by the tunnel. The original hell was the product of the tunnel. Feng Zichen wanted to transform hell from the fire realm to the 18 levels of hell. Naturally, he had to get the approval of the underworld. Only in this way could the 18 levels of hell created by Feng Zichen have a legitimate position and be irreplaceable. Otherwise, without the approval of the underworld, the 18 levels of hell would not be legitimate. Even if it could prosper for a while, it would not be able to prosper for a while. It would eventually decline. As for whether it could get the approval of the underworld, Feng Zichen was not worried at all. The appearance of the 18 levels of hell was completely born with the general trend. It showed that good and evil would be repaid, and the cycle of karma could perfect the netherworld, and even the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, the underworld would not refuse, and there was no reason to refuse. Rumble. After receiving all the information about the 18 levels of hell from Feng Zichen, the tunnel that had fallen into silence once again moved. It was as if an ancient existence had woken up from a deep sleep. A terrifying aura filled the air, shocking the heavens and the earth. Endless rules fell, and the shadows of all things appeared. The tunnel had descended once again. Ha! What is Taoist Feng Du doing? Why did the tunnel descend? Seeing the tunnel descend, everyone was inexplicably surprised. In the primordial world, the heavenly Tao dominated everything. It was the most common. The human Tao was related to all spirits, and it would occasionally reveal miracles. Only the underworld was the most mysterious. Since the creation of the primordial world, it had only appeared once when the Lady of Earth transformed into reincarnation. However, they did not expect that Feng Zichen would make a trip to the netherworld and cause the tunnel to descend again. How could that not surprise everyone? For a moment, everyone held their breaths and stared at the netherworld. In just a few years, the tunnel that did not appear in the primordial world had appeared twice in a row. Something major was definitely going to happen. In the netherworld, Feng Zichen pointed at the original hell and communicated with the tunnel. He swore to the primordial world. "O underworld! Today I, Feng Du, see that the living beings of the primordial world do not know how to be kind to the world and all living beings. Anyone who is alive will sow discord, slander others, be glib-tongued, argue with others, lie and deceive others. After death, they will be sent to the hell of tongue-ripping. In this hell, the little ghost will open the mouth of the person who comes, clamp the tongue with iron pliers and pull it out. It is not pulled out at once, but stretched and pulled slowly." Feng Zichen's voice was very loud, especially with the support of the tunnel. It was even louder. Not only did it spread throughout the primordial world, even in the depths of the void, the end of time, and the endless dimensions, his voice echoed. It ensured that every living creature in the primordial world could hear it. This tongue-ripping. That's too ruthless. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, the great magical powers did not react, but the countless living beings in the primordial world were frightened. They subconsciously stuck out their tongues, but then they seemed to have thought of a terrible scene, so they quickly retracted their tongues in fear. They shivered and rolled their tongues. It was as if their tongues would be pulled out if they did not do so. It was not that the living beings of the primordial world were timid. Although the scene described by Feng Zichen was a little scary, it was not enough to scare them. Anyone who could survive in the untainted land must have experienced a lot. How could they be frightened by someone's words? It was because Feng Zichen's voice had a magical power after being enhanced by the tunnel. When it reached their ears, it actually affected their minds. In a trance, all living beings seemed to have arrived in hell, where the little ghost king with iron pliers was waiting for them. Next, all living beings encountered a scene that they did not want to recall in their lives. When all living beings woke up, the pain of having their tongues pulled out still echoed in their hearts. How could they not be afraid? Especially after experiencing it personally. The appearance of the 18 levels of hell was to warn all living beings to abandon evil and promote good. Then, how could a verbal introduction be persuasive? It was far more exciting to let them experience the pain of hell for themselves. That was why the living beings of the primordial world experienced that scene. Of course, the tunnel was not an unreasonable person. Each level of the 18 levels of hell was more painful than the last. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Especially the 18th level of hell prepared for Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if it was just a projection, Ordinary heaven immortals would die very miserably if they entered. Therefore, the number of levels one had to experience during this trip to the 18 levels of hell depended on the amount of negative karma one had. If one had light negative karma and had to go to the first level of hell after death, then this trip to hell would end at the first level. If one had heavy negative karma, they would go to the 18 levels of hell after death. Chapter 395. Then I'm sorry, but I'll have to experience all 18 levels of hell. If his cultivation was not as good as Daoyuo Jinxian's, it would be even more embarrassing. There was no need to leave the 18th level of hell. He would be burned by the fire of hell day and night in the infernal purgatory, and sink into eternal oblivion. Only when his soul was completely burned and his innate true spirit turned into the origin, and returned to heaven and earth could he be free. Now that the 18 levels of hell had appeared, no matter how much he said or did, it would not be as effective as killing a few people to establish his might. Moreover, the negative karma on his body had reached the level of entering the 18th level of hell. How many sins had he committed? How much damage had he caused to the primordial world? Such a vile creature deserved to die. They were also the main targets of the attack after the 18th level of hell appeared. Now with the power of the tunnel he could find these people from the primordial world and capture them. 1 could establish his might. 2 could save Feng Zichen a lot of trouble, so that he would not have to search for sinners in the primordial world after hell appeared. How troublesome would that be? At this moment, with the power of the tunnel, he could kill several birds with 1 stone and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Why not? As for Daoyuo Jinxian, that kind of person was too powerful. Just a projection was not enough to take them down. If he really wanted to capture them, Feng Zichen would have to capture them personally. This would take time. After all, Feng Zichen's incarnation of Fengdu would not step out of the netherworld unless his cultivation was a great divine power. Rumble. Not long after Feng Zichen set up the first level of hell, the power of creation of heaven and earth suddenly descended from the void and acted on the black fireball. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black fireball trembled for a moment, and a blood-red world was born from his body. That world was so big that it was not inferior to the upper-class world created by saints. Its origin was abnormally thick, and it was the top upper-class world. 1 could see that there were countless blood-red shadows in that world, waving the iron pincers in their hands. They chuckled and were abnormally ferocious. This was a life formed by rules. It did not have any emotions, so it could be fair and just. This world was the first layer of hell. Afterwards, Feng Zichen continued, revealing the 18 levels of hell one by one. The second layer of hell is called the Hell of Scissors. Those who enter this prison will have their 10 fingers cut off. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. 1 could imagine how painful it would be to cut them off one by one. Moreover, these 10 fingers would grow back very soon after they were cut off. Then the hellspawn would reduce it again. Again and again he was tortured. Furthermore, the recovery of the finger did not consume the power of hell. Instead, it consumed his own essence. Only when the source was exhausted could he be freed. At that time, a person would only have a true spirit left. After going through reincarnation, it would be difficult to find the true self. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, the second layer of hell followed and pulled all living beings into it. At the same time, the power of creation appeared, and the second layer of hell was born. The third layer of hell is called the Iron Tree Hell. There are sharp blades on the trees, and they will pierce through the skin of the person who comes and hang them on the iron trees. The sago tree was not an ordinary tree. Anyone who was entangled by it would have their source energy absorbed by it. This process was incomparably painful. Watching one's source energy flow away without being able to do anything. What kind of despair was this? The fourth layer of hell is called the Hell of Mirror of Retribution. The mirror of retribution shines on the person's body, revealing their sins, and searching for the weakness of the person's heart. This was not physical pain, but the pain of the heart. The fifth layer of hell is called the Hell of Steamers. When one's soul falls into this hell, It is like falling into a pill furnace. It will be refined by the fire of hell, and its source energy will be extracted. The sixth layer of hell is called the Hell of Bronze Pillars. The seventh layer of hell is called the Hell of Knife Mountain. The eighth layer of hell is called the Hell of Ice Mountain. The ninth layer of hell is called the Hell of Frying Pan. The 10th layer of hell is called the Hell of Cow Pit. The 11th layer of hell is called the Hell of Stone Crushing. The 12th layer of hell is called the Hell of Mortar. The 13th layer of hell is called the Hell of Blood Pond. The 14th layer of hell is called the Hell of Wrongful Death. The 15th layer of hell is called the Hell of Dismemberment. The 16th layer of hell is called the Hell of Volcano. The 17th layer of hell is called the Hell of Stone Grinding. The 18th layer of hell is called the Hell of Avicii. Those who enter this prison will be burned by the fire of hell day and night, and will never be reincarnated. As soon as he finished speaking, the projection of the Hell of Avicii quietly appeared and pulled the sinners into it. Immediately, hundreds of sinners in the primordial world lost their auras. Their primordial spirits were pulled into hell and died silently. Even a few Daluo Jinxian who were entangled in negative karma suffered a loss for a moment. A wisp of primordial spirit origin was pulled into hell. Damn it! Circulating their magic power and forcibly cutting off their connection with hell. Several Daluo Jinxian raised their heads and looked in the direction of the netherworld with resentment. But even so, they did not dare to make a move. It could be said that more than 80% of the experts in the primordial world had gathered in the netherworld. If they caused trouble there, even saints would have to think twice, let alone them. Not to mention the tunnel hanging high in the sky above the netherworld. They would probably be blown to pieces as soon as they appeared. You're courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the primordial world. Monstrous demonic chi suddenly erupted from a secret place in the primordial world. It turned into a giant hand and slapped toward the netherworld. The power of this palm was earth-shattering. Its aura was no less than that of a perfected quasi-saint. It even faintly surpassed it. Clearly, this was a supreme expert who had reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm, and was about to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. The power of that palm distorted the laws, shattered space-time, and tampered with concepts. It was obvious that it wanted to shatter the 18 layers of hell with one strike. A demonic expert. This was a true giant of the demonic path. It was also the foundation of the demonic path. It was far from what the world devastator Taoist Emoluo, and the others could compare to. Such a figure was definitely a supreme expert from ancient times, or even the primordial era. The left and right hands of the demon ancestor Rahu were existences of the same generation as the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the ancestral dragon, and the ancestral phoenix. There was no need to think carefully to know that such a supreme expert of the demonic path definitely had blood on his hands. His body was full of sins. He was an existence that provoked the great calamity of heaven and earth. He was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Originally, with the prosperity of the celestial sect of wonders, a giant of the demonic path like him, as the main target of the celestial sect of wonders, should have hidden well and not revealed any aura. In fact, he did the same. However, he did not expect that the infernal purgatory, with the support of the tunnel, used karma to search the primordial world and found him. His supernatural power could hide from the saints and even Hongjun, but it could not hide from the tunnel. Therefore he was exposed. He, who had hidden for countless years, was exposed because of an accident. Immediately, without hesitation, he turned around and left, running toward the chaos outside the sky. If he did not leave, he would face the siege of the experts of the celestial sect of wonders. In the primordial world, only the chaos outside the sky could block the perception of the saints. But even if he left, the person who exposed him could not be let go just like that. Therefore, before he left, he angrily slapped out a palm, wanting to blow up Fengzichen. As for whether this palm could succeed, it all depended on luck. If he succeeded, he would vent his anger. If he failed, he would find an opportunity in the future to give him retribution. Hiss! What a powerful demonic aura. This strength is not much inferior to the East Emperor. In the primordial world, a half-step primordial demon suddenly appeared. It gave all the great divinities a fright. However, although everyone was shocked, their reaction was not slow. The moment the demonic aura erupted, they had already begun to use their divinities. The first to make a move was the Lady of Earth. "How dare you?" she shouted in a low voice and suddenly waved her arm, striking toward the giant palm that was coming at her. Immediately, the shadows of all things appeared. Endless laws flowed, turning into a huge torrent that shattered the giant hand. On the other side, the Grand Pure One activated the Taiji diagram. The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning raised the Panga banner. The Grand Master of Heaven activated the 4 immortal killing swords. The Nuwa took out the cauldron of heaven and earth. The Saint Jiayin held the green lotus flag, and the Saint Zhuan-Ti waved the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. They all attacked the place where the demonic aura erupted. Dong. In the heavenly court, the 3 demon sovereigns made their move. Then many great divinities prepared their divinities. Boom. A dazzling light erupted, and nothing could be seen. Everywhere was a vast expanse of white. How terrifying was the full-strength attack of all the top experts of the Hushuan sect. It was easy to destroy the upper-class world. It could even penetrate the primordial world. Even if the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian came, he would not be able to withstand this attack and would be seriously injured. This should be the strongest attack in the primordial world. When the light dissipated, the place where the demonic aura erupted had completely disappeared. It had been beaten into a state of nothingness. Damn it! That demon escaped. After all, he was an existence that could survive the great war of immortals and demons. His life-saving methods were top-notch in the primordial world. Before everyone could react, he had escaped. Chase. Silently, the 6 saints disappeared into the primordial world and chased toward the chaos outside the heavens. This giant demon was not far from the primordial chaos Dao realm. If he broke through, it would be terrible. It was better to deal with him in time before he broke through to avoid trouble in the future. In the netherworld, Feng Zichen quietly watched all of this happen. Although he was the one who started this matter and the demon lord's target was him, at this moment, he was like a bystander and was not affected at all. The Xian sect was too strong. Especially when all the experts of the Xian sect were here. The demon lord did not even dare to show his face and ran away. At this moment, saving his life was more important. How could he care about Feng Zichen? I didn't expect that the birth of the Avicii Purgatory would attract a great demon. The waters of the primordial world are really deep. The appearance of this demon lord was completely beyond Feng Zichen's expectations. He just wanted to use this opportunity to warn the Daoyuo Jingxian and ask them to restrain themselves in the future. Who knew that a big fish would be lured out? What a surprise! You said that you were a half-step primordial chaos expert. Instead of hiding in the chaos outside the heavens to cultivate and achieve the Dao, you hid in the primordial world. Weren't you looking for excitement? Chapter 396. Did they really think that the immortal Dao and the devil Dao could coexist peacefully? However, this is also a good thing. After this, the celestial sect of wonders owes me a favor. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly smiled. Although he had completely offended the demon sect because of this matter, he had also gained a favor from the Xian sect. Overall, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Instead of concentrating on cultivating in the chaos outside the heavens, Zhu Qing of the demonic sect risked his life and sneaked back to the untainted land to hide. There was no need to think too much to know that there was definitely a conspiracy. Furthermore, the Fiend sect's conspiracy was either targeted at the primordial world or the mystic sect. Now Feng Zichen pulled the devil out. No matter what the demon sect's plan was, it would be considered a failure. Under the surveillance of the experts of the mystic sect, even fiend ancestor Rahu could not stir up any waves in the primordial chaos, much less a half-step primordial chaos fiend. However, if that devil had not been discovered by Feng Zichen, with the devil sect's ability to stir up trouble, he would not have been able to escape. Primordial world. In other words, it was the profound sect. That would be troublesome. If he discovered them in advance, he would be able to stop his losses in advance, and he might even be able to counter the evil sect. As such, the Xian sect naturally owed Feng Zichen a favor. As for the price of offending the demonic sect, it was nothing compared to gaining a favor from the Xian sect. In the end, this world belonged to the celestial sect of wonders. In comparison, the demon sect was just a loser, a stray dog. So what if he offended him? Needless to say, Feng Zichen had a feud with the demon sect many years ago. Now he had even refined demon ancestor Rahu's supreme treasure, the Stupa Pagoda, into the 18 levels of hell. It could be said that they had formed a deadly feud. Therefore, when facing the demon sect, his interests were aligned with those of the Xian sect. Whatever the demon gate wanted to do, it was always right for them to destroy it. He watched as the 6 sages headed to the chaos beyond the heavens to track down the demonic path's titans. Feng Zichen knew that even if the sage could not catch up, the devil would not be able to appear in the primordial world for the time being. Therefore, he no longer paid attention to the primordial world, and focused his attention on the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, the 18 layers of hell had been completely born. They were shaped like inverted pagodas. One layer after another, they extended towards the depths of the netherworld realm, towards the bottom of the 9 underworlds. That hell was incomparably deep, and the deeper one went, the darker it became. There was no light at all, and it was extremely horrifying. A strange aura pervaded the air. Furthermore, the periphery of the infernal realm was shrouded in a dark red light, which was abnormally ferocious. It was formed from the baleful aura of heaven and earth, and it could corrode everything. It could prevent outsiders from getting close to hell, and it could also prevent evil spirits from escaping. It was the first layer of defense of hell. In the infernal realm, there were countless torture platforms with all sorts of torture instruments on them. There was a rich variety of torture instruments, which summed up all the torture methods of the Great Desolate Aeon. It was very frightening. The 18 levels of hell were different from the 18 levels of hell. In later generations, the 18 levels of hell created by the Buddhists were not divided according to levels, but according to different types of crimes. Depending on the sins one committed, one would enter different hells. Therefore, the 18 levels of hell of the Buddhist sect did not have a hierarchy and were completely equal. However, Feng Zichen's 18 levels of hell were different. His hell completely followed the idea that the deeper the sin, the greater the suffering. Therefore, each level of hell was more terrifying than the last. Of the 18 levels of hell set up by the Buddhist sect, Feng Zichen only took a fancy to the number and name of the 18 levels. The rest were nothing to him. After all, the philosophy of the Buddhist sect, they did not cultivate in this life, but focused on the next life. It was really unpleasant. Therefore, Feng Zichen made changes to the 18 levels of hell. He integrated the hell set up by the Taoist sect in the future into it. For example, the Tendon Hanging Prison, the Yuang Prison, the Fire Pit Prison, the Fengdu Prison, the Blood Pool Prison, the Skinning Prison, and so on. It made the 18 levels of hell even more terrifying. The 18 levels of hell did not represent 18 tortures, but 18 worlds. There were thousands of tortures in them, and they were all unimaginably cruel. Otherwise, how could they intimidate the common people? Moreover, the hell set up by Feng Zichen could extract the origin of ghosts on every level. The mistakes made by all living beings were both big and small. Naturally, they could not stay in hell forever to be punished. Once the sentence was over, they would naturally reincarnate. However, the sentence was not easy to control. Feng Zichen might as well not set a sentence. He would directly let hell extract its origin. When its origin was exhausted, the sentence would be considered over. This way, he could save a lot of manpower and strengthen the origin of hell. It could be said that he could kill several birds with one stone. In this way, the 18 levels of hell have been established. I hope that all living beings will remember the immortal Tao of Ascension, the noble Tao of Reincarnation, the filial Tao of Reincarnation, the fair Tao of Reincarnation, the virtuous Tao of Reincarnation, and the vicious Hell. In the future, if you want to become an immortal and attain the Tao, you still need to cultivate more merit. Looking at the 18 levels of hell, Feng Zichen suddenly moved. He used the great Tao mantra again to persuade all living beings to be good. The fundamental purpose of hell was to warn all living beings and make them be good to heaven and earth. Even pulling people into hell to be punished was to deter all living beings in the primordial world. It was not to punish for the sake of punishment. This was the foundation of hell. It could not be messed up. Otherwise, hell's foundation would be unstable, and it would be in danger of being overturned at any time. Don't deceive your heart in life. Who will be spared by the gods and ghosts? Good and evil will be repaid in the end. It's only a matter of time. In the end, Feng Zichen even composed a song for all living beings to remember in their hearts and recite at all times. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in the primordial world, blowing on all living beings. It was eerie. It was as if an evil ghost was whispering in their ears, causing them to involuntarily recall their trip to hell. Their bodies could not help but tremble in fear. We never forget His Majesty the Ghost Emperor's words. Immense fear assaulted them. All living beings hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. For a moment, the might of the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu intimidated the primordial world. No, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Suddenly, several shrill screams sounded in the primordial world. The 18 levels of hell were established. The evil spirits that had been captured earlier immediately appeared in the void and fell into hell. They first experienced the torture of the first 17 levels of hell, before falling into the pitch-black infernal purgatory. These screams were emitted by the evil spirits who could not withstand the torture. Of course, this scene was projected in the primordial world. It allowed all living beings to see it clearly. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all living beings could not help but feel a chill from the depths of their souls. Their bodies trembled even more violently. This, fellow Taoist Fengdu, isn't this 18 levels of hell too ferocious? It's against the harmony of the heavens. At the side, the Empress of Earth could not help but feel sympathy for the living beings when she saw this scene. She sent a voice transmission to Feng Zichen. Empress, if all living beings are good, these 18 levels of hell are just decorations. How can there be a violation of the harmony of the heavens? If all living beings are evil, these 18 levels of hell will punish evil spirits. They deserve it. Only then can they show the fairness of the heavenly Tao. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen replied, if they were good, this hell naturally had nothing to do with them. There was no need to care. Those who feared hell were mostly those who harbored evil intentions. The appearance of hell was to warn these people and make them dispel the evil intentions in their hearts. After sighing, the Empress of Earth did not say anything else. She naturally understood such a simple logic. However, seeing all living beings like this, she could not help but feel sorry for them. This was a result of their personality. If they wanted to change it, it would not be a one-time effort. Boom boom boom. As the evil spirits entered the infernal purgatory, wisps of black gas surged out from the depths of hell and merged with the 9 dragons emperor robe on Feng Zichen's body, increasing his power by a little. This was the magical effect of this treasure. It could become stronger with the strength of hell. Freeze. Forming a seal with one hand, Feng Zichen pointed at the 18 levels of hell. With a loud sound, the hell slowly sank until it was level with the ground of the first level of hell. All right. In that case, it looks much more pleasing to the eye. As hell sank into the ground, the terrifying phenomena in the surroundings disappeared one by one. Although this place still looked terrifying, it was far less terrifying than before. After doing all this, Feng Zichen raised his head and looked at the sky. There, the origin of hell still existed. Even though the 18 levels of hell were born, it did not exhaust all of its strength. However, the origin of hell was much smaller than before. It was about a quarter of its original size. Moreover, its color had also changed. It had changed from pitch black to pure white. The aura of death and sin on its body had also been replaced by a huge aura of life and holy aura. Although the size of the origin of hell was smaller, its power seemed to be stronger and purer. Thinking about it, the origin of hell was already dense in the beginning. With the addition of the pagoda, the origin of hell was even denser. The birth of the 18 levels of hell consumed the power of the pagoda. The origin of hell did not consume much. It was normal for there to be some left behind. As for the change from black to white and the change in aura, that was the principle of the cycle of heaven and earth. Extreme yang gave birth to yin, and extreme yin gave birth to yang. All things in the world, most of them could not escape this law. Life and death were the same. If the end of life was death, then the end of death was life. After fusing with the pagoda, the aura of death of the origin of hell reached its limit. It automatically gave birth to the aura of life and occupied the center. When the aura of death completely transformed into the 18 levels of hell, the aura of life was no longer concealed, and was naturally exposed. Good stuff. Looking at the white ball of light in front of him, Feng Zichen revealed an infatuated expression. This was the origin of life, the origin of creation. It was a true primordial treasure. It was a treasure even more precious than the Daoyuo Dao fruit. Even if a quasi-sage swallowed it, there would be endless benefits. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt several gazes fall on him. No, it was the origin of hell. Those were the greedy gazes of a group of powerful beings outside the netherworld realm. This item's origin was too dense. It was not inferior to the connate origin of a quasi-sage at the peak of the quasi-sage realm. It was a supreme creation. If they could snatch it and refine it, they might be able to take a step closer and glimpse into the mysteries of the primordial chaos Dao realm. With this thought in mind, everyone could not help but be tempted. Even a few powerful beings at the late stage of the quasi-sage realm subconsciously clenched their hands, eager to give it a try. The lower their realm, the more they desired the origin of hell. Because, when their realm was high, the origin of hell was of little use to them. It might not be able to help them break through. However, it was different for cultivators with low realms. The origin of hell could definitely help them take a step closer. Therefore, they had an incomparable desire for the origin of hell. Their gazes towards the origin of hell became passionate. They were like evil spirits who had not eaten for many days and suddenly saw delicious food. When their gazes fell on Feng Zichen, they felt a tingling pain. At this moment, there was no doubt that if it were not for the Hutu and the group of powerful beings present, those who coveted the origin of hell would definitely rush into the netherworld realm and tear Feng Zichen apart to seize the origin of hell. Good boy. There are so many experts. This item must not be left behind. Sensing the spying of many powerful beings, Feng Zichen immediately made a decision. The origin of hell must not be left behind. As the saying went, one was not afraid of thieves stealing, but one was afraid of thieves thinking about it. If he accepted the origin of hell, those powerful beings would probably target him and think of ways to snatch the origin of hell from him. Just thinking about this kind of situation was scary. Who could sleep soundly if they were targeted by dozens of late-stage quasi-sages, or even higher existences? Therefore, the origin of hell could not be left behind. This was the source of trouble. I was really careless. At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but secretly blame himself. He was so complacent that he forgot to hide the origin of hell in advance, exposing it to the public and attracting everyone's attention. If not for that, he would have secretly hidden the origin of hell, and no one would have known. Sigh. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen sighed again and again. It would be better for him to hide such a good thing and slowly refine it to improve his cultivation. He was really muddle-headed. He even forgot to reveal his wealth. However, at this point, it was useless to think too much. It was better to think of a way to make up for it. Open. Closing his eyes, Feng Zichen mobilized all the mana in his body. With Panga's method, when he split open the sky, he slashed at the origin of hell. Rumble. Instantly, the origin of hell was shattered. Yin and Yang were opened, and creation was born. Endless rules were manifested, and a world was gradually born, splitting heaven and earth. This was the method that Feng Zichen thought of. He really couldn't bear to give away the origin of hell. Why should he give away his own treasure? He might as well use this as the foundation to continue to evolve the world and completely consume the origin of hell. In this way, the origin of hell would be gone. No matter how much everyone coveted the origin of hell, they couldn't go to the netherworld and take away a world, right? Feng Zichen expressed. He was very willing for everyone to do this. In that case, it wouldn't be Feng Zichen who dealt with them, but the will of the netherworld that was comparable to a saint. Open, open, open. Then Feng Zichen used his finger as a sword and waved it 5 times at the origin of hell before he stopped. 5 dazzling sword lights flew out of his hand with boundless Taoist rhymes. They slashed the newborn world and divided it into 6 pieces. Rumble. The rules of heaven and earth changed because of this, turning from 1 world into 6 worlds. Fengdu 6 days. What Feng Zichen wanted to do was to open up Fengdu 6 days. It was rumored that there were 6 heavens above Fengdu Luo Mountain. The emperor of Fengdu set up 6 heavenly palaces here as the headquarters to manage and test ghosts. Among them, there were 6 heavenly ghosts and gods. As the subordinates of the emperor of Fengdu, they were to protect the supreme dignity of the ghost emperor. Chapter 397. Turning 1 into 6. Although the area of the world had become smaller, but correspondingly, the speed of its derivation had undoubtedly increased greatly. In less than 100 years, the vast and boundless sky of the 6 directions appeared in the sky above Fengdu Luo Mountain, which was the highest point of the netherworld. Boom! The moment the 6 heavens were born, in the primordial world, above the 9 heavens, Zhouxing shone brightly. Streams of origin power drooped down and poured into the netherworld. One could see that. After the starlight fell into the netherworld, it merged with the source of extreme Yin, forming the shadows of dim stars that appeared in the sky above the netherworld. First, the great sun appeared and hung in the sky. The sky was pitch black, but it strangely emitted light, illuminating the dark netherworld. That was the sun of the underworld. The essence of the sun fell into the netherworld and ignited the source of extreme Yin, reaching the point of extreme Yin, giving birth to Yang, turning into a dark sun. This was the only Yang in the netherworld. It was also the hope of ghost cultivators to become immortals. Ghosts were formed from Yin Qi. If one wanted to become an immortal and attain the Tao, one had to remove all the Yin Qi in one's body and turn Yin into Yang. And the sun of the underworld was formed from Yang Qi. Bathed in its light, one's cultivation speed would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. This was a supreme treasure for ghost cultivators. After the sun, a faint moon appeared. It was cold and cheerless, dotted with a few wisps of light, releasing an oppressive cold air. This was the moon of the underworld. After the essence of the sun fell into the netherworld, it merged with the source of extreme Yin, forming a bright moon. It contained the purest innate extreme Yin Qi. It was of great benefit to cultivators who had just entered the ghost path or cultivators who specialized in the path of extreme Yin. After it, specks of starlight appeared and floated in the sky, flashing. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it at all. This was the projection of Zhouxing. They were far less powerful than the sun and moon, and they didn't have anything to rely on in the netherworld. Therefore, after coming to the netherworld, they could only turn into specks of starlight to announce their existence. Rumble. The sun and moon were born, and the projection of Zhouxing appeared. The netherworld shook and became more stable and perfect. I didn't expect that there would be such benefits in opening Fengdu for 6 days. Seeing the changes in front of him, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little surprised. He had opened up the 6 heavens of Fengdu in a hurry. He had not expected that their appearance would cause the netherworld to be further perfected. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Dijun. Suddenly Feng Zichen's face turned cold. He gritted his teeth and shouted a name. Zhouxing's phantoms had all appeared, but only the Emperor Star projection that symbolized the Ghost Emperor was missing. How could he not be angry? The purple star was sealed by Dijun, and could not manifest in the great desolate Aeon. Naturally, it was even more impossible for it to manifest in the underworld realm. Just as Feng Zichen was getting angry, the 6 heavens of Fengdu changed again. Buzz buzz buzz. One of the heavens suddenly trembled slightly as it began to absorb the tribulation aura, baleful aura, evil aura, and so on. What happened? The sudden change woke Feng Zichen up from his anger. He looked at the 6 heavens of Fengdu in front of him in surprise and bewilderment. Why should he care about Dijun? He could not be arrogant for more than a few days. Moreover, it was useless even if he cared. He could not defeat Dijun. Now it was more important to care about the matter in front of him. This is, looking at the sky that was crazily absorbing evil aura. Feng Zichen's heart stirred slightly. He vaguely understood something. The 6 heavens of Fengdu had their own uses. One of the heavens was the place where the evil god lived. This evil god did not refer to the ghost god who did all kinds of evil, but the ghost god who arranged the plague to cause the great calamity. The netherworld realm had a high status, and only the 18 levels of hell could not show its might. Therefore the evil god was born because of this. If the atmosphere of the human world was bad, and they took evil as glory and good as disaster, the netherworld realm's ruler, Emperor Fengdu, who lived in the Yin Mountain, would feel it and expel the ghost god to the human world. Or it would cause war, or it would spread the plague, it would cause the world to be in chaos. Killing to stop killing, violence to curb violence, purge heaven and earth and rebuild order. It would show the majesty of the Emperor Fengdu. The Yin court has not appeared, but the authority of the Emperor Fengdu has already begun to manifest. Is it so urgent? After thinking it through, Feng Zichen muttered. Without thinking, he knew that the only person in the netherworld who could guide the changes of the 6 heavens of Fengdu under his nose was the will of the netherworld. It seemed that the netherworld had been holding back for a long time. As soon as it appeared in the world, it could not wait to show its presence. Feng Zichen also understood the thoughts of the will of the netherworld. Look, as his brother, the heaven realm, had already become the center of the power of the primordial world. Looking at him, he had just been born. If he did not do a few things that would cause a sensation in the primordial world, how could he compete with the heaven realm? Wouldn't he be weaker than the heaven realm? Therefore, he even took the initiative to guide the changes of the netherworld, to increase his right to speak in the primordial world. However, by doing so, the will of the netherworld completely messed up Feng Zichen's plan of low-key development. He had originally planned to open up the 6 heavens of Fengdu and use it to nurture his team. When the ghost path had some experts to support him, he would participate in the battle for the primordial world to establish the supreme position of the netherworld. But now, the netherworld did not give Feng Zichen a chance to develop at all. It directly let him join the battle for the primordial world to seize the power of heaven and earth. F***CK. At this moment, Feng Zichen really wanted to curse. The netherworld had just been born. It had no people or things. He was a commander without an army. What could he use to compete with the demons and the heaven realm? By relying on his head? If he did not leave the netherworld, he could still protect himself. Once he left the netherworld, he probably did not need Dijun to make a move. Just one of the 10 great demon gods of the demon race would be able to blast his incarnation into pieces. Therefore, the will of the netherworld was completely forcing him. Wait. Not at all. Zichen could not. The Empress of Earth. The Magi could also do it. With a thought, Feng Zichen had an idea. However, this matter was not urgent. He had to deal with the matter in front of him first. After the 6 heavens of Fengdu had finished evolving, the origin of hell was still not exhausted. However, there was only a little bit left. It was of great use to Daluo Jingxian, but its effect on the saint was minimal. Therefore, when they saw the current appearance of the origin of hell, those prying gazes immediately disappeared. Phew, sensing this, Feng Zichen could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He really could not feel at ease being remembered by so many powerful figures. After all, no matter how strong his strength was, his essence was still Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, he did not intend to leave behind such a small amount of the origin of hell. Go. As he spoke, Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent the small ball of the origin of hell into the ground of Yin Mountain, fusing with the origin of Yin Mountain. Immediately, under Yin Mountain, a magical world was slowly born. That was Fengdu Hell. As everyone knew, there were 19 levels of hell. This Fengdu Hell was the legendary 19th level of hell. Those who were powerful and wreaked havoc in the world would be imprisoned in Fengdu Hell and would never be reincarnated. That's right, it was a human, not a ghost. This was a hell specially targeted at Daoyuo Jingxian. As long as there was a Daoyuo Jingxian wreaking havoc in the primordial world, the great emperor of Fengdu could suppress him in Fengdu Hell and never be able to escape until the primordial world was destroyed. Although the 18 levels of hell were strong, in theory, they could suppress Daoyuo Jingxian. However, it was a hell targeted at the dead. How could Daoyuo Jingxian die? He would not die. How could he suppress Daoyuo Jingxian? Therefore, this was a paradox that could never be realized. This was the birth of Fengdu Hell. In Fengdu Hell, there was no trace of pre-celestial qi, no rules of heaven and earth, and no concept of time and space. There was only endless silence and despair. There was also endless darkness. This place was infinitely close to nothingness. Only such an environment could suppress Daoyuo Jingxian. Otherwise, with Daoyuo Jingxian's strength, as long as there was a trace of rules, he could use this as a basis to forcefully break through the world and escape. Phew. Only then can hell be considered a problem. Seeing that everything was on the right track, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. After working for so long, he had finally opened up hell completely. This also meant that it was time to reap the harvest. Rumble. In the sky, the gaze of the heavenly Tao appeared. The black and yellow merit gathered. It surged towards Feng Zichen in a mighty manner. Although the merit obtained from opening up hell was far inferior to the merit obtained from turning the earth into reincarnation, it was still about 10%. It was almost comparable to the merit obtained from establishing the three pure ones. Speaking of which, the merit obtained from establishing the three pure ones was actually not much. If one were to really talk about it, the amount of merit could not even be ranked in the top 10 of the primordial world. They could become saints. It was said that they became saints by establishing a sect, but in fact it was not. They relied on the merit of opening the heavens to become saints. The so-called merit of establishing a sect was just a primer to open the merit of opening the heavens. If not, why was the strength of the three pure ones stronger than Zhuan-Ti when they both established a sect to become saints? It was because the way the two became saints was completely different. Boom. Merit entered the body. Feng Zichen's cultivation was soaring. This time, he did not refuse to use merit to increase his cultivation. He was not worried about the possible hidden dangers at all. That was because the Emperor of Fengdu was only an incarnation. Using merit to increase his cultivation did not affect his main body at all. He could also use this opportunity to see the pros and cons of using merit to increase his cultivation. In that case, how could Feng Zichen not do it? The reincarnation merit that he had obtained earlier, plus the hell merit that he had obtained now, Feng Zichen did not hold back at all. He took them all out to increase his cultivation. Next, Feng Zichen's cultivation began to soar. Daoyuo Jingxian was in the middle stage. Daoyuo Jingxian was in the late stage. Daoyuo Jingxian was in the great perfection. The early stage of the quasi-saint, the middle stage of the quasi-saint, the late stage of the quasi-saint. In a short moment, with the help of merit, Feng Zichen's cultivation advanced from the early stage of the Daoyuo Jingxian to the late stage of the quasi-saint, becoming a great magician. Only then did he stop the momentum of his advancement. However, the remaining merit was not enough to advance him to the level of the great perfection of the quasi-saint. Even so, it was shocking enough. Although the quasi-saint and Daoyuo Jingxian were in the same realm, they were two completely different existences. The former had already begun to transcend the river of time and space, while the latter was still struggling in the river of time and space. The difference was obvious at a glance. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. What is that? Originally, Everyone thought that it was over, but they didn't expect that the changes weren't over yet. They saw an Orion suddenly droop down from the tunnel, forcefully twisting Feng Zichen's foundation, turning the earth flower on his head into an earth flower. For a moment, Feng Zichen's body changed again. Although his realm didn't increase, his aura was much stronger. He also had the temperament of the Lord of all things, transcending the gods and boundless majesty. Today, the great magicians of the primordial world saw a scene that surprised them. A Taoist priest who had just entered the Daoyuo Jingxian had crossed 5 small realms and 1 big realm in a short moment, becoming a great magician of the late stage of the quasi-saint. Moreover, he had also bloomed the only 2 earth flowers of the primordial world. It was unheard of and unseen. His cultivation speed was so fast that it could be said to be the best in the primordial world. It was enough to be recorded in the primordial world's history books and be admired by future generations. Fast. Too fast. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. What a great creation. However, how much of his strength can he unleash if he doesn't have the experience to match up to his cultivation base? Everyone was first shocked by the speed of Feng Zichen's advancement. Then they couldn't help but think of the drawbacks of doing so. It didn't seem like a big problem to use merit to increase 1 or 2 small realms. However, it was the first time in the primordial world that Feng Zichen crazily used merit to increase his cultivation base. The strength of one's strength came from the origin realm and experience. The origin represented the upper limit of one's magic power. The more profound it was, the more powerful one's magic power was. The realm represented the control of the great Tao and the rules. The more profound it was, the greater its influence on the world. Experience was combat experience. The more abundant it was, the more control one had over oneself. One could often exert the greatest advantage at the smallest price. Therefore, in order to fully exert one's strength, all 3 were indispensable. However, merit could only increase one's cultivation base by one's realm and nothing else. This was like a child suddenly possessing the strength of an adult. He was strong and could be said to be invincible among children, but could he be a match for a normal adult? Obviously he couldn't. This was Feng Zichen's current situation. If he had the corresponding cultivation realm, but not the corresponding strength, any quasi-sage primary stage expert would be able to compete with him. Oh, not necessarily after all. Feng Zichen had bloomed the flower of the earth. His strength should be a little stronger. As expected, using merit to increase one's cultivation base isn't as simple as I thought. In fact, just as the great magicians had guessed, Feng Zichen's current situation was more or less like this. His realm was at the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, but his innate origin was still at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian, without the slightest increase. The experience from Daoyuo Jingxian to the late stage of the quasi-saint realm was completely blank, and it didn't help him at all. Compared to before, his strength lay in the fact that his influence on the world was even deeper, his mastery of the great Tao and the rules was even more at will. Strong, much stronger than before. If the current Feng Zichen were to deal with the previous him, it could be said that he could suppress him effortlessly. Chapter 398. However, if he were to face an expert of the same level, the situation would be completely reversed. He would probably be easily suppressed. The strength that was increased by merit was the lowest among the same realm. This was not a lie. Even the saints were the same. The saints who became saints with the method of merit were the weakest saints. This was personally said by Tao ancestor Hongjun. It could not be false. In the future, if the incarnation of Fengdu fought with others, he could only rely on his realm to suppress it. It would be difficult for him to lose against Daoyuo Jingxian as a quasi-saint. With Feng Zichen's current situation, he could only show off in front of Daoyuo Jingxian. If he showed off in front of a quasi-saint, he might fail. However, this was the netherworld. The strength he could unleash was far from what he was showing now. With the origin of hell, he could unleash strength comparable to a perfected quasi-saint. With the origin of the netherworld, he could unleash strength comparable to Daoyuo Jingxian. This was the benefit of the karmic rank. He was almost invincible in the netherworld. It seems that I have to cultivate well from now on. Feeling the weak origin in his body, Feng Zichen was a little distressed. Experience was something that relied on the accumulation of experience. It was impossible to achieve great results in a short period of time. However, there were many ways to quickly grow the innate origin other than painstakingly condensing it. However, these methods required the consumption of a large number of precious innate treasures, especially the innate origin that could increase the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. Its value was comparable to a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Destroying a high-grade innate spirit treasure just to increase the origin of the Fengdu incarnation? Feng Zichen felt that he was not so prodigal or rich. Fengdu incarnation should cultivate by himself. At the same time, he could recomprehend every realm to increase his experience and make up for his shortcomings. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. Instead of being idle, he might as well cultivate. Before the end of the Great Magi Demon War, the thing that Fengdu incarnation lacked the most was time. However, there was no rush. Now, the netherworld had appeared. The most important thing was to suggest the Yin Court. The heavens had the heavenly court, which managed the immortals and controlled the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. On earth, there should be an underworld court that governs all ghosts and controls life, death, misfortune, and fortune. Only when the heavens and earth were in balance was the truth of the great Tao. Having made up his mind, Feng Zichen turned around and walked toward Hutu. He wanted to talk to her about establishing the Yin Court. After all, he didn't have the strength, the soldiers, or the food. It was impossible for him to establish the Yin Court by himself. Not to mention whether the great mystical abilities of the primordial world were convinced or not. Just the heavenly court's attack was enough for him to suffer. Primordial world. There was a shaman. This was enough for the demons to worry about. If another Yin Court appeared, it would be better than fighting for power. Wouldn't the demon race explode? Donghuang would probably be able to turn Feng Zichen and the Yin Court he had established into dust once he struck the bell of chaos. The demon race would never tolerate the existence of the Yin Court. Therefore, if the Yin Court wants to be established, it had to be the sorcerer tribe. Only the Yin Court established by the Magi could not be afraid of the demons and shock the primordial world. At the same time, the Yao didn't dare to rashly attack the Yin Court. Moreover, the netherworld was the backup plan that Pangu had prepared for the Magi. It was only natural for them to establish the Yin Court. In addition, Feng Zichen was a Magi of the Magi. He naturally had to live up to his identity and plan for the future of the Magi. Although establishing the Yin Court could not change the fate of the Magi, it could protect the Magi who remained in the netherworld and leave some foundation for them, so that they would not decline so miserably. This would not be in vain for him to interact with the Magi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Feng Zichen turned around, two rays of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and flew toward him at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it seemed to be traveling through the river of time and space. It ignored all spacetime and created the illusion that spacetime was stagnant. The moment Feng Zichen saw them, they suddenly appeared in front of him. A powerful force suddenly attacked, forcing Feng Zichen to take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Could it be that as he retreated, Feng Zichen felt something in his heart and vaguely sensed the origins of the two. In the netherworld, there were only two treasures with such power, and they had not appeared in the world. There were only two treasures that met such conditions: the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara Brush. This was one of the few treasures in the nether realm that could retain its full strength after leaving the nether realm. It could be said that the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara Brush were the most precious treasures in the netherworld apart from the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. This was the symbol of the netherworld. After stabilizing his footsteps, Feng Zichen raised his head to look at the 2 balls of light floating in the air. The balls of light were dark purple, indicating that countless mysterious runes were flowing around them to isolate them from the outside world. Even with Feng Zichen's current cultivation, He could not see through the surface of the balls of light to investigate the situation inside. After waiting quietly for a while, he did not sense any dangerous aura. Feng Zichen tentatively used his spiritual sense to touch the two dark purple balls of light. Kacha! Kacha! With a shattering sound, the two balls of light shattered, revealing a jade book and a jade brush. They were the treasures of the netherworld, the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush. Good. Seeing these two items, even Feng Zichen, who had seen treasures before, could not help but exclaim in surprise. The Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush were both supreme-grade Khanate merit numinous treasures. They were powerful and could be said to have endless uses. Although the Book of Life and Death was small, it recorded the information of all living beings in the primordial world under Daoyuo Jingxian. Their life and death, misfortune and fortune, their lifespan, and when they died were all recorded. This treasure not only involved the Tao of life and death, but also the Tao of fate. With this treasure, one might be able to see the mysteries of fate. It was truly unfathomable. Moreover, it was the human book of the three books of heaven, earth and man. It had boundless luck. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was one of the top 10 Khanate numinous treasures of the primordial world. The Spring and Autumn Samsara brush was also known as the Judge's brush. Although it did not have as great a background as the Book of Life and Death, it was still extremely powerful. In the future, its name would resound throughout the three realms, causing people's expressions to change. With a stroke it could change one's lifespan, change misfortune, and even determine life and death. This was a Khanate numinous treasure nurtured by the Tao of life and death. It had even fused with a portion of the concept of reincarnation, making it even more powerful. With a stroke of the brush, it could stir up the laws of life and death, and achieve the effect of reversing life and death. Its power could be said to be terrifying. In particular, the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush and the Book of Life and Death were a set of Dharma treasures. When the two were combined, their power would increase exponentially. Living beings under Daoyuo Jingxian only needed to use the Judge's brush to write his name in the Book of Life and Death. In an instant they would die. Even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was not unkillable. As long as he captured a wisp of his aura and sent it into the Book of Life and Death, he would use the Judge's brush to swipe fiercely. Even Daoyuo Jingxian would not end well. If it was light, his true spirit would be shaken, and if it was heavy, he would be severely injured. The Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush were definitely top-notch killing treasures in the primordial world. And the most terrifying thing was that he attacked in the dark. He killed without coming into contact with the dead. It was extremely sinister and impossible to guard against. In terms of this point alone, there were very few people in the primordial world who could compare to it. Even some curse-type Khanate numinous treasures could not compare to it in terms of silently killing people. It could be said to be the best in the primordial world. Now, such treasures were Feng Zichen's. How could it not be exciting? In the netherworld, there were only 3 people with great divine abilities: Feng Zichen, Hutu, and Taoist Mingi. Hutu was the lord of Samsara and controlled the chaos treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Of course, the Book of Life and Death and the brush of reincarnation could not be given to her. Otherwise, Hutu could really do whatever she wanted in the netherworld. As for Taoist Mingi, he was the lord of the Blood Sea and the spokesperson of the primordial killing path. He already had 5 supreme-grade numinous treasures in his hands. These 2 treasures could not be given to him. After thinking about it, only Feng Zichen, the current lord of hell and the future lord of the netherworld, was most suitable to hold the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush. Therefore, this second treasure would appear in front of Feng Zichen. Buzz! Without hesitation, Feng Zichen took a step forward and took the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush. As expected, these 2 items were prepared for him. Without the slightest resistance, Feng Zichen branded them with his true spirit. Haha! With the treasures in his hands, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a hearty laugh. Previously, he was still wondering why the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Samsara brush had not been born after the netherworld had been born for so long. Could it be that they were not fated with him? Because of this, he was disappointed for a while. He did not expect that they did not appear because they were waiting for hell to be born. This time, Feng Zichen had fully learned his lesson from the last time. As soon as he realized that something was wrong, he used the power of the origin of the netherworld to cover up everything around him, so that outsiders could not pry into it at all. Of course, not everyone. At the very least, he could not hide it from Hutu and Taoist Mingi. These two people were also the supreme gods of the netherworld. If they did not have other important tasks, they would definitely be Feng Zichen's biggest competitors to become the lord of the netherworld. Because of this, Feng Zichen had not become the lord of the netherworld. In terms of control of the netherworld's origin, he was not much stronger than the two of them. His cover-up naturally could not be hidden from the two of them. But this was not important. With the birth of the netherworld, the three of them, who belonged to the netherworld, naturally became an alliance. Their interests were united against the outside world. Even if they did not help him, they would not undermine him. With brisk steps, Feng Zichen arrived outside the netherworld in the blink of an eye, where Hutu was. The moment he left the netherworld, Feng Zichen felt a wave of discomfort. His almost invincible strength instantly disappeared. That was the strength of the netherworld's origin. After leaving the netherworld, of course, he could not use it. After a while, Feng Zichen adapted to the sudden drop in strength. Fellow Taoist Fengdu, you're finally willing to come out. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.